watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Nicotina's mom! Tastes like sugar! Nonsense! Tastes like sugar! Yum! Stripper!
Why don't you set aside an hour or two? We'll have...
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Vet, and it is good to have you all with me in the lounge tonight. Now, if this is your first time to the lounge, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place where you and me and my crew, meaning all of you, our nerd family, can get together and talk about the things that we love. Things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those are things that get you excited in the morning, if those are things that get you out and about buying toys, buying video games, waiting in long lines, I was at GameStop today, and I don't even know how many calls they fielded, just people looking for PlayStations. They're like, we don't have any, and we're not getting any. But hey, if it still keeps you on the phone or in long lines waiting for the movie of your choice, the video game of your choice, the TV show of your choice, whatever it is, hey, then you know what? You found the right place, because that is what this place is all about. That's what the Poindexter Lounge is. It's a place for nerds. And so welcome. We want you to go ahead, hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell so that you're here with us, right? And that you live and grow with us and we have fun together. Today, I love today. I was at the post office today, and I was mailing out some of our giveaways that we've given to people. And while I was there, I was walking away, and this guy stopped me. And I don't know if he's watching tonight, but he stopped me. He goes, "Hey, I watch your channel." And I was walking away, and I'm like, "Really?" And so, hello, Sergio. If you are here, man. If you're not, that's fine too. But if you are here, welcome. But yeah, I had met Sergio a couple of years ago when we did a video out on Star Wars Day on the Force Friday thing. And we were out looking for toys and stuff, and we hit like 13 stores in one night. And so he's been watching the channel, and he loves 2 Cents on Nonsense, and he actually knows Johnny Pop. And so that was pretty cool. And so I love things like that. That's just always fun. And just being able to see all you guys here, that's what this place is all about. It's about making friends. And you know what I love is over the last couple of weeks, last month or so, we've had a lot of great interaction with people. It's the internet. Things always happen, where there's people who don't like these people or don't like these people. And I find it wonderful that people who maybe in the past, for some reason or another, didn't think they liked us or whatever, are now very friendly with us. They like us. They're inviting me on their streams. We're doing things together. We're meeting new people. And you know what that just shows me is that when people come here and they see what we're doing and they see what we're about, they want to be a part of it, and we want them to be a part of it. We want you to be a part of it. So please hit that subscribe button and that notification bell. And hey, before you leave tonight, give us a thumbs up. All right. Give us a thumbs up on the video. That being said, we're going to jump here right into some of the things we're going to talk about. But first of all, I do want to thank all of our wonderful patrons. Thank you guys for all that you do to help the channel. You guys make it possible for us to do this stuff and to have all this fun here on the internet. And we couldn't do it without you. And so I actually have to add 2 names on here. I'm so sorry. I had a really busy weekend, but thank you guys to all of our patrons. And then also thank you to all of our members. And it's really, really easy to become a member or a patron. And so for as little as $2, you could become a member. And if you become a member, you get like all kinds of cool little emoticons, and you get whatever level you pick there, you get that. But then also if you become a patron, there's different things that go along with that. And so, and it's pretty cheap, and it's just a good time had by all. And so we'd love to have you guys along for the ride with us. Now, we got some people who I know will end up showing up tonight, but in the meantime, I've got a great guest. I always love when this guy stops by, just because I love his takes on stuff. I love his mindset on things, and just a really, really good guy. And so, ladies and gentlemen, would you welcome with me to the program, if I can get StreamYard to work, you welcome with me to the program once again, Mr. Firewater. What's up, Firewater?
Bonus. Good evening.
Oh,
good evening. How's everyone doing?
I'm
no
doing
more
well.
Bonuses for Warner.
No, apparently
they
not.
Get a notice. no.
Notice. They're getting the notice, as it were. Yeah, man, just craziness, man. Craziness going on. I got to tell everybody. So last night we were doing 2 cents on nonsense. Yesterday I did a 3-hour stream with Dawson over at Nerdy in Many Ways, which, by the way, every Sunday now I'm going to be doing his Sunday afternoon show with him. This is a show that him and I have been working on. We've been talking about wanting to do for a long time. It's not just going to be a regular talk show where it's just like a panel show or whatever. We got some extra special little stuff planned that we're going to be doing. And so look for that. But then I was like, then I did 2 cents on nonsense, and this room was so hot, and I forgot that it got cold in here, man. And so I shut off the vent. And so like the rest of the house was super cold, but I came in here and it was like super hot, and it just got worse with all my lights on and everything. And so tonight I had to go find a fan. I was like, I need a fan in here. I opened the vent last night, but it wasn't enough. So by the end of 2 cents on nonsense, I'm just like 6 hours baking in these lights, man, with no air conditioning. And I was like, oh, geez. So I had to make sure that I had a fan on tonight, guys, so that and the air vent is open. So we're nice and cool in here tonight, so I don't fall asleep on my own stream. So, yeah.
I feel you with the fan, man. I bought a fan for my my nightstand because sometimes I feel like I overheat because I like to have a lot of blankets, but I want to keep my head cold, which doesn't seem to work out for me. So I bought a fan and just blow it on my face at night.
Oh, nice.
So I can sleep. So my body's like a furnace and my head's like a sheet of ice. Makes me very happy. Been sleeping a lot better, actually. So that's
good. You know, it's funny how everybody has their own little like sleeping regimen. You know?
Oh, sure.
Like for example, like, you know, because everybody knows that I've lost about 200 pounds and I'm feeling.
Oh, God bless you.
Yeah, man. I weighed 430 pounds at one point. Oh yeah, I was a big boy, and so but you know the thing is like I had sleep apnea.
Oh sure,
and you know the thing though I actually really like sleeping with my CPAP machine. Mm-hmm. And even though I don't have it as bad, I still have sleep apnea. You know, it's one of those things, you know, that sometimes you're just going to have. But there's people who hate sleeping with one of those things, but I like it because when it's cold like that, I could throw the covers up over my head. I just call it, you know, like blanket snorkeling. And I just throw it up over my head, man. It's just like I'm in the dark, you know, and everything, and I can just lay there and sleep. Tiffany hates it. She has coined a new phrase called Darth Vadering. You know, and that's like if I didn't have like the chin strap just right or whatever, and my mouth opens up and it's like
I heard those machines are a little bit loud.
They can be, like, it just depends, you know, but yeah, she calls it Darth Vadering.
That's pretty funny.
So before we get started real quick, I do want to say hi to everybody. What's up, Stella? Yes, Stella, you know, this is a great thing. I want to thank all of you guys. Man, I can't even tell you how much this community means to me, Firewater. Everybody is so great. And Stella brings up a great point. She says here, says, if you have an extra device, please follow Poindexter Lounge on Twitch. Yes, please do. And I got to thank all of you.
What's the link? Can you post a link? I'll do it right now.
Yeah, it's just Twitch /Poindexter Lounge. So
yeah. Kind of walked right into that one. That seems so simple.
yeah. What is it? Twitch TV, I think it is. Hold on a second here. I think it's twitch.tv /Poindexter Lounge, I think. But
I'll spell it wrong. Of course I did.
I will. Brian's not here yet. So he would usually be on this stuff for my links and stuff. But okay. Yep. So I will now.
There you are.
Yep.
Oh, wait. You could. I'm not. Wait. Hold on a sec. I want to actually. I'm going to type something in private chat here really quick.
Okay.
Because I don't want to blow up your stuff.
All right.
Sorry.
So I just put the link in the chat there.
Check private chat really quick. Sorry, regular chat. I'm
Oh
being
yeah.
shady.
Oh yeah. No.
That's
no,
a thing
man.
now. Are you sure?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We're actually right now live on we're live on YouTube, we're live on Periscope, so on Twitter, we're live on Twitch, and we're live on Facebook all at the same time.
I did not know. I thought Twitch would get really salty with you. That's why I didn't want to blow up your.
Oh no.
I didn't figure you were doing anything like shady, but I thought that was like a thing, or did they change the policy? Or somebody would ban you. It's either YouTube or Twitch, like, oh, you can't multi-stream because someone's they're gonna get mad.
All of us do that. Actually, that's actually one of the benefits of using like StreamYard and some of these other things is that you can stream on multiple platforms at once. That's like that's all the rage, man.
Oh, I had no idea. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, and cool. So thanks to all of you guys who watch us on Twitch. And if you're watching us on Twitch, thank you so much. But thanks to everyone who watches on Twitch, because we just got our affiliate program invitation to be a part of their affiliate program. So I guess that's like monetization, like for YouTube, so like, so thank you guys for watching us over there. Cause you have to have, we had met all the criteria except for the average amount of watchers. And so we finally hit that. And so they finally sent that to us. So thank you guys. Cool. Thank you. That's like just one of those other little steps there for the Poindexter Lounge. And I am grateful. I am definitely grateful. So yes, like Stella says here, yeah, if you got an extra device, show us some love over there on Twitch. And we're going to do some more watch parties on Twitch. I believe this Sunday night for 2 Cents on Nonsense next week, as long as nothing crazy happens, no crazy news, Doomcock and Mike Zero doesn't come up with something that's just like absolutely we have to cover. We're probably going to watch Condor Man.
Condor Man. I am not familiar with Condor. That sounds like a movie that Mystery Science Theater 3000 would make fun of.
Oh yeah, it's an old Disney movie, man. So we have a great supporter of the channel. His name is Mark, but he goes by Benson's because he's got a store, an online store over in the UK. And it's like a big thing. Like he sells toys and stuff. He sent me, stuff and sent Dawson stuff too, I think. And so real good guy, loves the channel, but he's always making jokes about the movie Condor Man. It's an old Disney movie that it's basically like this guy, he invents this condor suit, and it's as cheesy and stupid as it sounds, man. It is like seriously, the trailer is ridiculous, and he's jumping off like the Eiffel Tower. It's just these big giant wings that he has like handles on that he moves like this, and it flaps the wings, and it's like a yellow and red condor suit.
That's like hysterical.
Oh, dude, it's so crazy. But like Benson's, Mark has been joking about it ever since, that like we need to do that's from 1981 that we need to do a watch party. Here, I'll pull up. Yep, I'll pull up this picture so that you can see exactly what I'm talking about here, because I'm not even doing it justice, dude. I'm not even doing it justice for what it is. But yeah, so we've been talking about doing this as a watch party, and so that being said, here we go. I'll share this real quick. Probably do that this coming Sunday night. But yeah, there you go.
That's a legit suit,
isn't it?
This is something legit. That MST3K would definitely rip on.
Oh heck yeah. Now, hey, are you since you mentioned Mystery Science Theater, are you hip to Riff Tracks?
I've heard of it. I haven't watched too much of it, but I've heard of it.
I'll tell you what, Riff Tracks is hilarious. I mean, it's it's the same guys who did Mystery Science Theater 3000. But they do these events, man, that they have like actually in movie theaters and stuff. So you can go to the movie theater, watch them simulcast, and but they do like all these short films and all these old films. I always say that is the way to watch the Star Wars Holiday Special. Is the Riff Tracks version, and it's actually right here on YouTube. We did ours. We're doing it yearly for 2 Cents on Nonsense. We're going to do it every holiday season. Now we're going to watch the holiday special, but that version because it's absolutely hilarious. But they've got like a bunch of films, man. One of my other ones that's a favorite, and I think it's on YouTube here too, is called The Man from Harlem. It's like an old like blaxploitation film from the 70s, you know, like kind of deal, you know,
kind of like a Shaft, like
kind of like a Shaft, or Pam Grier type movie, you know,
whatever. Right.
Just hilarious and stuff, and like they keep, you know, talking about because it's just the man from Harlem, you know, just doing this stuff, you know, and it's really funny. It's but yeah, those guys are great. They do like informational movies. They do a bunch of weird stuff, man. It's pretty cool. Oh yeah, here's the movie cover for Condor Man. This tells you anything. There it is right there, man. It's like a James Bond CIA thing, but like this guy's absolutely ridiculous.
This looks like a cover to like an old Atari game or old Nintendo game. Right?
It does kind of, doesn't it? Yeah.
Looks like anything in the game. It's just a bunch of pictures.
Yes, it does. Yeah, but Henry Mancini did the music. Man, who else did this have? It said, it had Michael Crawford in it. What's the going guy's name who's in this thing? Oh gosh, I can't remember who was all in it, but yeah, it's a funny movie. It's just one of those, you know, things that like it's not going to be your favorite film, but you know, who knows? Maybe it would be. I don't know.
Neither with Army of the Dead, but I think it was an excellent film.
There you go. So what's up, Peter Rabbit's Defender? Cherie is here. Dat Dude Vince. You know, Dat Dude Vince he streams over there on Twitch, and I went and saw him the other day. It was his birthday, and so he watches us over here, and so that's good. Yep, they finally got me, Cylon. Yep, that's why I was late. What's up, Katsuka? What's up? You do suck. Come out and play. What's up, TJ? Good to see you. Caleb's in the house. Steve Brown. I knew a Steve Brown. You don't look like that Steve Brown, but what's up? Yes, we have gotten started now, and we're on our way. DC Talk with Extended. Always good to see you. There's my lovely wife upstairs. There she is. This Firewater guy here says, WB, sell DC to Disney, please. Thank you. Sincerely, Snyderverse. Hey, can we get a moderator on this guy? This guy seems to be like spamming the chat.
Yeah, I know, right? This Firewater guy, he'll get you. What a jerk.
What's up, Dark Gamer? Then it's like, oh, P.S. I said please.
I did say please. I was
smiley face. What's up, Bat Dan? Song Park, good to see you. Mary Wilcox, good to see you. Sterling Silver Rose over there on Twitch, good to see you. Nick Hammond, good to see you, buddy. And what's up, Chloe? I hope Chloe Buttocks. Chloe Buttocks. That sounds like that's an interesting name. Buttocks. My childhood life in Superman. Yeah, I know. Yeah, so we're going to talk about that tonight, though, because I got my own opinions on how that whole thing is going down. So, anyways, we won't get into like everybody who's here, but welcome everyone who is here. We're always glad to have you guys here, and we're going to talk about this because big news came out this weekend, and I thought it was rather interesting because this seems to come up. It seems like every every so often. If I can pull up the right one here, yeah. So they said Disney is looking to. Jeez. My computer's like working all weird tonight. I'm trying to pull up the stupid thing. It's like, just pull up the article, Enosh. Here it is. Disney buying DC. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is the article that came out, and this has stirred everybody's like imagination. Everybody's losing their mind about this. And that it just says Disney looking to acquire DC Comics and join Marvel. Now, Firewater, your initial thoughts, just reading that.
Too good to be true. I don't think they just bought Fox. Now, I'm not sure how their liquidity is or anything like that. I am a Disney investor. I do have a decent amount of shares. So
okay.
It is in my best interest that the stock goes up as high as humanly possible. So full disclosure there. I would love for it to happen, and I know there's some people in the chat that would be less than thrilled, and I understand why. And I'm not saying that they may not have a point. I'm just saying is that it's better in anyone's hands other than Warner Media.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, I don't think Disney would tank it. I think they could use Hulu to kind of like, because that's like they're more like adult platform. Granted, they have kid stuff on there too, but Hulu is a way to get the adult side of DC going there. In my opinion, and I think it would be a net positive for both brands. I don't see the Discovery deal that, and I believe what was that William who said that, right? The Discovery deal doesn't happen without DC, and that I do believe. I believe that 100%. And it's just a matter of. I mean, it would be great, but they just bought Fox. I wish DC came on sale allegedly before they bought Fox. Then I'd be like, oh yeah. You got to buy it. You got to snatch it up. Give them $12 billion. Call it a day.
Mm-hmm.
You'll make that back up in 4 years. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. And then imagine you could do theme park stuff. You could do like the old animated series stuff where it's for kids. You can do PG-13. You could do rated R, put it on Hulu. A lot of different options. A lot of different options.
I have two questions.
Mm-hmm.
One, do y'all want some chicken? Because this is some good chicken. I got some extra chicken. If y'all want some, like some hot wings is really good. It's from this place called Tennessee Barbecue. But anyways, if y'all don't want some chicken, I have another question. Is DC technically like a competitor with Marvel? Because if that's the case, then Disney really couldn't buy it because then they'd be monopolizing it.
No, there are other like Image Comics. There are other comics. I get what you're saying. You're citing antitrust. I don't think that would fall under antitrust, although I'm not an expert. Because there's plenty of other competition elsewhere.
Yeah, look,
it would be a major acquisition. You're not wrong.
It would be a major. Look, and I want to point out because people are already talking about it, like as to what it is, and stuff. And I'm going to give my opinions about what I think really is and what I think isn't. But as far as whether or not it could happen, look, if Disney really wanted to, and they had a plan for it, they could. Because yes, I agree with you, Saggy, that they have been like the number one and number two comic producers, for all this time. But that being said, they're not the only ones, and they do have the most iconic characters involved. I will give you that. But here's the thing. They how do I want to put this? It's basically like saying, well, like Fox is also a movie studio, so Disney can't buy that one. You know what I mean? Like if they were to do it, it would basically be acquiring it. So yeah, there's that. Do I think it's going to happen? I'll just tell you flat out. I'll give you my reasons in a minute because we got two other guests who just joined in, and I'm sure have a couple things to say. First of all, Tiffany says I want chicken.
Tiffany, come get chicken. I play chicken.
and Rhea wants nugs. So there you go. So William is here, Jarbo is here. So we got a full cast of characters.
Yay.
But so I didn't talk about this over the weekend because first of all, I did not think that people were going to respond to this. I understand what you're saying, Firewater, because I totally agree with you. Look, I do not want Warner Brothers to even have this anymore. I'm literally done with Warner Brothers as far as I don't trust them. Look, things could change in the next year or so with the Discovery deal as far as leadership. But even then, it's like tossing it up in the air. Anything is like tossing it up in the air, and I get that. But my God, as much as I don't want Disney to have it, at least I feel like Disney would do something with it and progress it as opposed to this. But I can tell you right now, I was shocked that people were taking this seriously because, first of all, who is on Smash?
It's a nobody website.
It's a nothing burger website. But everybody was running with this. And look, over the last couple of years, there's been so many of these reports. Oh yeah, Disney's going to buy DC. No, they're not. Disney's going to buy DC. No, they're not. Disney's going to buy DC. No, they're not. and the whole idea, and we can read some of this article, and this is why I want to say it, because it says, first of all, it says Warner Discovery is being sold soon. What? It's not even a thing yet.
Yeah. Well, we
It's
mentioned this too.
It's going to
It's like
take a year or two.
Antitrust laws too. It's like it would never.
No,
happen
I don't think
because of
William might be able to speak better on that, but I don't think antitrust would apply.
Okay, guys, I only got a couple of seconds and I'm going to jump on later, but this topic has been irritating me the whole day. There's not antitrust laws, but there's stupidity laws. No.
Yeah.
In my 46 years on this planet, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I love you,
And
William.
the dumbest thing I've ever heard people actually grapple onto. Why would Discovery put $43 billion in assets and even more in loan relief, and then turn around and say, I think we'll give up some of our most valuable IPs in a trade-off? That makes no sense. If this were happening, there would be no Discovery deal. If I'm sitting on Discovery's board and somebody's even remotely thinking about this, I'm out. I'm out. This is the dumbest thing I've heard in a very long time. And the only dumber thing is anybody taking, I'm sorry, what this makes no sense. You got to trace back some of this nonsense to the unicorns that are running with it.
Well, and that's one of the reasons why. Well, that's one of the reasons why, William, that I wanted to talk about this, because I've seen a lot of people talking about this, and I've seen a lot of people give various reasons of like why they think certain things and everything. But like, I'm with you, man, and I'm just like, first of all, like, why is anybody even considering this a real story at this point? I don't understand, but it's like something that literally won't go away this weekend, and that's why I was like, you know what? It's the Monday night show. We usually cover things that came up over the weekend. I'm going to talk about this because I think it's very important, ladies and gentlemen, everyone out there watching this. I tell you all this a lot, and that is when you come to the Poindexter Lounge. What in the world?
Is that William? What is that?
That's William's ear, bro.
That's William's ear.
I'm outside of the.
What the heck am I looking at? I just came back and I was like,
I can't hear you any other way.
That's like the
So
weirdest
sorry.
vagina I've ever seen.
I know. That's like, I was like, that's William, right? Okay, God. Like,
that was
I
a
thought,
little bit
Listen,
NSFW there for a little
William
bit.
was
Yeah, but I
giving
can't
us
hear you if
a
the phone's
sneak
away from
peek
my
at
face.
like,
his
did
brain.
somebody sneak into the chat that like I didn't even, or the stream that I didn't see,
No.
and they're like something.
Do we have an interloper? That's a fun word.
No,
Yeah, I'm on my
listen. William
phone,
was
so I'm
trying to
not
give
done
us
with
a
that, but-
sneak peek at his big brain, so he's trying to show us his big brain.
There you go. No, okay, I get it. All right, so we'll just get a good glimpse of your ear there.
Could I ask William a question really quick?
Yeah,
Go
go
ahead.
for it.
Let's pretend the Discovery merger's not happening. Do you think it would be smart for Disney to buy DC if it was available?
No, because it's going to put them in debt. And you got to understand that even though they make these billions with these movies that they put out,
That's
that
revenue,
is
not
their main
profit.
source of. That's not Disney's main source of income. It's the parts. And
Right.
in order to buy DC at a price that IP would demand,
Sure.
just after you did it with Fox. If it weren't for the fact that they just purchased Fox, maybe, and even then it would be
Exactly. They're still reeling from the debt incurred from that
They
purchase.
just purchased Fox, which is going to put them in the
I know
red.
that was a major
for a
price tag. Yeah, that was a major.
So
price.
now you're going to add on to this, and your return on it isn't going to really add anything to what you already have. The only people that make any sense to even acquire this IP would be Amazon, Apple, or the people who are acquiring it. And the two of those three don't need it. There's nothing you're adding to Amazon or Apple that they don't already have IP wise that the DC IP is going to add. Discovery, there's a taker that, you know, and you trust me, when they sat down and put this deal together, somebody had that big red S and a cloud above their head. And there's no way in it. I can't believe it. And if they do, people are saying, you know what, well, I hope things get better under Discovery. If they do this, that makes me question the intelligence of the people at Discovery. And they don't seem like stupid people.
No, and there's people at Discovery. From what I heard, their CEO, everyone loves him. He's very credible. I haven't heard of any complaints regarding him. I researched around a little bit. I'm sure he's the CEO. I'm sure somebody was pissed at him at some point. But
you get the corner office, you're going to get some anger.
Yeah, you're going to get but nothing like Hamada or nothing like the other Ansar, nothing like these other executives where and you think they're going to clean house with everyone, right?
I think they're going to reposition a lot of different people. I don't think people are going to get fired. I think people are going to be put in situations that they will eventually walk away from.
Why
Like
the
Ansonoff.
they're gonna like passively fire them effectively.
Yeah, they're going to put Ansonoff. You'll basically shrink her jurisdiction. She'll still be the CEO of whatever she is, but that property is going to get shifted around to
So
other
you
people.
make them miserable, so they leave on their own accord, so you don't have to give them a severance.
Yeah.
By the way,
Hamada, you're not going to see anybody fire Hamada, but you'll see him go, or you'll see his territory shrink.
I think there's like 3 reasons too, Enosh, why people kind of are like hanging on to this bait with this story. Is 1, it's Disney. Disney's known for buying up a lot of stuff. 2, the conflict with DC and Marvel, which would be the people be like, oh, well, they have Marvel. How's that going? And then 3, like you said, you would love to see Warner Brothers have this taken from them and have another company do it. So I think overall, it's really just like whoever's writing these articles and spreading these rumors, it's just them trying to like get that attention from people at a good time, because right now a lot of people are pissed off at Warner Brothers and they want to see somebody else take the reins.
And I get that, but here's the thing, guys, and this is what I would like to point out, and this is what I always want people to understand when coming here to the lounge. I don't just feed you a bunch of BS that you want to hear that I want to. Okay, that's cool, man. All right, we'll see you in about an hour. Bye, William. So my thing is always, I don't want to just tell people what they want to hear. I don't just go by what I want to hear. I try not to have an echo chamber. I always want to have differing opinions, and I want to have opposing views represented. And then even when I tell you, I believe this and this can happen or whatever, like, you need to understand that I'm not just like pie in the sky. Like I'm just going because like it's just what I want to happen, because it's not. But like I want to show you why this is absolute BS. And let's talk about it. First of all, I do want to recognize H Bart's $2 super chat. Thank you. Says, hey Enosh, your thoughts on the Eternal trailer? We will talk about that Eternal trailer. So stay tuned for that. We will talk about that. And by the way, H Bart's, be watching your mail, because you got a big old package coming towards you, sir. Oh yes, he does. I sent it out.
Yes, H Bart. Yes,
it's big. It is big.
Oh, okay.
And,
I'm all right.
It's big. It's big, and it's on his way. Yep, it's on its way to him. Yes,
it's big and it's on its way.
It is definitely on its way right to H Bart's. Just saying. Okay, so let's think about it, because somebody asked, did you read the whole article? Yes, I've read the whole article, but the article's very, very short here on Smash. And so like it's literally just a couple paragraphs here. Let's read it, and then let's discuss this and why I think it's BS, and why, what everybody else thinks. But it says, Disney buying DC Comics 2021. Last week, reports surfaced that Warner Brothers, DC Comics, and DC Brand are officially being sold. First of all, it's being split up and it's being merged with another company, but okay, whatever. CNBC first reported that the merger of Warner Media and Discovery is the Trojan horse to have the deal completed. So they're saying that the actual deal they're saying that CNBC first reported that the merger of Warner Media and Discovery is the Trojan horse to have this deal completed. The new company, Warner Discovery, which have they actually?
No, they have not. It's not been an official name yet.
I'm like, I kind of tuned out there for a day on the weekend, on Saturday, but I was like, I don't remember missing that. Okay, has given flexibility for a sell of both entities to Warner Disney Company. Or to the Walt Disney Company. I'm sorry, to Walt Disney Company. Who knows what it would be by the time it's done. The move could have both DC Comics and the DC brand under Disney and Marvel. This writer, first of all, explains to me just the way that they're throwing around names of different companies within companies and everything, that they don't understand how these businesses work and who is in charge of what. But okay.
Yeah, Marvel doesn't buy DC. Disney buys DC.
Yeah, and they wouldn't just be under Marvel just because they're a comic book company.
It'd be a separate brand. Yeah,
they were even talking about this because last year there was this rumor that Disney was going to buy DC, but just the comics division. So because comics were kind of on their way out, they were going to license out the characters so that Disney would take over publishing of comics, because Warner wanted to get out of publishing comics, like physical comics. They didn't want to do that anymore, and so there was that that crazy rumor, and that went nowhere. But it says Apple, Amazon, and Netflix are also inquiring about the sale, which if any of that is true, please, I would love it to go to Netflix, especially because that's where Zack Snyder is. So right now. So, but the Disney move looks to be legit. This is the kind of things that Mike Zero and Doomcock say.
I was about to say, is this another episode of 2 Cents on Nonsense?
Well, you know what? I'll be honest with you. I almost did 2 Cents on Nonsense about this last night. If there had been a video about this that we could actually watch, that wouldn't have just been me and Johnny just reading this article, which had just been him and me, I might have done it. But I kind of like the format that we got. So because I'm open to nonsense of any brand. It doesn't just have to be Star Wars, but it just throws out this quote. But the Disney move looks to be legit. Here's the explanation of how the move is going to get done, and I'm interested in you business types, Firewater, others who hear this. The explanation of how the move is going to get done with no interruptions, no pauses. No issues whatsoever. It's going to be a clean jump from one company to another. It says now AT&T, parent company of Warner Media, is looking to get completely out of entertainment. Okay,
that's true. That's why they're merging with Discover, right?
Well, yes, it's because they realized that they cannot, handle the debt they've incurred. HBO Max was
they took out way too much debt.
Yeah.
What they bought it for $80 and they sold it for $40. Do they still get a revenue share on that?
No, not really. Probably, I don't know. It's very complicated.
They're going to clean house with it. They might even let go of the AT&T CEO of that.
Yeah,
because
I'm sure we'll get into this later.
$40 billion, man. That's a lot of money.
It seems that HBO Max launch and the day-and-date movies might have hurt them a lot financially, where they felt they needed to do this. So,
they should have just said 6 months rather than a year. They didn't need to do the whole year. I understand they panicked. I get why they did it. They didn't need to do the whole year. Nobody was going to theaters, or very few people were going to.
They're not going to do the whole year either. I think they're going to cut it off.
Well, then they reneged. Then can they legally do that?
I don't know. I don't think they're going to renege on that one, to be honest with you. But I mean, look, Jason Kilar was brought in to make bold choices, and he made a bold choice, and it worked out in their favor. Let's not forget that their subscriptions were ahead of schedule as a result of this. What they are then stuck with is the fact that the rest of the world is not fully there yet, and people are getting there. But no matter what, they need the domestic box office. International means nothing in the long run, because of how it all breaks down region by region.
They have to pay, for China, for example, they take a cut of the revenue.
Yeah, well, everyone takes everyone takes a cut that's usually bigger than the United States.
Yeah, China's disproportionate to U.S., right? I believe.
Yeah, so it's good for merchandise sales, I guess, or whatever else. But at the end of the day, do I think that do I think AT&T is looking to get out of the entertainment game? Yeah, I do. I believe that.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with that part of it. It's just that but they're going about it in this other way that's actually in the news, that's actually been heralded, and is actually going to have a CEO who's dedicated to this thing, and has actually even said what was the first thing that he said? Look, regardless of I know there's a lot of people who went off on saying, well, Snyderverse. It wasn't Snyderverse. It was the fact that he addressed the fact that they are going to be what he considers to be the largest entertainment company around, and also that they will now hold the largest IPs available, including DC, which he just flat out came out with Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. That was his first
and
comment.
Then also, but that's
said, not somebody who's just looking to get rid of it.
Well, he also said Entourage in that same breath.
Well, he also said Sex in the City.
Sex in the City is coming back, but I mean, still, it's not But the fact that he said an Entourage, it's okay.
But Entourage did very, very well.
But it's been dead.
It's an old property,
but that's the whole thing. He's not looking at it from the perspective of being on everyone's minds. He's like, I just need to pull out some content that we have, and those are what we have. It wasn't calculated. It was literally he said Entourage. That discredits everything he said, because he's not thinking about it from that perspective.
Listen. Can we just all agree that they should just give the DC everything to Enosh and just let him?
No, they should give it to me.
No,
Give it to
they should
me.
give
I would do a
Enosh.
great job
No,
with
tag
it.
with you because you won't put Blue Beetle out there. I believe Enosh would put out Blue Beetle.
No, Enosh is the one who wouldn't. I would
Listen,
say
Eventually I would, but not right away.
Right, exactly. See, he'd put it out. See, RJ, you're a liar. See, this is why Enosh should take the
Ooh.
liar, lying on live stream, man.
I do not lie.
You did
I
lie.
did not
But
cheat.
I think that this whole thing.
This isn't a live stream. It's a live stream, RJ. Get it right.
I think Jarbo is right. I think
Got him.
AT&T is kind of wanting to like just move away from the entertainment, and I don't blame them. It's a lot.
What it is why did they buy Time Warner? They bought Time Warner. People think, oh, Warner's. No, they bought Time Warner for Time Warner Communications. They wanted the telecom stuff.
The infrastructure, yeah.
They want the infrastructure. They want to be able to push out the 5G. That is going to be the thing that they're focusing on. Having entertainment is very much an addition to that. It's a bonus if you think about it, because it's going to allow them a way to get to more people and get that kind of membership and whatnot. Now, where we are right now, they realize HBO Max has done well, but not well enough, and they need a quick worldwide rollout, which is why this Warner Discovery thing is probably why it's happening. So they want to focus more on the technological side of it, on the telecom side, and not be burdened by the entertainment side.
Yeah, because AT&T, when T-Mobile started buying up all the phone companies, they bought Metro, PCS, and they bought. They just recently acquired Sprint. I know that AT&T, because I worked for T-Mobile, and there was an AT&T kiosk downstairs, and I talked to them too about all the stuff. And Jarble's 100% right. If that's why they bought Time Warner, because of the telecommunication, of course they did, because T-Mobile just apprehended Sprint. They had Metro PCS, and because they apprehended Sprint, they were already going to 5G. And aside from T-Mobile, the other competition is Verizon, and Verizon also owns a fair amount of other telephone companies that they've acquired. So it does make sense that AT&T is going to follow suit. So, but again, like you said, having entertainment was a bonus. But I think their focus overall is their phone companies, because that's where they get the most. That's monthly money every month from millions of people. They're making millions of dollars on monthly subscriptions alone.
So somebody brought up that there's also a CNBC article, and while you guys are talking, I looked at that, but we're gonna finish this real quick, and then we'll head over because I want to point something out about that article. So they're looking. So AT&T is looking to get out of the entertainment. It says with AT&T is expected to retain majority shares in the Warner Discovery merger. The former NBC Universal executive is expected to play a major name. Current CEO of Discovery, David Zaslav, would include NBC, Peacock Streaming, and other factions within the company sold in the Warner Discovery deal. Now, there was some confusion about that. Is NBC and Peacock involved with Discovery?
I wanted to explain that. So because of the rumor of the percentage that AT&T and Discovery would own of this new company, the rumor going around was that AT&T would sell their shares of this new company to NBC Universal. That ultimately they're looking to get out completely, and they're going to give up their ownership of this new company and get out of the entertainment business completely, to where NBC Universal and Discovery would be the ones in charge of Warner Media as it once was. That's the rumor, that AT&T is planning to sell their shares eventually and load it off to NBC Universal. But they would take over.
Hey, Enosh, please excuse me. I'm going to go AFK for about 5 minutes.
Okay, no problem.
So,
no problem.
question: could AT&T? And I know this might be a stupid question, but maybe somebody here can answer. Since AT&T is more focused on the telecommunications aspect of Time Warner's, could they maybe split the media aspect of that and sell that off? If they own it, could they just keep the telecommunications and sell off the entertainment portion of it to another company?
I want to say yes. I think if I'm understanding what you're saying right, I believe yes, they could.
I was kind of more so asking Matt Jarbo because he seems to know these things.
Oh
wow. Okay.
Wow.
Wow. All right.
Hold on.
Hold on.
We don't need your opinion, RJ.
Yeah, that's all right. All right.
Yeah, that's fine. Can you read?
Hey, you guys. Anyway, no!
Right in RJ's face, man. Right with him, right here. Jeez.
Salty melons
Before
for sure.
before you answer that, John Zach here with the $4.99 super chat says the main article on CNBC said nothing about Disney selling DC. It only said that in the near future the company may be in sale. So yes, John, we're going to talk about that in just a second. I'm glad you brought that up, and thank you for the super chat because I've got the CNBC article up, and once we finish going through this. I want to quickly go through that one. So you're absolutely right. And then also, before I get him to answer that question, where to go? I want to make sure I don't get behind anybody's here. Dark Gamer Supreme with a $9.99 super chat says Discovery apparently purchased Warner Brothers shares with the intent to sell parts of it to different companies for profit. AT&T were desperate to sell, so it makes sense that they would have got a sweet deal.
I think it's I mean, that's definitely something that's for sure. I just have a feeling AT&T might sell some of their ownership to someone else. I think there's because the insiders, the financial analysts were saying that AT&T and Warner Media needs to merge NBC Universal in order to compete with Netflix. That was a long-sitting rumor. So.
And I missed one. And then Rel with a $4.99 super chat says, don't give it to RJ. He will just anoint Matt Reeves with unlimited power.
Right?
No. What I would do
no
is
vetting necessary.
I would
no
get
vetting. Doesn't matter what he's done. Listen, you know what? I did find another movie, RJ, that I do like that him and JJ did, and that's Cloverfield. So, but you know what? I'm just gonna tell you, he still doesn't have my undivided trust.
Well, here's what I
love Cloverfield. I know Matt Jarbo loves Cloverfield too. So when him and I have talked about Cloverfield in depth, but here's the thing. I'm not just ready to give the whole thing to Matt Reeves and say, hey, I trust Matt Reeves like explicitly that he'll always do the right thing. So just blindly follow it.
Well, if I got control of DC, I would have a private screen of the movie. I'd make the judgment call first, and then we'd see what happens. I'll be fair.
Film would
Unlimited
star John
power.
Cena. Every movie with everything would include John Cena. That's what he would do. But no,
no, it wouldn't.
So what I was asking is, AT&T bought Time Warner for the telecommunication aspect. Could they just keep the telecommunication and sell off the media?
That kind of looks like what they're doing, honestly.
Well, they're splintering off the entertainment side of it. Like the thing is, they still own 70%, right? So they still have vast control of it. Like I kept saying before, that nobody wanted to agree with me on. Discovery is they're just managers. They're just property managers, really. They get some say, but it's like they're not going to be, they're just running the show for the other guys. Is really what it boils down to.
Yeah.
And so Zaslav is just going to yeah, he's CEO, but it's like, at any point in time, AT&T can come in and go, we don't want you, you're gone. Right. And he might have some wiggle room because of his, the ownership of Discovery, but still 70%. So that is not a small number. That is considerable wielding of power.
Do you think AT&T is going to sell their ownership to NBC Universal? Do you think that's something that happen in the next years?
There was another rumor that was talking about Viacom, CBS, and NBC Universal teaming up on a property. Because you have Paramount Plus and you've got Peacock. Now, is Paramount Plus is offering, I think, a lot better in regards to the value than Peacock. What is it? Peacock's like, hey guys, we're going to be doing Boss Baby in July.
Date in July,
but Peacock's got The Office, and The Office is a big draw. But
it's got WWE as well.
Wouldn't this be smarter for AT&T?
No one watches that.
Wouldn't this be smarter for AT&T to kind of not completely give up the entertainment, but still have a way to earn profit and have.
Well, that's the 70%. That's the 70%.
So they have to have
they're putting up
to make the profit.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
they're the ones. So they still retain 71%. In the company. So they're just not the ones running it, but they're the ones that are going to be doing the most profiting off of it because Discovery Plus only has 15 million people worldwide. But they've got the infrastructure to branch off into other areas in a way that HBO Max needs and can probably do it in a lot faster of a way. Clearly, AT&T, for all their bluster, has not been able to solidify, bringing in these streaming services to these regions in any kind of meaningful time. And that is costing them money, especially with the Snyder Cut. So what I think is going to happen is they're going to hold off for a while, see how it goes. but I wouldn't be surprised if there is that rumor that they might license off DC Comics or to shut it down. Because people aren't.
No, I know. Yep.
People aren't buying comics. They're just DC Comics aren't selling that well.
Yeah.
How are the Marvel comics selling? How are they
better
selling?
than DC in many cases?
But still not good.
Still not great.
Well, no,
manga is what's dominating.
Are comics like a loss leaders just to feed into the movies?
Well, no,
and shows?
I think it's print media in general. I mean, magazines.
Well,
sales
print,
are down,
but everything. Look, but everything is also offered digitally. The problem is that like that's one of the things that you're going to hear about a lot of these characters that are now showing up in Marvel movies. Marvel is trying desperately to get some of their characters out into these movies because of different storylines and stuff that have happened, but also because these characters in general, I mean, I think they've relaunched Captain Marvel, the female Captain Marvel, like 4 or 5 times now. And the thing is,
way more than that. I think it's up to like 6 or 8 at this point.
For the female version?
Yeah, for Carol Danvers.
I know of about 5 myself. So, but and I'm not even a reader of Marvel, right? So, and I know about like at least 5 myself. But the thing is that every time they've rebooted it or redone it or tried to like restart it, it sucks and nobody reads it and nobody goes for it. And so the thing is that's why they wanted to introduce her version of Captain Marvel into the movies, because more people are watching the movies and these other properties and things on DC Plus or Disney Plus and those kind of things than ever read the comics.
It's trying to create corporate synergy where it's like, they're the movie, you want to buy the comics.
Yeah, and so they're trying. That's why I said that's why, like, when you're talking about like Black Superman and that idea, that's why I said like it makes more sense for DC and for Warner Brothers to release a Black Superman movie with Val Zod or Calvin Ellis, because there's story there that people can literally go back then and read about those characters. That's what you want to do. If you just create a new character, even if you create a new comic, you're not going to be able to tap into people trying to get into those stories, you know what I mean? And like learn about these characters and then move forward with those characters if you want to do something. Or you put out a collection of like all of Calvin Ellis's stories, collection, the hardback, collection books, you put those out and you sell those for $20, $30 a pop and people buy them up. But I mean, a lot of what people are doing now is they're going back and buying those collections because they want major storylines. I mean, even Dawson today told me, I mean, RJ, I sent you all that collection of,
Superman,
the Death and Return of Superman, which by the way, I'm putting a second one of those together, guys. So we'll have another big giveaway of that. But like Dawson just told me today, he's like, man, I just finally finished my order of like the entire run of, the Death and Return of Superman, because people are wanting these old stories because they're good. That was, there came a point where like just comic book writing just got.
I will say though, I don't think print media is dying because manga is selling like crazy. It'll sell millions of copies in America versus a comic book that only sells like
but as a whole,
what you're saying is the Japanese have gotten their revenge.
Well, they're taking over the comic book industry. Yeah. Look at the NPD charts.
I can say as somebody who worked in the printing industry for 18 years, the printing industry is dying. The print, if not dead now. I mean, it's pretty much
a lot of
dead.
things are just going digital.
Exactly. Everything's digital. Like my old boss was an idiot because he would sit there and go, like, seriously, my old boss was an absolute a-hole idiot. Like, and I will say that right here in front of everybody. Like the guy was a jerk. He thought I was his only sales guy and he thought that he was fighting against me, like for sales. And it's like, dude, what the heck, man? Like he would give me, he would give me a referral because somebody would, need something. I'd go out there, put all the time, work, develop the relationship and everything. And then he would try to tell me that those sales didn't count towards me. Like, okay, that's not how referrals work, but that's a whole other story.
Sounds like he gets a no-ness.
Oh my God.
He sounds like evil Perry White.
I'll tell you this, Firewater. He told me this, and this is no joke. I mean, it's kind of funny, but he told me that if I hit a certain number, my last year I was there, he told me if I hit a certain number that I would get this big bonus and that I'd get like a week's vacation extra with me and Tiffany was going to send us someplace. I blew that away by almost $35,000 for the year. And I'll just say this, he screwed me over. Nothing of that. And I didn't even get the bonus that I was supposed to get. He divided my bonus up between all the employees that worked there. And mine was the only one that got taxed. Yeah.
I hate
my old boss.
That's grounds for legal ramifications.
Oh,
That
I
is
did.
actually legal.
I did. I reported him to the state, and I had to go through this whole thing. And it was, I mean, then he didn't want to pay me my last week's work. I mean, it was insane. But my point is about this is like that guy was in denial. Like there was a point in time where people printed everything, man. They needed business cards, they needed letterhead, envelopes,
Wedding invites is big money.
Oh yeah, people still do wedding invites. Okay,
I know how much we spent on ours. We sent out 200. We sent out over 300 of them.
Yeah, so there are niches, right? But these days that like you'd walk into a business and man, you just like you could walk out with like all of their stuff and that they had all these things. Well, now nobody's printing letterhead hardly anymore. Or if they are, they're printing it out on their own printers. There they get some nice paper and they print something out because they don't need it because everything is digital. Business cards are still a thing, but you're not going to keep a printing place open doing just business cards.
No, I agree.
It's not going to work. And so the thing is like overall, the printing industry is dead. It's not coming back. I mean, it's just everything's so digital.
When was the last time anybody bought a newspaper? Like,
first of all,
my parents do.
I can actually.
There are people still buy newspapers.
My parents, they're in their 70s.
No, old people still actively buy newspapers. I have this one guy who comes in who buys 2 of the same paper every day. So
so when the boomers, God bless them, finally leave this mortal
they are replaced
coil
by
here.
other boomers.
No,
they'll be replaced by doomers.
That's right.
Rhymes.
Yeah. Okay. Real quick. I do want to get to H Barts here. H Barts with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, H Barts. Says earlier you mentioned echo chamber. One person I know who has one is Jat Marbo. That guy always hates on Matt Jarbo. I think his channel is $4 Theater.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah.
I was trying to one up you.
That Jat Marbo. I tell you what, always trying to sneak in with just stupid things, man. I tell you what.
I say enough stupid things for both of us, but apparently he's got to keep going.
Everyone needs to stop bullying Matt Jarbo. Okay, leave him alone. It's not fun anymore. It used to be fun.
Leave Matt Jarbo alone.
Leave Brittany alone.
Leave Matt Jarbo alone. He's a good boy.
Ryan Hartwell with a $5 super chat here says, "Are you guys going to see Cruella?" I'm not going out of my way to see it. I'll be honest with you.
I'm 30 extra bucks.
I'll see it when it's free on Netflix.
I'll see it when it's free on Netflix.
It's gonna be on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
You don't know that. It might be so bad that they just put it on Netflix just because nobody's gonna watch it on Disney Plus.
It's getting good reviews.
No, who cares? I don't want to. Who cares about Cruella de Vil?
Wait, why do I want to watch a movie about a woman who abuses animals?
I know Matt.
Oh, apparently they rebooted it, so it's not about that anymore, or something.
Well, that's what Cruella de Vil did.
Who wants to see Disney's version of Harley Quinn?
Skin-nosed puppy. It's like you're a horrible human being.
Who wants to see?
And you have ugly teeth, and your car is weird.
By the way, here's for H Barts. This is Jat Marbo and Matt Jarbo having a conversation, and Jat telling Matt where he learned to do the kind of YouTube channel that he does.
Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
That is
I'm a horrible parent.
Don't say that. Yeah. That's not even
Jat Marbo.
Wow. Well, Matt, you're gonna let your kids watch Cruella, so maybe not all that.
I don't know. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna check it out.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, no, I gotta dip out anyway. I gotta get to bed. But
this
see you guys all later.
Okay, man. We'll see you, Matt. But no, kind of getting back on story here just for a minute. TJ says if AT&T wanted the global streaming structure for HBO Max, why didn't they use the structure of HBO, which was already global? Why the need for HBO Max? Well, because HBO is a cable channel, and that's different than the streaming service that they wanted.
Yeah, but they already had HBO Now and Go. That's why it made it more confusing.
Well, and it did. It made it very confusing for people.
Now, here's the thing, though. For everything on HBO Now and HBO Go, it has to air on HBO, correct?
Yes.
At some point.
Wait, HBO Go is still a thing?
No. Yes, it is.
No.
But why?
No.
HBO Now is still a thing, but HBO Go became HBO Max.
Yeah, right. So with HBO Max, you can stream everything that's on HBO, plus they can do Max exclusive. I think that's why they did that. Yeah. I understand the question because it already is global. Why they couldn't do HBO Max just as global as HBO Now or HBO Go or HBO in general, that I don't have a good explanation for.
Well, my thing is like I understand why these companies are coming out with their own streaming services, because when Netflix came out, they were the only dominant streaming service, and they were getting a cut off of other people's stuff. And so I think that it was smart to have their own streaming services, because now they can pull all their stuff and still maintain the whole streaming service aspect, because they realize that, cable, this could hurt cable. So, we have to have a backup plan in case cable craps the bed. So they started their own streaming services. So I think it was like a smart idea, but at the same time, man, I miss just having one streaming service. That was like good. All these streaming services is too much for me. Y'all are costing me money, okay? I'm not even monetized.
Well, it's already been proven that the whole idea for streaming, the whole idea for streaming service, right, was supposed to be that like you could save money on your cable and like all these different things, right? That you could just get a good internet.
Yeah, but that's not the case anymore.
Oh,
I priced it out. No.
Like if you get together all of the streaming services most households have now, you're still paying cable prices. It's ridiculous. Like,
well, it used to be a good deal when Hulu Live was $40 a month. Now they upped it to $65.
Well, what I'm saying, like, yeah, but that's what I mean. Like when it was just Netflix.
But now it's like, for me, it's better to keep the cable. Like I just renegotiated with cable. I'm gonna have to. I'm probably gonna pay for HBO Max and Showtime separately. Actually, I might not even keep Showtime. I'm not really watching anything on there. But my bill went up $50 a month.
Really?
And I keep it on one TV. We don't even have a cable box in our bedroom, and we just stream everything there. Like we'll watch everything on. And I tried to convince my wife to go all cut the cord, but then when I priced it out, she said, price it out and do whatever's cheaper. I was like, well, you know what? Truthfully, you're better off keeping the cable box.
I know. It's crazy.
It's weird.
Well, there's a live local TV. It makes
I do like local news. I watch my local news more than any of the national stuff. That is important to me.
I just watch Philip DeFranco for my news. I watch YouTube for news.
No, it's all well. You got to get your local stuff in. I mean, that's the best part. I mean, you get your weather, traffic, especially in the morning. Like
I have an app that tells me the traffic, and I can just go online.
And you stop being a zoomer.
I can read the newspaper.
Just stop being a contrarian.
Yeah. We have newspapers for our
Whatever
city.
you have to offer is never good
Listen,
enough.
you guys need to just get newspapers. There's newspapers for your town. They all have newspapers.
That's what happened yesterday.
Just get them.
But the newspapers aren't going to be around long because the newspapers are all going out of business.
The only thing the newspaper is good for is for
the people who are buying it are literally dying off.
People still buy entertainment magazines like TMZ or whatever. All those magazines.
Saggy.
TV Guide's still a thing.
Yeah, TV Guide is still a legit physical thing. Like they still have. I don't know why they have TV Guide, but whatever.
All those old people that don't remember what time their show comes on.
So,
my mom used to get TV Guide back in the day.
Oh my gosh, TV Guide! Can you remember? Oh my gosh,
TV Guide was legit.
Great. Right,
TV Guide was
legit. Food shop. She's like, oh, I gotta get my TV Guide.
And it would suck. It would suck when TV Guide would like say something was going to be on, and then it wouldn't be on, and you'd be like, "What the heck, TV Guide?"
Right.
Like, you've ruined my whole day.
Guide me down a dark alley, and I got robbed, man.
I always hated that.
We all remember our parents being like, "Hey, can you get me the TV Guide? I want to see what shows are on this week." TV Guide's great, dude.
So there's a couple of interesting. William actually has a good point that I want to bring up here in just a second. But TJ says here with a $5 Canadian super chat, thank you, TJ. Says I don't have physical, just 200 plus digital comics. But I do wish I had physical. But being environmentally conscious, I'm cool with being a digital owner. Can I just tell you something real quick? Okay, I'm just gonna put this out here for you. The myth of printed materials like newspapers, comic books, printing, like just like printing in general, right? That somehow hurts the environment. As opposed to maybe recycling or using recycled goods or whatever, it's a myth. It's a flat out myth. The thing is that the process that those materials have to go through to be recycled actually has to go through 5 to 6 different. I always feel for people because I understand people want to do the right thing for the environment. People want to do the right thing for that, but it's one of these things that these companies sell people on these ideas that aren't true, because I can just tell you the process, like we always use like recycled paper and all this stuff. But the reality was that if you take paper and you recycle it, it has to go through 5 different processes to remove inks, impurities, boil it all down and everything. Plus, a vehicle has to come to your home typically or business to get those things, take it back. It's a different vehicle than the trash vehicle. And you're talking about stuff that's mostly biodegradable anyways. They're like, if you put paper in the ground, it's not going to destroy the ground. It was alive once. So it literally will go back to the ground. But the thing is, you have to go through 5 or 6 manufacturing processes, putting pollutants in the air and everything else just to get like recycled paper. So my heart always goes out to people because I understand this idea of trying to be environmentally conscious, and I try to as well. But like when it comes to comics, if you want physical comics, buy physical comics. Plus, when we're talking about the environment, I will say this to you: there are no virgin trees being cut down. This notion that there are virgin trees being cut down to make paper or toilet paper or all that stuff is just not true. All of the paper that is used for printing, all the paper that is used for paper goods and stuff like that are literally grown on farms. And they have to be, because those companies cannot afford to be out of those products. That's their livelihoods. That's what their whole business is based around. So literally, trees are planted to do this. If you don't believe me, watch the environmental episode of the show. And I'm just going to say it. Penn and Teller had a show on Showtime called Bullshit.
I love that show. That show
I saw them live in Vegas.
A bad word.
Yeah, well, it's the name of the show, and you know what? It's actually a lot of it is absolutely right on. And Penn and Teller actually go through this whole thing about like environmentalism and like recycling and stuff, and they tell you flat out, if you want more trees, basically use up all the paper and throw it away, because all the trees that are planted for paper, that's the thing, is everything that's there for paper is put there by companies who are planting trees. Like we're not deforesting North America
What
anymore.
about the argument that digital comics are cheaper because of the sales, like digital sales and stuff?
How you
know some people are like more into digital.
Like first of all, like you're never
like Comixology and stuff, like memberships and all that.
So what happens when those companies go away?
Well, yeah.
Okay, this
it's the same idea about buying. Like, I don't understand anybody who would ever buy a movie from Comcast. Like, you have Comcast and they're like, buy this movie from us. All they have to do is change one little thing.
What happens if I leave and I go to a different company?
Well, yeah, now I'm going to go to Fios, right? Because it's either usually fiber optics or cable, because usually the cable companies get monopoly on all the lines. Yeah. That's why when Starlink becomes mainstream, they're going to break the cable company.
I just know the Comixology
5G home 5G will break.
But
the
as soon as
cable
you leave, you no longer have access to those movies.
Yeah.
So what's the point?
And they don't give you your money back.
And they don't give you your money back. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like, what is the point of wasting money? Why would I drop $20 on, say, Zack Snyder's Justice League, right? With them to have
because you're a big fan. That's why.
Well, yeah, but you know what? I'd rather go buy a physical copy. I'd rather go buy a physical copy. No, but I'd rather go buy a physical copy, or at least have a digital download that I have somewhere that I have stored. I have it, whatever. Plus, look, comics aren't something that I think people should get into as like trying to seriously collect to like resell. If you think you're going to get rich doing that, that's fine. But the reality is if you do get in a bind, right? There are certain issues and certain things that if you have, you can at least sell them to get something. If you just have digital copies of it, ain't nobody going to pay you for your digital copy of nothing.
Right. I just know that Comixology was pretty big. It says that membership thing. Comixology was bought by Amazon. It's how like a lot. They're saying most people read their comics on Comixology now versus physical.
Most people are reading it on a certain website that every comic literally put out every day, every week is free.
Wait, really?
Digital.
There's a website?
Yes. Oh, yes.
By the way,
absolutely
is it legal or illegal?
It's out there. They've been out there for years. I'm not telling. I don't know the legalities of it. All I can tell you is it's out there. They have advertisers. It's the craziest thing, but it's basically a free comic book reading thing where they literally have back issues that go back decades. I don't know how they do it.
Why don't
all
they shut
digital.
it down then? Because Comixology is like the way these companies
And it's
promote
better than
comics digitally.
Comixology. It's better than Comixology because Comixology is in my look. I got rid of my DC Universe thing because everybody's like, "Oh, but you get to read the comics." I don't care about that. I do not want to. I don't care about that. Like that was not worth me paying every month for to be able to read comic books on that are out of print or not even out of print, but like older comic because they didn't even. It wasn't like Wednesday the comics came out and like Thursday or Friday I could read it on.
There's
on
some
DC.
there's like some original comics they put out on the app, and there's like some newer stuff they drop, but it's inconsistent.
Yeah, I'm just saying I never encourage anybody to do anything illegal or wrong, but I just when it comes to like digital comics, I get it for convenience, and if that's what you do, if you buy digital comics and like it's like anything. I don't buy toys to resell them, right? That's not why I buy toys. But at least if anything ever happened where I needed money, even the least like desirable stuff I could sell to somebody.
Yeah, don't sell the Doomcog action figure though. Please keep that.
No, Doomy, he's a one of a kind, so Doomy ain't going nowhere.
By the way, this whole environmental thing wouldn't be an issue if they didn't ban marijuana back in the day, and they should still I firmly. So hemp, hemp. Hold on, hemp was supposed to be the thing that made paper. So hemp. There's a theory that the reason why marijuana was banned way back in the day, and it was illegal and it was a drug and blah blah blah, was because hemp was supposed to replace like paper. So everything was going to be hemp was going to be turned into paper and used, and the companies who produce paper didn't want that. So there's this theory that there's a huge smear campaign against marijuana because marijuana was going to replace trees.
Is this an episode of Conspiracy Theories with Jesse Ventura?
Hey, actually, I gotta dip, everyone. I do have to get some rest. Thank you for having me, Enosh. Thank you, panel.
Firewater, it's always good having you, man. Always.
Thank you, chat. Thank you for
give us a bonus before.
Oh yeah, we got it. Oh yeah, he gave us a live one. Ooh, a live one.
No, Saggy's not lying at all. Okay, no.
I don't have enough yachts. Get me a bonus. Thank you, sir.
William Randolph Hearst was one of the biggest.
GG. Bye-bye.
News.
See you, man.
Later,
Hey man, you got any more bonuses?
Hey man.
Robin Loxley, give me a bonus.
I need to get more cigars and smack my secretary on the ass.
Brian.
That's right. No,
what were you saying, man?
But no, William Randolph Hearst was like one of the biggest newsprint people of like back in the day. Okay, like especially on the West Coast, it was huge. Okay, so basically he tapped Anslinger to because hemp paper was a lot cheaper than paper from a tree, and that's why they did it. It was a smear campaign back in like the 30s. But no, it happened. It's true. That's why we don't have hemp paper, and
that's why marijuana was illegal because because people were smoking marijuana, but they used that as a means of banning.
Well, they were only smoking marijuana because they were listening to Queen and they were listening to Another One Bites the Dust. And when you play it backwards, it clearly says, I want to smoke marijuana. I want to smoke marijuana. And so that whole rage hit. And so people were hearing it, subconsciously.
Yeah.
It made them want to smoke pot in the 70s. That's
but
what
see, if they did, because obviously marijuana laws are being lifted now. If they did go back and start using hemp with paper, it would be more environmental friendly but I don't know why they haven't done that, because again, like we said,
but why would it be more environmentally friendly?
Because it's pot.
That's not an answer though. That's not an answer. Why would it be more environmentally friendly than what is there? And that's not really the conversation tonight, but my question is
it's more sustainable.
Yeah.
It grows faster. Like the
I'll give you that.
Growth doesn't. It's like nowhere near as much. Like it takes years to grow a tree, but it takes six to 8 months to grow.
That's an answer. I'm just telling you the infrastructure is there right now.
Well, of course.
But I'm just saying the reason. No. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not arguing with that. Actually, Brian, that's actually a really good answer for that question because my whole thing is that the infrastructure is there now to turn it over. right? That they've been doing for decades now with paper. And the thing that I used to always get working in the printing industry, like, because I'd get some wackos coming in trying to talk to me sometimes, and they'd be like, "You all should be ashamed of yourself for printing, and you're destroying the environment." And it's like, no, we're not, lady. Like, seriously, like, you don't understand. Like, you're cutting down trees. We're not cutting down trees to give you paper. Like, we're cutting down trees to give you paper, but those trees were planted specifically to make paper. We're not going out into the Pacific Northwest and just cutting down trees anymore.
No, I mean even in the Pacific Northwest, I mean, in terms of like quote unquote logging, those are still like, they're technically farms. I mean, lumber companies are the same way. They don't want like knots in their wood. They want
right.
And look, I've got a lot of friends. I've got a lot of friends who live in Oregon. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Some people who are very close to the channel and have voiced their concern because, all those fires and stuff that just happened in Oregon not too long ago. And it was because, and I'm not, I want people to understand, like, I'm not against environmentalism,
but it's because they stopped foresting.
But they stopped foresting. They stopped clearing the floor of the forest. And so when those fires hit, it all went up just like that. Part of that is tending. Like, it's like, even when you have a garden, you got to clip, you got to garden, you got to prune, you got to do those things so that it's healthy. You can't just let it run wild, because people think that that's nature. So just,
the underbrush basically catches the canopies
here's
on
the beauty
fire.
thing
Once the
of it,
canopies on fire, the forest is done.
And here's the beauty of it, Enosh. If they do start printing comics on hemp paper, right?
Yes, you can smoke it.
After you're done reading it, you just smoke it, and you're good. You're good, guys.
And to read some of those Marvel things, I think that RJ might already be smoking some of that stuff.
Yeah, you can just read the comic, and then once you're done reading the comic, you read the other one, and you smoke the last one, and there you go.
I probably needed to get through some of those Captain Marvel books.
RJ hadn't said anything in a minute, so okay. So I want to get back on topic though here real quick. But William said here real quick, guys, AT&T won't own 71%. The current shareholders would get 71% as individual compensation, not the company itself. So AT&T as a company would not own the 71%. I think that's a really good that's a really good point, actually. And I just want to get a couple of these super chats out of the way so we can finish that article. Ryan with a $5 super chat, thank you. Ryan says, I want to feel the texture of a book, and I have that connection. Digital ebooks do nothing for me. Sorry. No, man. You know what, dude? I absolutely feel you, bro. And
I just like having a physical collection. Like, I want to look on my shelf and see like all the stuff I have.
Heck yeah, man. There a lot can be said for having that, and for being able to actually look at your collection, browse through it, go back through. I mean, like having I think having a good mix of everything, right? Like Azteca here says, I like physical media, movies, music, video games, MP3 players, etc. But I also like digital for its convenience. And that's the thing. There are so many things that I have physical media for, but look, if it shows up on digital, I may just go to the digital because it's easier instead of having to find it, pull it out, and do whatever. But I know that it's always there. But then there are some things, like we just watched Star Wars, right? We just did our whole Star Wars day. You can't get that on physical media anymore. That's where the problem starts, is when the digital media starts to get manipulated and changed, right? Where it's not even, Star Wars doesn't even resemble Star Wars anymore. And so that's a problem. That's something going forward that we're going to have to definitely pay attention to as consumers, because my gosh, Star Wars keeps getting changed. TJ with a $5 Canadian super chat says, I'm in Canada. I have Prime Video, Netflix, Disney Plus, Crave, HBO only because of Zack Snyder's Justice League, DAZN. What is DAZN?
I have no clue what that is. That might be a Canadian.
I've heard of that before. I think TJ brought that up another time, actually. But it equals $70 a month approximately. That's my life. See, I wish that it was only that much for like everything here. But I mean, by the time you get, if you got Netflix, Disney Plus, HBO Max. What are some other ones?
Peacock, Paramount Plus.
I mean, my son Landon was telling me, because he wants to watch iCarly, the new revival of iCarly, because he loved that show as a kid.
June or July.
But shut up. We love iCarly around here.
Boo. Well, no, I love iCarly too, but
What do you guys
Boo, Dan Schneider, boo.
Oh,
He's not involved anymore.
He's not
though.
involved.
Still, boo. He created it, boo.
It's still a good show.
It is, but still boo.
Oh, jeez. But anyways, regardless of all that, my son wanted to like do that. And I'm like, dude, no, we're not getting Peacock for that. I'm not doing it. Like, I
free.
Peacock is free with ads.
It's on Paramount Plus.
Oh, that's what I meant. Paramount Plus. Yeah, Paramount.
You get
Plus.
Star Trek though, and you get A Quiet Place. Those movies after 45 days.
I have 3 services: Paramount Plus, HBO Max, and Disney Plus. That is it.
I might need to get rid of Netflix. To be honest,
I think
expensive.
I think if you listen to me, like I said, that was a legit answer that Brian gave. Saggy didn't give a good answer, but Brian did.
How dare you? How dare you? I was
that's
too busy
revenge.
smoking
That
my
is
paper. Leave me alone.
No, Saggy, that's
I know.
revenge from earlier for telling me you didn't want to hear mine.
There you go.
I still don't want to hear your opinion. You shut up, you John Cena simp.
Oh my gosh. TJ with the $2 Canadian super chat says digital comics for me right now is a convenience. And and I think that's one of the biggest things is the convenience of it, right? So and that if that works for people, then I think that works for people, and it's just got to be what it is going forward. Hold on a second. But Enosh is wrong. How am I wrong? I agreed with. This is only from like 4 minutes ago, so I don't understand how I was wrong. I literally agreed with Brian. I'm fine. I'm fine with hemp being used. I mean, if that's what you're talking about.
It's different than the marijuana that gets smoked.
Yeah. It's not that. So I'm not even talking about the legality of marijuana. Like,
I live in a state where I can go to the store and purchase it. And
so do I.
myself,
my point about that is actually like I don't feel like it should be illegal. I feel that but I feel like they should federally do it. Like, because this idea of doing it by the state, and stuff like that, where it's like at any time
muddies the water.
It does. It muddies the water because then like people can come in and the government can come anytime and just be like, oh, well, you thought you were safe. Guess what? You're not. So, but I'm just a believer of it that it's like if the Reefer Lounge, what in the world?
Reefer Madness.
The stoners took over the lounge. H Barts with a $5 super chat here says, I'm just gonna move on from that. It says earlier you said the package is big and it's on its way. Is something going to happen? Is something going to happen to me?
H parts, I'd be scared, man. I would batten down the hatches.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Later, he gets the rebound, passes it to the man, shoots it, and boom goes the dynamite.
That's what you're getting.
That's what you're getting.
That's a hint.
Just a little hint. Rel McMillan with a $4.99 super chat. What's up, Rel? Says, don't worry about the environment. Matt Reeves will save us from polluting the earth.
Is that just going to be a thing now? But just Matt Reeves. That's just going to be the thing with me whenever I show up.
Yes. We're just gonna tease you about Matt Reeves.
You won't be laughing when the Batman's a good movie, though.
Your love affair with Matt Reeves. So what are you gonna do what are you gonna do if it's not that great?
I'll probably deactivate my account and you'll never see me again.
That's not true. It'll just turn into like the biggest shill for it. It'll be like, no, guys, it was great.
No,
it was
awesome.
You know what you were watching.
Yeah, you
What's
guys
up,
were
Mask of Shy? What's going on, Mask of Shy? Good to see you in here. What's up, Dr. O? Good to see you in here, guys.
Don't forget he's also John Cena.
No, I'm not. All I said was give it the benefit of the doubt. I don't know. It might be good. That's all I ever said.
Dazzin is boxing. That's what we're being called. Dazzin is boxing. Oh, yeah. Sport. Okay.
Who's boxing?
Dazzin.
One of the other channels.
Oh, DAZN. Cinefinity and Beyond. Thank you. Okay, is DAZN. It's for sports, football, boxing, and soccer. Oh.
I've never heard of that before. I might have to look it up later.
Canada.
Yeah, heck yeah. That's see, everybody be loving iCarly in the chat. So Saggy,
listen, I love iCarly too, but after
she's bringing up Dan Snyder.
Everything I do, I base on the iCarly show. Hey, I make spaghetti tacos. And they're delicious. Yes.
I don't know. I just rewatched it after the whole Dan stuff happened. I'm just like, okay, this is. I get it now. I get it.
I get it too. I'm a big fan of.
What's the thing something about.
But she's not coming back. She's not coming back for the show.
Oh, Jeanette McCurdy, yeah.
Jeanette McCurdy.
Yeah, she's not.
Yeah, she quit acting. She's done. She has a YouTube channel actually.
Yeah, I love Jeanette, but the new iCarly, because I know Dan's not involved with, thank God. But isn't like about their kids or something like?
It's like they're adults in college. I think Freddie has a kid. But
yeah, Freddie has a kid. He has a kid in real life too, apparently. But yeah, Freddie has a kid. Didn't like Freddie and her like get
They were together at the end. They were together at the end.
But I don't think they are in this one.
Well, yeah, because they had to write the character out.
Brian's over there like, I don't give a crap about iCarly.
You know what they should bring back?
I was asking in the private chat. No, there's a movie called An Open Secret. It's why I won't watch Bryan Singer movies ever again. Ever again.
No, I haven't watched that, by the way.
No, there's a documentary kind of loosely associated with Feldman, but not entirely. But it's along the same vein. And yeah, no.
Okay, hold on just a second. Hold on. I'm gonna address this real quick. Pollock Juan, this is all I'm gonna say about this, okay? I did not say that paper doesn't contribute to any waste or harm. What I'm telling you is that the science proves that it actually is worse for the environment to recycle regular paper than it is to buy new paper. And the reason is because of all of the processes that it has to go through. That's not me saying that. That is the science. You should look it up. That's what I encourage you to do.
Yeah, I told you guys to go watch that Penn and Teller episode.
I'm not trying to fight you on this, and I am not saying I am not doing anything or saying anything about contributing to harming life or any of that stuff. All I'm saying is there are many things that we do that we think are helping that really aren't helping, and that's actually what the thing that I told you to go watch will actually show you, is that there comes a point where we have to look at it like, why are we doing the things, and what things are we doing that are important, and what things are we doing that maybe we're actually contributing to things that we don't want to contribute to. Because if you are putting out paper recycling, like regular paper, I'm not saying, things with plastic or whatever, I'm saying regular paper is biodegradable. Okay. Regular paper, you can, just because something is considered trash, it doesn't mean that it's a bad for the environment. Okay. And I worked in the printing industry for 18 years, so I know exactly what I'm talking about. If you take paper and you bury paper, regular paper, not plastic, not, additives, whatever, but paper is going to go back to the dirt. That's what it does. It biodegrades. That's why, you have like fruit or something like that. If you put peels or whatever in your garden or whatever, it goes back to dirt. It composts, right? That's what it does. It composts. And that's what you should be using that kind of stuff for. When you send regular paper off to be recycled, what it has to do is a second truck has to come to your house. You're putting pollutants into the air. That truck has to go back to a manufacturing plant. More pollutants. It has to be given special chemical baths to remove any inks or any things. I'm just giving you the lowdown, I guess, real quick. I don't know why I feel like I need to do this, because I love you. I love you, and it's like I don't want you to just think that I'm like just randomly saying don't recycle. I'm saying like it has to go through those things. Then it has to go through another chemical bath. All this puts pollutants into the air, by the way. Okay, this is just known scientific fact. It puts pollutants into the air. It has to be brought down to pulp. Then it has to go through another manufacturing process that lays it out, that dries it, that gives it a chemical bath and turns it white, takes all the inks and everything out. It has to go through all that stuff. Then it has to be dried, flattened, made into paper again. All these with machines running, with things running to create this thing and to make it what it is.
To be honest, your cell phone.
I legit feel like recycling is just a means to make people feel guilty.
I'm just saying there's a lot about recycling that I think a lot of people should do a lot more, because I understand the idea behind it. But again, there are some things, you know what definitely needs to be recycled? tin cans, like your pop cans, your bottles, even plastic though. Like plastic needs to be recycled. like you need to either, like here in Michigan, we just take it back to the store. We get a refund on a deposit. But in other states, like, you know, like those things need to be recycled. But like even those plastics can only be recycled so much before they need to be discarded. That's a whole other problem. You see what I'm saying? Than just the idea of recycling. So please understand, Poloquan, I am not telling anybody. Yes, I do trust science. That's why I'm telling you what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is not some radical, crazy like thing. Yes, it's 2021. This is science. This is science. So don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Okay. Don't think that I'm just saying go, like, you know, don't recycle. Don't try to help your environment. Don't try to do any of those things, because that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. So but I'm not going to retract the statement, because I didn't make the statement that paper doesn't contribute to waste or harm. Paper can. It could contribute to blight. It could contribute to a lot of things. But if it's just pure paper that you're just putting out to be recycled, I would encourage you to look a little bit more into that. That's all.
Can we have more segments of Professor Enosh gives us random facts? Maybe on Dawson's show, the Sunday podcast.
Well, to be
Professor
honest,
Enosh.
your cell phone has a bigger carbon footprint than a piece of paper does.
I'm just saying, like, I never knew any of this stuff, so it's
We
like,
need to get
that's very
Enosh
educational.
like a doctor's lab coat or something, and have him wear glasses.
Professor
when he does
Enosh,
his- right,
dude. Professor Enosh.
He does these
Look,
little ramps.
I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of stuff that I know about because I've done a lot of things. Okay. One of my first jobs, I worked in a plastics factory. So I got to know and like learn about how plastics work, like, you know, like how, where plastics come from and all those things. So like, you know, so trust me, I am never one, and you should, and anybody who watches me knows this. I am not one to just flippantly make like random comments. Like, I know what I'm talking about.
He's seen things.
I've seen things. I've been places. Dr. O here with a $3 super chat. Thank you, Dr. O. Says, Enosh, you ever see an Origin Hawkman movie? Like, do I see one coming?
Yeah, because I think he's going to be in the Black Adam movie.
He's going to be in the Black Adam. He's definitely going to be in the Black Adam. So what I think about that is, if the character does really well, I'm hoping that we get to see more Hawkman.
Hawkman and Hawkgirl team up movie would be amazing.
Oh, can you imagine that? That'd be so excellent.
I freaking hated them in the freaking CW freaking TV show.
The best Hawkgirl was the one in Justice League.
That was the best Hawkgirl.
Oh, yeah.
The live action one was just I'm glad they just like sent her on her little merry way with Hawkman.
Cool. TJ here with a $2 Canadian super chat. Thank you. TJ says DAZN is the app that I watch football on, and that dude Vince says DAZN is in the States too, I think. So
cool.
Yeah. So,
I does know what that is.
Boo.
I tried.
Yep. Let's see. I'm just trying to look through here real quick. H Bartz says iCarly is legendary. Now revive Drake and Josh.
I would love that. I would love.
They won't do it.
Josh show.
They won't do it though. Yeah.
I know.
It's too bad. Some of those shows, man, you know, the kids grew up, like my kids grew up with those. So, you know,
I grew up with Drake and Josh and the Amanda Show. Those two.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh,
Yeah,
the Amanda Show.
Dan
Can you imagine
created
trying
all
to get
those
her back? Oh boy.
She's still in her conservatorship.
Yeah, is she?
Yeah,
okay.
she's still fighting the conservatorship. Yeah.
Dang. TJ here with another $2 super chat. Says, I grew up on the Amanda Show, not Carly, not iCarly. You guys remember Victorious? I liked Victorious too.
I watched Victorious as well.
I don't know
That's
why.
where Ariana Grande got her start.
I know. That's shows that I didn't mind watching with my kids. Honestly,
wasn't it like a new one that came out, Henry Danger or whatever, the superhero one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I never got.
I didn't like Victoria. I mean, I wouldn't say I didn't like it. After iCarly, Victorious just didn't bite to me like the other shows did. And I was just like,
Brian's looking at us like, what the heck are you guys talking about?
Nickelodeon shows that were actually pretty good. Well, it's like weird because me and RJ clearly don't have kids, so it makes sense for Enosh to talk about it.
Yeah, we're like the weirdos here.
Well, you know what the thing was that they were funny enough that like you could watch them like a sitcom, right? But they were kid-like enough that my kids really liked them, right? And so that's what I liked about those shows. The one thing about iCarly that always kind of creeped me out was the relationship because they even mentioned it one day. There was an episode, the relationship between Sam and Carly's brother.
Spencer.
Spencer, yeah.
They had a relationship?
No, but they did things every once in a while that like were sus.
I don't remember any of that.
They did a lot of stuff in iCarly that was sus.
I don't remember that at all.
I don't
It's been
remember that
years since I
either.
watched it.
I remember there was a scene where it looked like there was a male part on the Freddy's door. You got like a glimpse of his door number, and it was like.
All I'm saying is, I believe that there was once. I mean, I remember there was something, but I think it went something like they were in an argument or whatever, and they started to walk away. Sam went, and he's just like, "Well, but you like me. You got a crush on me or whatever." And she stops. She goes, "What?" And he goes, "Nothing." And then they walked on. Like, and so like it was meant like as a fourth wall kind of break kind of thing, where it was like, "Hey, we understand, that people think this already."
That's
so
weird though, because Spencer's like the adult of the show.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Cinefinity and Beyond says more like Paper Dexter Lounge. Hey, and Polo Quan, I'm so glad. This is why I have these moments, because like I understand that there are some like topics that are, obviously don't have anything related right now with what we're talking about, because we do that here on the show. We talk about a lot of different stuff here on the show. But Polo Quant, thank you so much for responding. It says, "Cool, Enosh, thanks. I will check it out. I will read on it." And that I think that's important for anything, guys. Right? That anything that we think has a bearing on our life or the world that we live in, it's important to always be researching and always be learning, even when we think we know something right at one point, because that can change, And he says, and Polo Quan then says, "You say Polo Quan very well, by the way. Thank you."
Polo Quan, I think you let him off the hook too easily. I think you need to come back and just beat some sense.
Well, there must have been something wrong with her internet. I am so sorry.
I think her router got shut off.
I was canceled.
Good. You need to be.
I love everybody learning recycling with Enosh Food. Of course,
that's what I'm saying, man. Make Professor Enosh a regular segment on the show.
Of course, you'll take it. Croc University. Sign up now. Professor Enosh over here. I just need to get a lab coat, and yes, that should be something that I do like on a show somewhere. Peter Rabbit's Defender with the $4.99 super chat says, "Thought on Kevin Spacey's comeback. I'm going to be sick, and he doesn't deserve to be back. He doesn't get karma and doesn't learn anything. I hate him."
That's a whole can of worms. I'm not sure if I want to answer.
Yeah, I don't think I have a Professor Enosh statement on that.
I would just say I'm disappointed. I'll just put.
I will say I didn't follow all that because I don't know. I don't know Kevin Spacey, but I do think it's like really sus that certain actors get a comeback while certain actors get canceled completely. It's like weird how they decide on this thing. So I think it's like if all of these actors who've been accused or if went to court for these things, like if they're not allowed, if they're getting blacklisted from Hollywood, why is Kevin Spacey getting like the pass? It's just weird. But also, I think the show though that he's on is it even American? Is it an American show?
No, it's like some foreign film he's doing.
Right, it's a foreign film. So I mean, honestly, I don't see anyone here like really caring that much unless you're like a diehard Kevin Spacey fan. So.
I thought he was good as Lex Luthor. He's probably the best part of Superman Returns for me, but. Look, there's some things, man, when I hear about people doing some things, I'm just like,
yeah. Well, I love The Usual Suspects. It's my favorite movies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brian Singer.
Kevin Spacey's a great actor, but it's like if you're gonna get up and stupid,
okay, dude. This is it was a racket. Okay, so basically, what that movie was about was that there's like two really big shots in Hollywood: Mark Collins Rector and Brian Singer. Okay, they were also associated with Brian Peck, who was an assistant to Dan Snyder. Okay, so all four of these dudes were part of a ring. Okay, Mark Collins Rector left the country to a non-extradition country because he's in trouble. Okay, Brian Singer hasn't done anything in years because of it.
He got booted off that Bohemian Rhapsody movie.
Schneider got fired from Nickelodeon.
Well, he left. They gave him a severance.
Yeah, they parted ways.
And I'm not sure if Peck's working or not, but I just know that
Disney hired him.
I think Disney fired him.
No, he's not still working for them though.
But they hired him after everything. That's what made me mad.
That's well, the thing about it is that they're all connected. You know, and they all either worked with somebody back in the day because they used to do Disney Channel shows.
Listen, the moment you get convicted, because Peck got convicted, he did.
Well, I know that, and so did some of the other ones. But I'm just saying that's the powerful people.
Yeah,
that's powerful people in Hollywood that cover the crap up. They've been doing it for years.
Oh yeah, that's why, like I said, when it comes out, that's why I love.
But I'm just saying to press one studio for doing it and not press the other ones. That's just ludicrous.
Right.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. That's
you can't hold Disney's feet to the fire because of that, and not hold Paramount. CBS, every studio to account for that kind of stuff.
They all should account for it.
Then we wouldn't watch any entertainment at all, because I'm telling you right now,
I'll play video
every
games.
single one of them.
Oh, trust me, there's abuse in the video game industry too.
Well, Kevin Spacey is in Call of Duty, so he's the one with Call of Duty games.
Kevin Spacey, his thing was that he just liked younger dudes, like way younger dudes.
I don't know why I'm laughing. It's just cringe when you say that.
No, it's just these are things that I've done research into because I've been curious about it.
Why? I just don't know in what universe we live in, like that these Hollywood, these entertainment people think that they just can do whatever they want. Like, this isn't like friggin' Rome, like back in the Roman days when this stuff was like acceptable. But it's like I don't understand why these people, like, I know we're all just trying to enjoy entertainment, but sometimes when you just look at all the dark stuff that goes on,
it's because absolute power corrupts absolutely.
That's why I won't even watch Steven Spielberg movies anymore.
Like, what? I just can't.
Why?
Wait, what does Steven Spielberg do? Now I must.
You don't want to know. You don't want to know.
Steven Spielberg.
Very subtle subtext.
I'll have to ask you about that.
For a brief example, just Indiana Jones, Temple of Doom, Raiders of the Lost Ark. Indiana Jones had an affair with.
When she was weird. Yeah,
when she was in her teens.
She was I could have sworn that was Marion was an adult though. Come on.
No, she was not.
Marion
Ravenwood was a
yeah.
She even says it. She was a young girl.
I mean,
and I've heard the.
I thought the young girl meant like early 20s though.
No. If you do the math on it,
she was in her 20s at the bar, and that was 10 years ago.
Yeah, if you do the math on it, basically Indiana Jones had an affair with a teenage girl, and it's creepy.
And not only that, but
the only thing I will say about that,
I'm scared right now.
Well, yeah, okay, but okay, and so the only thing I will say about this is not to defend that, but one, it's in a movie, and it reflects a totally different time, because you're talking about, like, what is that supposed to be in, like the 20s?
20s, yeah, no,
20s or 30s. And look, we have evolved as a civilization now where we have parameters, we have things that we've set, and those are for good reason. Thank God we have those
I've watched
parameters.
that movie so many times.
But the other thing about Spielberg is he's always putting children in compromised positions in the movies and stuff like that. So it's like,
I honestly, when I look back at those things, I'll probably be like, yeah, that's sus. But that's what I mean. Like, it's just weird that these things happen.
Well, it's just stuff you don't notice at the time. I mean, hell,
this is why I'm glad we have YouTube now and people who are calling this out. And it's like, it sucks because, we do watch all this stuff and we enjoy it, but then, like, we sometimes forget all the dark stuff that goes down in Hollywood. It's like, it's like, at what point do these Hollywood people really just, like, realize, like, dude, they're not freaking gods. Like, you have money, that's fine, but you can't just go out and do the things you want.
Now Indiana Jones, it's like I have to re-examine that now. It's like, oh, no.
I don't want to re-examine that.
No, and the thing is some of those things, like, if you over-examine them, they'll make you start to hate everything.
You could see stuff in everything. It's like where they're like the Brontosaurus sneezes on that little girl in Jurassic Park.
God,
and they're just like, oh my God, that's like, so.
You know what I noticed though, that too is like, what was awful? After my mom passed away, it was hard for me to watch movies and TV because almost everything I watched involved somebody losing their mom, and I was just like, "This is awful." I'm sitting there
especially
watching
Disney movies, man.
Oh my
They're the
god,
worst.
yeah, I was sitting there watching all these movies and TV shows, and everyone's friggin' TV story arc was their mom died, and I'm just like, I hate my life right now. This is awful. I can't even enjoy TV right now.
Real quick, TJ with a $2 Canadian super chat says, "Oh, also Keenan and Kel. That was my favorite. Who loves orange soda? Kel loves orange soda.
I love the Good Burger. Good Burger, I love that.
I love Keenan. I still love Keenan on Saturday Night Live to this day. Keenan is just like the bright spot and everything. It's like he doesn't age. I love him.
He has a new show on NBC, by the way.
By the way, speaking of Saturday Night Live, two things. One, Keenan, he does a great Bill Cosby, which I feel bad for him because he can't do that thing anymore. But they did a great sketch that was supposed to go back. Remember the old Hollywood Squares show that was like back on in like the 90s or whatever, and they had like all the celebrities and stuff, and they would do it. So they had an episode of that where it was like all the people who were in the squares, all the celebrities were people who had either been canceled or like we don't talk about anymore. So like they kept omitting parts. It was supposed to be like on the Game Show Network, and so it kept omitting parts of like. So it got to Bill Cosby, and like he was the center square. It was like, I'll take Bill Cosby for the center square. There was Keenan, and Keenan's all like, oh yeah, this is good, and he starts going into his whole thing, and then the screen goes black, and it says due to things that have happened, in current events and whatever, we have omitted this one part. And then it goes back to the panel, and they're like, oh man, I sure do love Bill Cosby. He's just the greatest and best, isn't he? And so it's really funny. But also, anybody who has watched my Mark Uno videos, I got to say this. Pete Davidson, if you watch the channel, I would love to talk to you. Pete Davidson on Saturday Night Live, he is going to be in the Suicide Squad. Okay. Yeah. So you all know I do these Mark Uno videos, and this is probably just a huge coincidence, but they're opening, they're cold open for because it was the season finale of season finale, of Saturday Night Live. And so they had these little segments. They'd have different groups of people all together from the cast, and they were talking about the entire season, about how, what a crazy season it was, that they started off, doing shows at home, and then they were doing shows, under scrutiny with masks and everything else, right? Then it gets to the very end, and Pete Davidson says, but the thing was that no matter what, and I'm going to get a clip of this because I would love for you guys to see this. He says, but the important thing was we did this all together. And then you see that the screen behind him starts to glitch out a little bit, and you see that he's got green screen, and it goes back to the girls, and the girls are like, Pete, have you been doing the show from home this whole time? And Pete's like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And then it flashes again, and it kind of flips out like that, and you hear off screen, honey, your Hot Pockets are ready. Just saying.
And there's a lot of Hot Pocket jokes in those videos.
If you watch my Mark Uno videos, it was exact me with a green screen and Tiffany saying from off screen, do you want a Hot Pocket? Or, we made a whole thing about Hot Pockets with Mark Uno and Mike Zero off of that. I'm just saying, I don't know, but Pete, if you do watch, I'm highly blessed. But it's like, now I want to show that like I did it first. I had the Hot Pockets green screen idea first.
Then SNL's gonna be like, oh no, he's gonna take us to court.
No, I know. No. I mean, I love it. I love SNL even to the bad times, man. I'm just glad that they went back to doing actual comedy skits again. Drav Walker with a $50 Australian super chat. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Drav Walker. You're awesome. Says, I will always go for the physical copy for a comic book. Just want to show love to the stream. Thank you, Enosh, for making me a mod. Oh, you're welcome, man. You're one of those that I'm just always glad to have here, bro. Says, I understand the reason why digital comics are convenient. I just personally love the smell, touch, and feel of an actual comic. You're so right, man. You are so right. There's just nothing like that. Thank you so much, Drav Walker. You are awesome, Luke, and I appreciate I appreciate everything you do, man. H. Bartz with a $5 super chat says, my dad used to watch Drake and Josh iCarly with me, and I used to watch Victorious alone. Aw. Oh man, I would have watched Victorious with you, bro. I'm so sorry. Yeah, well, everybody's got their favorites. Everybody's got their ones that let's see. Here's a question. John Collins says, Enosh, I don't know much I don't know about all the stuff about hemp. However, you live in Michigan and it's beautiful. Michigan has seasons. Absolutely. I live in Florida and it has about 9.5 months of hot summer. Yes, I know. Well, that's why a lot of people from Michigan go down there, John. That's why they all leave here and head down there. But yes, we do get seasons. It's really warm though right now. And then real quick, dang it, I don't want to make sure I didn't miss anybody.
Oh, I know. I lost all of them. I couldn't even go back to the draft block where I was like, shoot.
I see one from Rational Skeptic.
I got to anchor one. Sometimes you got to anchor like a comment, and so that way it won't go off on you. So Ryan's right there with you. It says Spielberg is a little sus though.
A little bit.
Zeno just saggy is ludicrous.
Well, I kind of get where Zeno's coming from, but
excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the furthest one back that I have. I hope I didn't miss anybody.
In the chat. I think they did that, but yeah, no, it was way up there.
Okay, let me see, because I can pull these up here in just a second, because that's the problem with this. I never want to miss anybody.
Brian almost caught hands.
I don't hate them. I just noticed this, and
this was the next one. Awesome.
Just know it for what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. So this was the next one. Rational Skeptic. I can read that with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Says, what will David Zaslav do with DC? Will he keep Hamada and JJ around? Well,
that's the $1 million question.
That's the $1 million question. I think that JJ, they're not going to let JJ go. We're going to finish this thing, by the way, too. But they're not going to get rid of JJ. They paid him $500 million. I think though, some of what he does will probably end up being redirected, over time. I'd be very surprised if they keep going in the same direction with him, that like they were just going to turn everything over to him.
And if they do, then all hope is lost.
Oh my gosh.
What would happen if Discovery took over and they did nothing different, though? Could you imagine that? Say no,
but that's not going to happen. I mean, that's why companies do these things.
I know.
That's why companies make these changes, and so Dravwalker, I am definitely going to try. If by the way, thank you, Rational Skeptic. If I can, I definitely will. I'm just sick of not being able to find stuff in stores anymore. So
I'm still mad about the Pokemon card situation, because he used to collect those. You can't buy them in stores anymore because they said it's too unsafe at this point because all the scalpers.
Oh gosh, dude, that's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
Like right now, I'm trying to find a GI Joe. I'm trying to find the Major Blood from the GI Joe Classified line, and it's impossible to find. And people are trying to sell it for $150, $180 on eBay, and it's a $20 figure. But that's the thing, is like it's a Target exclusive, so there were 6 to a carton. People are going out and buying the whole carton, and Target is letting them do it. And it's like, stop doing this.
Let them buy once, man. Like, come on.
It's crazy, but that's a whole other thing. Ryan Hartwell with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Ryan. Says, most people in the entertainment industry are horrible human beings. You know what, Ryan? You're not wrong. They should be held accountable, but that doesn't mean their work should just disappear altogether because other people worked on them also. And that's a great point, is that there's a lot of people who work on these things. It's not just one person who worked on it.
Yeah, making movies and TV shows is a team effort.
Yeah, there are a lot of really bad things that are out there in the world, and we can't just lump everything into just one, right? But we do have to we do have to. Then when we see new things come out, we got to be careful then how we spend our money, right? And who we support. And I do think that is important too. There's lots of yeah, I mean here, Neon Sci-Fi says, but don't YouTubers do all that too? Take advantage of kids and people. It's not just Hollywood, dude. There's people in every profession.
It's everywhere, bud.
That's everywhere. There's people.
Look at the Catholic Church. I mean,
oh my gosh!
Anytime someone's in a position of power over another person, they're going to wield that. Hey, Cylon.
Yeah, look at Cylon here, man, with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Cylon. Says, hey there, everyone. Nerd brother Brian, good to see you. Hey there, Saggy. Looking forward to meeting out on Resident Evil with you again.
Oh, I heard my name. What happened?
Say it's about you.
I was editing an Enosh clip. Okay.
Oh jeez. Cylon says that he's looking forward to nerding out with you on Resident Evil again.
Oh my god, I love Silent Scotty. He came on to my show. We were talking about Resident Evil 8 Village, and I was so happy to number one find another hardcore Resident Evil fan, and also Silent Scotty came on. We had a great talk. It was awesome. And yes, Silent Scotty, anytime you want to be on my channel, you are always welcome, even if it's not just Resident Evil. Anytime, you are always welcome because you are awesome, and I absolutely love you. So yes.
Yes, thank you, Silent. Okay, and I know where this comment comes from, but honestly, I have not seen it yet, so I don't even know how to comment on it. But yeah,
I saw Matt Jarl made a stream
stars.
There was a drop from, I guess, Dave Pena's show with Zach.
It'd probably be pretty impressive. I'm just saying. I mean, you probably get a good story.
It would
excellent lighting. I mean. Slow motion. Oh yeah, dude. You know, I get behind that.
I'm just gonna say there's a joke here. There might be a joke there. I'm just now. I'm just saying there might be a joke there. Yeah, we don't want anything from Joss Whedon, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm trying to get through here before things disappear. And then I want to finish this. TJ says with a $5 Canadian super chat, are we going to talk about the supposed script leak of Powerpuff Girls? I don't know about that.
I saw that. It is complete poo poo. It is one of the worst things I've ever read. It's almost as it's. I think it might be as bad as Superman Flyby, in terms of like. Portraying the characters, it's offensive. It's bad. Because you saw the news, right, Enosh, that they scrapped the original pilot and they're going to refilm a new one this fall.
No, I did not see that.
Yeah, they said, CW made a bunch of announcements. Oh yeah, Powerpuff Girls, the pilot we made, we're scrapping. We're going to film a brand new one. We're going to retool the show. It's bad. It's bad, man.
Wow, that's got to tell you something, huh? Like
if CW doesn't even like the pilot, then what the heck happened?
Then something. And yes, TJ, if we had time tonight, I was going to bring up the video that you sent me because it involves a couple of my favorite people. But if not, I will get to that this week. So thank you for sending me that video about Henry Cavill. Now to just kind of finish up on this and where it goes here. And it says. They're looking to get it completely out of entertainment. With AT&T, it's expected to retain majority shares. I think we talked about that. It says, now comes on the heels of the controversial report last year that Marvel was looking to take over DC. First of all, Marvel ain't looking to take over anybody. Marvel is a sub-company of Disney. Marvel is not going to buy Disney or buy DC, and they're not looking to take over DC. Even when Disney was talking about, when there were these rumors about the possibility of them taking over publishing rights, it was not to combine Marvel and DC. That would be the stupidest thing that they could possibly do.
It'd also be a monopoly. Antitrust laws, all that.
Probably with that. But here's the thing. You want to lose every DC fan? Yeah. Do something stupid like combine it with Marvel. That is dumb. That's the dumbest thing. Do not believe this stuff, folks. Listen, Occam's razor, right? Sometimes the simplest idea and thought is the right answer. Companies may buy other companies, but it doesn't mean that they're going to combine them all and make them something else. It's like some big universe. You understand that Disney also owns Star Wars, right? Do you see Star Wars and Marvel movies coming out? No, you see a bunch of people joking about it and saying, oh God, I hope it doesn't happen, but it's not really happening.
But I do see Marvel Comics making comic books for Star Wars though.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, sorry, dude. Okay, does anybody remember back in 2001 when WCW got purchased by Vince McMahon?
Yep.
Okay, what happened to the product?
Oh, it sucked after that.
All right, so hypothetically, if this were to even take place, as a Marvel fan, I would be pissed. Okay. No, dude, seriously. Competition gives us
good.
a better product. So
Mhm.
get off your ass, DC, and start making some good effing movies.
I just to play devil's advocate though, Enosh, let's say Disney did acquire DC as a brand. What would your initial reaction be? Like, what would your feelings on that be? Just to play devil's advocate and say this does happen.
So I honestly, if I'm being absolutely honest, I would be torn because on one hand, I feel that okay, Disney would probably put a lot into it. And
They pamper it, they actually take care of it and respect it, maybe.
Very possible. It's very, very possible. But in that same vein, I would really hope that they would not try to make it into what they've done at Marvel. And just make it,
I wouldn't trust them to do that though, to be honest.
And that's the problem. That's the problem is I would have a concern that they would try to treat it the same. Right? That they would try to treat it exactly the same, and it's not. Those properties are completely different, and it's not it's not the same. It's not the same. And I see you guys in the chat talking about the next thing I want to talk about. So I do want to get to that. But yeah, it's a totally different thing. They're totally different properties, and they need to be treated with respect for what they are. Not trying to combine them. And even when I say combine them, not trying to combine feel and tone of both of those things like that they're the same thing. Right. And then because it goes back with this statement, the next statement on here, it says, now this comes off the heels of the controversial report last year that Marvel was looking to take over DC. That's totally blown up proportion. Marvel was not looking to take over DC last year, in this now confirmed major sale. This is not a confirmed major sale. Listen, for God's sake, people, it matters where you get your news. It matters what you read. And I'm sorry, but
no one even heard of this website until the other day.
Businesscrap.fart on Smash doesn't. Who the heck? Look, they literally have something over here that says their number 2 article in Popular Lifestyle is Zack Snyder on changing Marvel Cinematic Universe.
He did make a comment about that if he went there, he would probably mess it up, though. He said,
People make comments, and then you get these freaking headlines from people who are just trying to literally get your clicks and views and get you to come to their website. And unfortunately, look at Doomcock. Doomcock had everybody convinced that they're going to reboot the entire Star Wars sequel trilogy.
They're going to retcon.
Shut up. Shut up. It's
Don't
not
forget,
happening.
Brie Larson's going to be Mara Jade.
Oh, according to Mike Zero and Doomcock says Brie Larson is Mara Jade. Mike Zero says that the chick who was in Jumanji is going to be Mara Jade, and that Brie Larson is still on the Acolyte, and that she is never that last year Jon Favreau put his foot down and said no because Jon Favreau doesn't like Brie Larson, and so he put Brie Larson in her place.
Karen Gillan is going to be Mara Jade.
Look, they can't even make up their mind. So here's the point: stop giving your attention to this. I'm ashamed almost that this article has gotten this much traction.
It was trending like the whole day.
I know. And so here's the thing. This statement right alone. Kevin Feige, who runs the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, could assist in the development of the DC universe.
Why would he want to, first off?
No.
It's like trying to say he's going to run Star Wars. Remember they said he was going to take over Lucasfilm and run that too?
No. He ain't going to run Star Wars. He ain't going to run DC. He ain't gonna run any of that stuff. You know why? Because he's running Marvel.
But Enosh, he can do both, okay? He can do both because he's not a human being. Apparently he's just a robot that can just like do everything.
Right.
If anything close to this happened, I'd be done.
Really?
I would be out. I would be out.
You wouldn't want Kevin Feige in charge.
No, I do not. No, because I don't want it to be treated that way. Okay. Would I stick around to see what they do? Absolutely. Because I'm a rational human being. But I will tell you that is not a good idea. That is putting too much on one person's plate because he's already got too much to map out with the rest of the
He's already
Marvel
getting way too busy
universe.
with Marvel.
And
Shows,
to be honest with
movies.
you, and to be honest with you, Marvel has got an uphill battle right now because look, I watched that Eternals trailer. That Eternals trailer did not tickle anything for me. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now, I'll be honest with you, nothing DC right now is tickling anything for me either. So I'm just telling you, like, maybe I'm in a state of blah right now, right, for what I'm seeing, but I'm just kind of hovering. I'll be honest with you, but there ain't nothing about the Eternals that just like sparked me to go, oh, that was good. You know, it was a funny joke at the end. You know, who can take over for, you know. I
mean, I wrote in that thread, you know, I know nothing about those characters, so for me, I don't know what to say. I'll say it looks visually interesting. I like some of the visual look for that movie. It has a great cast. I just need to see more from it. You know, I'm not like over the moon excited to where like compared to other movies coming out, I guess.
Yeah, no, look, it would be such a bad idea. It would be such a bad idea to try to put you know, him in charge. I just no. He's doing a great job with Marvel. He understands Marvel. He understands how that thing is working.
He is one of the most successful producers of all time. Like what he's done with Marvel is like
you can't
once
take
in
that
a generation.
You can't take that away. You can't take that away. But the reality is that I just they've already got.
It'd just be another example of making DC like Marvel, which I know you already hate.
Yep,
yeah,
and I just don't think that works. That just does not work for those characters. I don't want to see that. I just don't want to see. I don't want to see the DC characters running around on screen cracking jokes. I don't want to see Batman cracking jokes. Okay, I got that. It's called Justice League 2017. That's what I got.
And that was a horrible movie.
Yeah, something's bleeding. I don't not like you. Shut up. Get away from me with that. Seriously. Like, I don't want to see that. I don't want to hear that. If you try to give me that, I'm running for the chopper.
Run! Go! Get to the chopper!
All right. Well, here's my thoughts on the matter, and then I'll be done. No, I as far as the competition goes, everybody knows where I sit on this one. I don't see it. I don't think if Disney were to buy it, I don't think they would stretch Kevin Feige any more than he already is. You know what I mean? He's got enough going on with Marvel, you know, to shake a stick at. So, and I don't want to see anything get micromanaged, because what'll happen is both will suffer if it happens that way. So,
well, but didn't you read the article here, Brian? Because the last paragraph says this: imagine seeing Batman, Superman, and the Justice League teaming up with the Avengers.
No,
why are we posting this days later? Well, I don't know, because we had to like come up with a BS in some boardroom somewhere. No, simply because a close friend at AT&T confirmed this deal is actually in the works.
Yeah, they have a best friend who works as a janitor.
Look for this to gain heavy steam in the coming months. It's gaining some heavy gas already.
Well, okay, I'm a Star Trek fan. Ask me if I want to see a Star Wars Star Trek crossover.
I mean, never. A comic book.
Do you want to see?
I don't ever want to see it.
Not even like a comic.
I don't read comic books.
They did a Marvel and DC crossover.
I watch cartoons and movies. Okay, I'm like a normal person with that. Okay, so as far as like that goes, I don't really care. And if I do get my comics,
what's up, Fatma?
The ones I do care about or pay attention to are the new Star Wars ones, and I watch those on YouTube. People like do voiceovers and dramatizations on them. You can watch them on there. So it's like, you know, whatever. As far as the whole like, will the physical media over digital media, it's over, dude. Like the debate's over. So I mean, physical media will be for collectors in the future.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like video games. Every video game I have is off of Game Pass. I don't physically own video games anymore, unless it's for a PS3.
Well, I will just tell you all, and this will settle this topic, and we'll move on. But H Bar's here with $2 super chat says, honestly, Feige would destroy DC.
Through micromanagement, yes.
Yes, and no. I think best case scenario, he just turns them. Oh, I'm echoing in somebody's thing here. Best case scenario, Best case scenario, he just simply changes it and makes it something completely different, right? Worst case scenario, it's absolutely unrecognizable. And absolutely worst case scenario is this last freaking stupid line about, wouldn't it be so cool, guys? Come on, Brian. Wouldn't it be so awesome, Brian, to watch the Avengers with the Justice League? Oh, it'd be so cool. Everybody just together being buddies eating shawarma together. Come on. That's what we want to see. And we know that there'd be no collateral damage in that world, right? I mean, unlike that we saw in the Avengers movie where literally, buildings were toppling.
There's collateral damage in all the Marvel movies, though.
Oh,
that was what Civil War was about.
Fans. Not according to fans. No.
Well, listen, Enosh, I'm a fan, and I'm telling you, there's collateral damage.
They dropped an entire freaking city.
I know. All right, and then H. Bart's here had whoops.
And Joss Whedon did it.
Yeah, Joss Whedon did it. Where's H. Bart? Okay. Feige DC films would just be Justice League. And
I don't know if I go that far.
Oh, it would be. Oh, dude, that's what they were trying to go for. That's the whole. But
you didn't have a guiding hand like Feige knew what he was doing to make it actually good.
A guiding hand to what? Hand him the back credit card.
I'm just saying.
Man. No, man. That's what it would go to. It would all go to light, just lighter fare. Like look here. And this is the thing is Damon Impact says here. I'm done as a DC fan. If this deal goes ahead, it's a bad idea. I'm just going to tell you straight up. Just listen to me. Williams' background is really loud. But here's the thing. I'm just gonna tell you guys straight up. This is why this is not happening, and then we'll move on. Here's the thing. First of all, this Discovery deal is not done. The idea that they are going to sell anything before this Discovery deal is even done is dumb. It is stupid. That's not how this works. Okay. Do you know how long did the Fox deal take for Disney to put the Fox deal together? Took a while, didn't it? They kept talking about it. It took like over a year. Took over a year for that to happen. They've already said that this Disney, AT&T, Warner Brothers issue is going to take at least a year to 2 years for it to manifest in anything. Then and only then would they even be able to talk about anything. But it's not Discovery's deal. It's whatever they want to do at that point. But you're not going to see even like the week that the stupid thing was announced that all of a sudden, oh yeah, look, guys, we're a bunch of Marvel shills and we want DC to go to Marvel so it could be good again. Shut up. Get out of here with that. This is a fake story. This is a crap story. This is not something that's real. This is not something that you should be worried about. This is absolute garbage news, and they should be ashamed of themselves for literally putting this in print because they know they are lying. I don't know who this friend is that apparently they say that they have that works at AT&T.
It's the janitor.
But I swear to God, whatever friend that is not your friend because they're lying to you. If you really have a friend there, you're being lied to. Whatever. What is that? On Smash or whatever.
That's Smash. I heard of that today.
Yeah, nobody's heard of that. Nobody cares about that. This just ticks me off because this kind of crap gets traction, and I got it bad enough being a DC fan. All right, that I got to put up with crap like this, and then our next topic, I got to put up with things like Variety putting out hit pieces on Zack Snyder, talking about equating Zack Snyder's top 10 movies when he's done 9 movies, and they add Justice League 2017 into that mix. Shut up with that. Okay? No, and then they go on about Man of Steel. That gets traction. That Man of Steel is a heartless movie and all this stuff. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry, and I'm not going to put up with that crap anymore. I'm not going to just watch that garbage anymore, and I'm not just going to listen to that garbage anymore. Please, ladies and gentlemen, look into who you're getting your news from. This should have never trended. This should have never been a thing. It should have never been anything that like we even had to talk about because it's absolute garbage news. It's literally a bunch of fanboys sitting around talking about, look, we could talk about and speculate all day. What would it be like if you like there are comics that do that. There are comics that do that. I mean, you know, I almost bought an action figure this last week of like Superman with the Captain America shield and Thor's hammer and all that stuff because it was a comic book. It was fun, but this junk has just got to stop. William, I'm gonna get to you because I know that you just were able to chime in. But Bradley, first of all, with the $9.99 super chat, I had invited Bradley on tonight. And he couldn't come. He says, I'm sorry I couldn't join you all tonight, but I just wanted to say much love to all of you. Oh, thanks so much, man. My internet is bugging, but hopefully I'll see you guys next time. Bradley, we love you. I loved your take the other night, man, on some stuff, and it was great having you here, bro. H Bart's here with another $2 super chat. Says that's why Zach would hate working with Feige. Look, they've got a plan for Marvel. They've got it all mapped out. Yes, they have great directors and stuff, but those directors are not able to just do whatever they want to do, and that's good to a point. That is good to a point, right? That I believe in the fact that they have a plan. They're sticking with that plan, and good for them. But I do think that there are times when it needs to be. You need to be able to have as a director the carte blanche to do what you want to do. Zeno here asked real quick before I get to Super Cam. Zeno says, how could anyone stop being a DC fan if this silliness happened? That would mean everything you loved from DC was a lie. I guess I don't understand the
He's basically saying if you stop being a DC fan, if Marvel or Disney were to buy them, it'd be a little silly. Basically, is what he means.
See, I get that, and I would wait to see what they do with it. All right, but on the surface, I don't like the idea of one company controlling everything. And honestly, DC or Disney is becoming that. They're just becoming like they just own all these properties, and where are they going to stop? My issue with this is I think I think what people are trying to express is not the fact that they just stop being a DC fan, but like I feel like we feel that it would stop being taken seriously. And right now, I mean, because that's where Warner Brothers is going with it, that I don't feel that they're taking everything seriously. I mean, RJ and I have gone back and forth the last 5 days about the picture. But honestly, RJ, I'm just going to tell you straight up. I showed yesterday I showed 5 different people that picture. Mm-hmm. And they all look and today actually I saw somebody out and about and showed them that picture from that new Superman cartoon, and they all looked at it and said, what the heck is that crap? Why are they not taking it serious? They didn't know anything about our discussion. They don't know anything about my channel, anything like that. I was just talking to them about like what's coming out and what's going to be happening. I showed them the Batman picture. They're like, oh, that's really cool. That's really awesome. And I said, yeah. And this is the first picture that we get to see of the new Superman show. And they were like, why would that be the first thing that we see of like a disheveled Superman? So I'm just telling you, I think that people in the real world have some different issues. Super Cam 1721 with a $49.99 super chat. Thank you, Super Cam. You are awesome, man. Says, I love Christopher Reeve's Superman, but I've had it when people that believe there can only be one Superman. Oh, dude, I'm so there with you.
Why are we still having that conversation? It's like, dude, seriously, get over it. Like,
dude, it's these Christopher Reeve simps. I am a Christopher Reeve fan, dude. I'm literally sitting. I got my box. This one is out because I got a box of them. They didn't all fit in the box, and I had to bring them home from my other office, and I've got to put them back up at my new office because I love Christopher Reeve. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love Christopher Reeve, and I got the whole set of glasses and stuff. And I've got the figures and stuff. I got all kinds of Christopher Reeve stuff. But here's the thing: Christopher Reeve was from a different time. Christopher Reeve would never want any fans to act like nobody else could portray the role. In fact,
he literally said that's what he never wanted.
Exactly. So these people, like, I'm literally in these groups where people are like,
he had interviews where he said, "I want the character to live on, not just be with me." He had interviews about that.
I'm
Discussing
working on doing a video with Dawson actually where we talk about, and this is going to piss a bunch of Christopher Reeve fans off, but we're working on a video that actually talks about, with interviews from Christopher Reeve, that literally describes the fact that Christopher Reeve would have loved to have portrayed Zack Snyder's version of Superman. That's going to piss a bunch of people off. I already know it. But
you're going to get you're going to get a lot of hate.
Oh, I know, but it's the truth. It's the truth. But Supercam goes on. What's wrong? Went more. I grew up in the 90s watching Superman the animated series. Tim Daly was my Superman then. Now it's both Daly and Cavill tied for first. Look, man, Supercam. Look, I get you. I think it takes everyone. I think it takes all these iterations of Superman to really make up. It should take all those to make up our ideals of what Superman is. It's not just Christopher Reeve.
Well, not only that, but I grew up in the 90s. What happened to Christopher Reeves in the mid 90s?
You got paralyzed.
Yeah. So I mean, like, I'm not trying to say that as a slight or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, there's no way. Like, he could have continued to play that role. Like,
that was a tragedy. That was horrible.
And after Superman 4, he was done. Like, done. So it's like, no, dude.
Oh yeah, guys. I see you guys. I see you guys in the chat. Listen, I have watched now several Christopher Reeve interviews where he's talked about what the character was to him. Do you know that Christopher Reeve himself said that he was pissed off, and well, he didn't say pissed off, but he was upset about the portrayal of Superman that he played, about all the campiness and the lightheartedness and the cheesiness. You know what he said that he loved most of all was the seriousness and the sensuality, and he used that word, the sensuality that Superman and Lois have between each other. Like, people forget, like, we got Superman checking out her panties. Okay, like, that was some, like, dude. Okay, like,
well, she did ask.
She asked. Superman checks out her panties and says they're pink. And like a giddy kid who just saw panties for the first time, and he's like they're pink, and she's like, what? He goes, oh, your underwear. And she's like, oh, and she steps back behind her and she goes, do you like pink? I like pink very much, Lois.
They had great chemistry.
The movie.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Like,
they had great chemistry.
Yeah, let me go put some glasses on and confuse the hell out of you.
Oh my gosh, man! Like, oh my gosh, man! You know, like, I'm just saying that's how we get down here in the lounge. Okay, I'm just saying, like, man, if we want a nice romantic night, man, I just look at Tiffany, I pop in Superman the movie, and I'm just like, I like pink very much, Lois. Just saying. Yes, so I'm right there with you, Supercam, and thank you, Supercam, for the $49.99 super chat. It's awesome. So, and guys, yes, look for that video. I'm putting it together. We're gonna have to write it. We're actually gonna have to come up with the whole thing. But you're absolutely right, Integrity. Christopher Reeve said, I'm a temporary custodian of this role. So you know what? I'm sick of Superman fans. I'm sick of being in 5 groups of Superman fans on Facebook who literally will trash Henry Cavill's Superman and any other person who's portrayed Superman except for Christopher Reeve, literally going as far as saying that they should digitally alter anyone's face who portrays Superman ever again, because Christopher Reeve is the only one who looks like Superman, acts like Superman, or should be Superman. I had a discussion with somebody this week who they came in and they showed a picture of Christopher Reeve Superman and says, I wish that they would get back to the original Superman like this, whose costume was bright. I don't like, and they had next to it a picture of Henry Cavill's Justice League 2017.
Wait, the 2017 one?
Yes, the one that's bright blue and red and everything, and said, this is too dark. It's gruesome. It's dark and it's brooding.
How?
And I don't understand why comic movies should be it should be bright and hopeful like Christopher Reeve. Like, why can't they get back to the original? Which I said,
how old are these people, by the way?
Oh, these are like 40-year-old men. 40
Okay,
to 40
okay.
to 40 to like 55-year-old men. To
Okay.
which I said, "Oh yes, can we please get back to the original? Let's get back to the original, shall we?" Which I then proceeded to post picture after picture of I don't know, the 1940s Fleischer cartoons where his suit is super dark blue and dark red,
Fighting Nazis in charge of the lettuce and
yeah,
top.
or the comics like where he has a dark blue suit. Yeah, can we get back to that, please? Yeah. Oh no, but I like it when Clark Kent. Like literally, this guy was like, I want a nerd geek Superman show that shows Clark like being the geek that he is, because like I love that about Christopher Reeves. First of all, Christopher Reeves, Clark, was not a geek in real life, was not a nerd in real life, and it's shown all throughout the series because every time nobody's around, what does he do? He breaks character because he is not a nerd or a geek. He literally, like in Superman 4, he puts on the whole act that he can't hit a baseball and like is like spinning around and doing stuff. And as soon as the guy leaves the farm who's wanting to sell the farm, he takes the baseball, throws it up in the air and clocks it into space. Okay. Superman in those movies is actually BA. Okay. That's what he is. But everybody only sees the surface stuff, and they're like, "Oh no, this guy's like, I want a geek show or a movie that shows the nerdy side because I'm a geek." Look, I'm a big nerd myself, okay, and I proudly say that. But I know that that's not the character, so I told him, I said, if that's what you want, then obviously you don't want a Superman show. He blocked me. He blocked me for just saying that. For just saying, dude, that's not who the character is. Oh no, we can't have those conversations. Can't have those conversations. Can't have those conversations, man. People have gotten off their rocker with what they think Superman is, what they think these characters are, and that they should just be bright and hopeful. I mean, Batman should be running around, in blue and gray, with the boy Wonder, Yeah,
only Adam West and Burt Ward are the only ones that could portray Batman and
George Reeves' portrayal of Clark Kent. That was never a nerdy, geeky guy. He was a strong 1950s dude, like man who straight up would make
a manly man
who made barrel-chested, who made fun of Lois all the time and winked at the camera because he knew better. Same thing with the way Clark was written back in the day.
So does this mean that there's potentially people who believe that George Clooney is the only one who could play Batman?
Or Michael Keaton?
You're not wrong, RJ.
Wait. Yeah. Did you say Michael Keaton?
Like you got people who haven't let go of Michael Keaton as Batman.
Oh yeah.
And that's the problem that DC is always going to have, that they're always going to have to deal with good or bad. It's just something they're going to have to get through. And that's one of the reasons why, like I always said, anybody who thought BVS should have made $1 billion should have been relieved of their duties and sent somewhere else in the company, because that kind of mindset, when you're dealing with legacy characters like this, you literally have grandparents. Some of you have grandparents that have been fans of these characters. So to say that there's any one type of perception, it's kind of silly. Anybody who says that and holds on to that, they're allowed to, but to try to go forward with backwards.
I hate the argument too that Henry Cavill's Superman is like kids don't like him. Have you seen that argument at all, Enosh?
No, I haven't seen that.
Because I've seen like Henry Cavill's Superman doesn't appeal to kids and give them hope.
All right. So I stopped getting attached to characters in 1995. Okay, when Batman Forever came out, and Val Kilmer was Batman.
He wasn't that bad. He was.
I don't care. I got over it. Like that's what I'm saying. Like people can't get over it. Like that's why I didn't care when Christian Bale was Batman. I didn't care when Ben Affleck became Batman. I was like,
so
all right,
you didn't lose your mind when Ledger got cast as Joker.
Another person going and playing it. Jared Leto. I like Jared Leto because I like 30 Seconds to Mars, dude. Like I liked his music. So I was like, all right, cool. Yeah, I could get behind that. I mean, I didn't really like the Suicide Squad, as it were, but like,
what the heck is that?
Right, so here we go. Let me show you this. So right here, I forgot that the box was right here. So John Collins asked, that Superman glass is awesome. Are all the glasses in the set the same? No, they are not. So here is one. This one's called The Characters. You can see there the characters.
I have these glasses. You finally bought out something I have.
Yep. So there's that.
I mean, it's like people who say Kirk is the only captain in Starfleet. Okay, that's just ludicrous.
Then there's this, and I got good versions of these glasses too. By the way,
I still have mine in bubble wrap.
I want, yeah. Well, I got big old thick bubble wrap over here for these for sure. But yeah. So here, look at that, man.
Yep.
Wow.
I mean, look at that. Well, no, that's Laura.
That's his mother. That's his mother.
Laura.
And that's the ship. That's the ship he came to Earth in the background there.
This guy right here, Aaron. This guy is played by Aaron Smolinski. I'm trying to get him on the channel right now. I've talked to him. He's a super nice guy. He was actually in Man of Steel. He was one of the soldiers in Man of Steel, and he's done a lot of stuff. He's a good, really good guy. So there's that one. I'm trying to be careful with this.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, where'd you get all these, by the way?
Oh, I bought them at various places, eBay and stuff. I found one. I actually bought one. I gave it to ACS, Anthony, when they were here last. I gave it to him because I found it at a Salvation Army, and they had originally put $500 on it. What? I will just tell you this: you can get these anywhere between $5 to $10 a piece.
Yeah, I found the whole set at a yard sale a couple months back.
Look at these colors.
Nice.
Yeah.
Look at these colors. I mean, and
they're layered on the glass. They don't do that anymore. They don't do glasses like that anymore. But
no, I got all the Star Wars ones too. I got all the.
You used to be able to go to like McDonald's.
I got Star
holidays.
Wars. I got Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, the original ones. Like the Pepsi logo on there.
Those are not that expensive either. I found.
I know. There's always people who want to try to get top dollar for them, but they never sell them, and so the price ends up coming down.
I'll lowball them. I'll wait till the first of the month and I'll lowball them.
Oh heck yeah.
It's like those Tom and Jerry glasses.
Hey, real quick though, somebody while I was on the chat before I had to check out, somebody said that 71% of the stock is owned by AT&T. I don't know if you guys saw what I typed in. That's not.
I read your comment. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure people understand.
Look at that art. Look at that art, man, and those colors. Like, I'm so glad I got really good versions of these because I
find a lot of those that are still in good condition.
Heck yeah.
They're either busted or they're in great condition.
He was doing his best share impression.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
If I can turn back.
You have the Wrath of Khan ones? Did you get the Wrath of Khan set?
No, I don't have the Wrath of Khan.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Oh, you can get them for cheap, dude. These glasses, believe it or not, are not that hard to get. But once you get them, they make whatever mantle you have, they look great.
Oh yeah. And then here's the last one.
Yeah, I need to get me a shelf with lots of leather-bound books.
Oh hell no.
Mahogany.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go. So that's a little something there. But yeah, no. So I wanted, when I saw your comment there, John, I wanted to to show you those because man, they're awesome, and I love these like so much. So I love like anybody who comes at me about Christopher Reeve, man. Christopher Reeve was my Superman. Like, for God's sake,
he was mine too. It's the first one.
Dude, he was all of our Superman until Brandon Routh came along. I mean, like nobody liked Lois and Clark. I mean, come on now.
I did.
The show did well.
Dean Kane.
No, dude, actually,
that show did very well.
Brian,
no, I know. I'm being a smart ass.
I know, but I'm just saying the show actually, Lois and Clark did very well. The show did not get canceled because of its ratings. Actually, and this is something I talked to Dean Kane about a few years ago at our Comic-Con, because he talked about it, that what happened was they were getting ready to shoot their 5th season. Okay. They ended the 4th season on a cliffhanger because they didn't know if they were going to be able to come back or not. And what they did was ABC wanted to move on because ABC had something else they were wanting to do. And it might have actually had something to do with Superman Lives because that was the mid-90s. I'm not sure.
Possibly, yeah.
I'm not sure, but it might have had something to do with that. And so they were trying everything they could to tank the ratings of the show. They started moving the show to different nights, and everywhere that they moved the show to, Brian, the audience moved with them. That's crazy. And so like
that show was iconic. I mean, I didn't. Dude, it wasn't my type of deal, but it was great. the numbers.
I had the
Yeah,
hugest
it's
crush
like-
on Terry Hatcher, and then I found out that she was a 49ers cheerleader, so I was like, all right.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I mean, but yeah, I mean, the show actually, like, if you watch the show for what it is, it was actually at the time it was going hand in hand with a lot of the comics. Like it literally was. There were storylines that were happening that were in the show that were happening, like when they got married and all that stuff. I mean, yeah, and there's a lot of people who loved Lois and Clark. But Andrew Casale's right. Superman has evolved for over 80 years. But these people are trying to tell me that Superman hasn't evolved, hasn't changed, that he's timeless, that he should never change. And that's BS.
The medium has changed. I mean,
But-
like,
But one of the things that always makes me laugh is when they say we want more lighthearted stuff. As I said before, these characters were created at a time where people were being put in ovens on the other side of the world.
Yep.
The people who created these characters, almost all of them were Jewish.
yeah,
Almost all of them. Bob Kane,
Schuster.
Stanley Lieberman, Jack Kirby, all of these guys, and they all had contacts back. They had a grandparent or had somebody, and they were in World War II. They were actually soldiers. Stan Lee was in World War II. Jack Kirby, these guys were soldiers. So World War II was a very, very dark time, a very, very dark place. So, and that's what gave birth to these characters. So they've never really been light. If you look at the Fleischer stuff, he's fighting Nazis. All you had to do is know what Nazis were doing, and that isn't your light right there. So I always find it hilarious when people say that, you know, when these characters should be portrayed like cartoon characters or like lighthearted fluff, when they were birthed from darkness, literally a war that killed 20 million people, you know, worldwide, and in the most horrific ways. These were the people. These heroes were created as the outlet for the things that these guys knew what was going on. They wish they had a hero like that. Captain America, same way. I mean, all your major characters that were created in the first 5 years of DC Comics, and in many ways, the first 5 or 6 years of Marvel were come from the same origins. It's just that Marvel's characters are always going to perceive as lighthearted because they came what I call that light window. It was before Vietnam picked up. It was before the Kennedy assassination. You still had faith in your government. Everything was very stark in reality. And you saw even Marvel evolve once the civil rights movement happened. Black Panther came on. Once Vietnam picked up, you saw Marvel reflect the times that was in. But their origins don't come from that, whereas DC's does. You know, and people never do that research. It's kind of sad.
So H Barts, they actually have great Muppet capers.
Yeah, with the baseball
like
diamond. Remember the baseball diamond?
Dude,
I saw that in the movie.
That's my favorite Muppet movie, is the Great Muppet Caper. What color? We're gonna catch them red-handed. What color are their hands now?
Great Muppet Caper is fantastic.
Oh, it's
I saw that as a
fantastic.
kid in the movies as it was released.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I absolutely love it. So yes, so Mary brought this up, and this is this was the other thing that this weekend, like, everybody lost their mind over, was this Variety article that was basically a smear campaign towards Zach. It was a smear campaign towards Man of Steel, and I'm sorry, but I'm angry, and I'm just not going to take it anymore. And I'm sorry, but I see these things for what it is. Zach can't even have a good weekend with Army of the Dead, where literally Netflix puts out that Army of the Dead is #1 across all these different platforms. I love the fact that they actually reported it. I love the fact that they actually promoted it, that they actually, Netflix even went tongue in cheek and said, hey, if you're wondering, yes, this is the Snyder cut. That movie, Army of the Dead, we can't even get into that right now because we will be talking about that for the next 3 hours because we've already done it. Like, if you haven't seen it, there's just layers upon layers upon layers. Like, it's literally there's UFOs and aliens and blue essence, right, Brian? And and zombies, but are they zombies? Because they're not really dead.
Snyder said it himself, they're like robot zombies. So I'm just like, okay, then I'll just shut up then.
They're not zombies, like they're something else, but there's life there because they literally, Zeus impregnates the queen. There's all kinds of other layers to this where it's like, is there a time loop going on here? Is the real Army of the Dead the group that Batista leads in, and every time they go in, they die, and that's why they're the Army of the Dead? That it's not these zombie things that are there. DL Vince.
That's
was,
right, DL. Yeah, right.
Yeah, DL Vince was in here. He's like, don't start this again. I'm just saying, we went down this thing, but here's the thing.
Zombie robot.
But in all of
It was a rabbit hole he did not want to come back.
Oh my gosh! But in all of that, though, look at how Netflix has treated it. Look at how Netflix has been positive towards Zach, giving Zach his kudos, giving Zach, right. Caleb says Netflix actually gave us numbers for the first weekend, unlike HBO Max and WB, who still haven't given us any numbers, and it's been 2 months, and it's too much. So you know what I say? Screw you, Warner Brothers.
Yeah, you're never getting the numbers at this point.
Screw you.
But they're the past.
Screw you.
They're the
but
past.
You're the past. No, and I agree. They're the past, but screw you still. I've had it up to here with it, and that's why I don't care about all your BS. You can announce everything that you want to announce. You know what? You can go on record and say that, all of DC is going to be that Starro is now a huge cosmic butthole for all I care, and I just don't care about what you have. I'm just, oh my gosh. I am so done with all of that. I'm so done with all of that.
Stop reading these articles. Why?
I mean, for the record, Netflix has a pretty good relationship with all of their, the people that put content on their platform. Like when Dave Chappelle was like, listen, I don't want the show on your platform because they haven't paid me yet. Netflix was happy to remove it until they did. So Netflix is really good at showing respect to the people.
Who else is though? David Zaslav, the guy who will give Zack Snyder the next boatload of money that he gets. So I guess
maybe I'm not going to jump on that train. Though I don't know if he's a friend or foe yet.
Real quick. H Barts with a $5 super chat says, "Hey Nash, I was wondering if my shirt is included in the package. It is not, because the shirt has come from Teespring. So, but be looking for your shirt, man, from Teespring. So
it's big, baby.
Yep. Anyone who joins our Poindexter Lounge membership as a the full Poindexter level, which is $29.99 a month, but you get.
I didn't know there was a full. Oh, I got to get on that. Right.
Yeah,
you always go full Poindexter.
I didn't know there was a full Poindexter.
You go full Poindexter.
Never go
you
full
can
Poindexter.
you can choose the shirt that you want, and you get a shirt every month. Or I've even said, if you want to wait 3 months, this is what Tony does. Because Tony's up there in Canada, and so it's the frozen tundra up there, and so I don't think that he has the same. I don't know what his seasons are. So he wanted a couple of hoodies. So I said that's fine. I said if you want a hoodie, you can wait like 3 months, and then I'll send you a hoodie. So but be looking for your shirt, H Parts.
These articles, they're worthless. I would recommend people not read them. Now
all it does is give them attention.
7 years ago, this was all we had. But
can I just say something though about this comment right here? The better part of me wants to say that that's not. Oh no, wait, that's Brad Paisley. So is this like Brad Paisley's brother, Brian Paisley?
No, it's Brad Paisley.
Is it Paisley? Oh, it is. It is. I'm sorry. I had a whole thing there. But you know what? I screwed that up. But you know what? You're not wrong.
Yeah, but who cares, man? Like, that's not a big deal at all. They're advertising their product that they made.
What's that?
I'm just saying, putting paper ads in the Blu-ray copies is not a big deal. I don't understand why people are so upset about that.
It's still associated with the company. I mean,
yeah,
it's not like. But here, these articles, like I said, 5 years ago, that's all we had. But now you literally are interviewing people that were in the movie.
I know.
Most of the guys that have access to the director himself. You have YouTube. You have all these outlets that we no longer have to have it funneled through any particular legendary trade before. So these articles they look like hit pieces, but we don't even need to fight it no more because we have other ways to find out.
It's just them getting clicks because he's in the news and people fed into it and they bought into it because they got upset at it and they played right into their game. That's what they wanted.
Yeah. I wouldn't even read. I'd have read it going. You know why? Why would I give a rat's ass about what somebody says about Zack Snyder and what he might be thinking when I can just roll over to the vodka stream and actually see the guy. Why would I care about what somebody thinks about Dave Bautista is thinking about his
Well, see, that's the
go right to
okay.
Poindexter Lounge and see, hey, he's interviewing him right there.
But see, that's what I'm trying to raise awareness of. Okay, because William, up to this point, and basically, I want to say a shout out real quick to Kenneth here, because Kenneth is in some of those same groups that I am, man. And I feel your pain, bro, because I'm right there. And here's the thing, Kenneth and I don't even think have like all the same views on like every version of this and that we like or whatever. But Kenneth and I always have great conversations, and Kenneth is here, man, and he's watching the channel and he's having fun with us, and he's liking it all. And that's what I'm saying is like, learn how to enjoy things. Like it doesn't like I'm sick of this thing that's like, oh well, if we like this stuff, if we say we like this stuff, we're just giving in to these overlords. And so basically you're telling me to become a shill and just do. No, that's not what I'm telling you. I'm like, oh, give in to the corporate thing. No, that's not it. It's just that everything is not like everything is not something to get triggered about. And so that's why I'm trying to raise awareness, because William, you're absolutely right. Why keep going and listening to these trades and these people who have an agenda and want to sell you a bag of goods, but yet you can go places and actually hear from Zach. Like you said, you can come here, you can hear from Batista, you can hear from Ray Fisher, you can hear from these people who were actually in it and a part of it. You don't have to rely on these things. But H Bart's here with another $5 super chat, says, bought Zack Snyder's Justice League on 4K from Amazon UK. Need to get rid of Justice League. Amen. Yeah. Right away. I
think you missed a super chat, by the way, from Ryan Hartwell.
Did I miss one from Ryan? Oh, let me go back here. I'm sorry. I see H Bart's there. I had that one. Ryan Hartwell. What are your favorite movie posters? The Empire Strikes Back. It's the Gone with
easy. This is easy.
The Gone with the
Gordon.
Brian, what was yours?
Star Trek First Contact, bro.
Oh heck yeah, that's a good one.
I had the original laminated one from our theater back in the day. Oh man, it was so awesome.
I had it autographed by everybody.
Oh.
What's your favorite?
I have that one over there, and I only have 4.
Flash Gordon, the 1980 version.
Nice. What about you, RJ?
Oh man, I have to think for a second.
You only been around for 14 years, dude.
Longer than that, man. Longer than that. 89 Batman's a pretty good poster, just with the logo.
It's very plain, but it's very nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Batman Returns better. Just saying.
Oh, the poster with the snow.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude, it was way better.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? The Rocketeer. The poster for the Rocketeer.
Oh, the Art Deco one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's some low key stuff right there. Yeah. What about you, Saggy? You got a favorite?
This could be scary.
What happened?
Do you have a favorite movie poster?
Listening.
Favorite movie a favorite movie poster. That's tough. That's really tough.
Into the Spider-Verse had great posters too.
Honestly, a lot of movie posters, even if the movie's crap, the posters are usually pretty good. No matter.
Yeah, hey, Howard the Duck had a great poster. That movie was dreadful.
Honestly, a lot of the posters are really, really good. It's hard to really narrow it down to one. Also, sorry if I'm very quiet. I'm still editing clips of Enosh, and it's taking a little longer than expected. So
I'm a little scared.
You should be scared. 100% should be scared.
Is it porn? Oh,
wait, what?
How would she have access to
editing his head onto something awful?
Uh-oh.
Did you just say what I think you said?
He asked if it was corn.
No, it's not that. That's sweet. Why? What?
Is this like Zach and Yuri make a
that's just for her own personal
I fear it has something to do with Jarbo. That's my
you know it's funny because for once I'm not being the inappropriate bad one. Just throwing that out there. Yeah, see, that looks cute. Like
that's not the one I'm talking about. There was a better one now. It almost looked like it was painted.
Oh, is it the one where he's flying through space?
Yeah, and
he's
I'm
flying
like,
flying through the air. Yeah.
This movie has no business with a movie poster this good.
Any Drew Struzan poster is like one of the best. He's one of the greatest poster artists of all time.
Yeah,
I need to get
I
a
don't know.
Generations.
I think there's so many really like the posters on movies are always amazing. Like I said, even if the movie's garbage, the posters are always really
Generations.
great.
Generations was garbage.
I have not. I saw just the one little thing that came out a while back, but I haven't seen anything recently. So I'd have to take a look.
Listen, y'all, if you guys see a movie poster and it's absolute dog crap, just assume that the movie is just as bad.
That's not true. There's been bad posters for good movies.
What do you mean? I've never seen a bad movie poster. I have not seen a single one. What movie poster have you seen that was a bad movie poster?
There's some bad posters for Edge of Tomorrow.
Witness with Harrison Ford had a very plain movie poster, and it was actually a great movie. There's been a
plain
couple.
and bad are different though, because it could be plain. I don't necessarily think plain is bad. It depends on what the movie is.
Well, the movie poster is selling the movie, so
RJ is just jelly.
Yeah, RJ's always jelly.
Listen, the only thing I'm mad right now is peanut butter.
I bet you. Listen, I bet you if it was a poster that had John Cena on it, you'd be all for
That's
it. But
you. You're projecting that.
I love strawberry jam. I'm just saying.
Listen,
I don't like strawberry jam.
Listen,
It's gotta be
all I ever
grape,
said is that for Peacemaker, just give it a chance because you guys could like it. That's all I ever said. You
Oh my
turned it into
God.
this whole thing.
And then there was something about, hey guys, sorry I was late. I was making out with John Cena.
No, that was the good
That was
poster,
saggy.
yeah.
That was saggy.
You
Good
got me
poster.
messed up, boy. You better stop.
Well, Back to the Future is a good one too.
Oh
right?
yeah, those ones are great.
I worked at Burger King when Spider-Man 3 was came out.
What was the first?
And they had
poster
the
for Black
toys.
Panther? I don't even remember.
was that?
That was.
Oh, I don't remember.
I think it was
What?
him sitting on the throne, wasn't it?
Of what?
For Black Panther, the first poster for it. I think it was him
Well,
sitting on the throne.
There was teaser posters, and then there was an actual poster.
Japan movie posters are fire, though.
Oh,
Have you
the
seen
Wrath of
Japanese
Khan-
movies?
the Wrath
Movie
of Khan
posters, dude,
poster,
their posters are ridiculously
Wrath of
fire.
Khan.
Yeah,
You know what
those
some of the
are
worst
too.
movie posters are, though?
No, the Star Trek Japanese
Anything
ones.
that John Cena's on?
No, let me finish. You, John Cena.
You asked the question. What do you mean? You asked the
H Parts, by the way, with the $2 super chat says Black Panther first poster was awful.
Yeah, it was just the
Refund his money right now. How dare you? Refund those
just a
$2.
symbol in the mask. It was
Absolutely
the
not,
teaser,
sir.
the teaser one. I think I still have that.
Wakanada.
No, I was just gonna say the
Wakanda?
Spider-Man, the MCU Spider-Man movies have some of the worst posters ever.
Oh yeah. Oh
yeah, which makes me so sad because like you can make great posters, but Sony's marketing.
Oh, like the
team
one where
sucks.
he's sitting by the Avengers Tower because basically all Spider-Man to them is an Avengers sidekick. Yeah.
No, the weird ones with like the photoshopped heads.
Oh, like
Thing.
Halloween was a good poster. You know?
Yes, Step
My
says the
favorite
thing is my
poster
favorite
of
poster.
all
That's a
time
good
is
one.
Death Note.
Which one? There was a couple of ones that they didn't even, the ones that they didn't put in the theaters with because they were too graphic.
Mhm.
Those ones are worth money because they never actually put them out. The double sheets, those are great.
Starship
RoboCop.
Troopers.
Robocop. No, it's Robocop.
Oh, is it Ropo?
Robocop.
Oh, it's
Oh,
no, it's Rob
Cop.
Rob Cop.
Robocop.
It's Rob Cop.
Rob Cop.
Rob Seinfeld.
That's all right. Integrity. That's funny.
What cool, bro?
It's Rob Cop.
I love typos. They make things so funny.
I know, but so okay. So check this
Autocorrect
out.
was the worst. John.
Because
check it out.
because this pisses me off because look, the only thing that was talked about this was not only was this just bad in general, but it was also misquoted and it was misrepresented because this was actually a Zack Snyder's. It's actually worse than what was originally reported because originally it was just like, oh, they're saying the variety is saying Man of Steel has no heart and all this stuff, but actually it's worse because it's actually this William Earl guy, which that's not you, is it, William?
No,
Get your head down in shame.
I'm not that literate.
showing us your ear earlier. So it's this William Earl guy. It says Zack Snyder's films ranked from Dawn of the Dead to superhero epics to Army of the Dead.
So this is
Now-
an opinion piece.
Yes, this is an opinion piece, but hey, it says one of the most divisive filmmakers of the 21st century. So divisive. Zack Snyder has amassed a legion of both overzealous fans, and critical detractors. Just critical detractors, overzealous fans, ready to stick their nose up at his work. The truth lies somewhere in the middle, as he's an artist who's visually ambitious, often outpace modern technology, working in a land where plot and dialogue are second to getting a kick-ass shot. Shut up.
That's
no,
not fair.
he is
Yeah,
not.
why'd you read this?
because I want
mean,
people
it's
to
just
understand.
someone's opinion, though.
I know,
at the end
but
of
here's the
day.
deal. Here's the deal, though. No, he writes for Variety, and that's why. Because people are quick to get all of their news and stuff. Who else wrote a hit piece on Zack Snyder?
Hollywood Reporter.
Hollywood Reporter. There's these people that you got to understand where. So if you see something by this guy, you need to be able to look at it objectively in the future. That's all I'm saying. That's why I'm sharing it, because this is utter BS. He is not. Who's the guy who made the Transformers movies? Michael Bay.
Michael Bay.
Zack Snyder is not another version of Michael Bay. That line there where we're working in a land where plot and dialogue are set. You know how much plot and freaking dialogue are in Zack Snyder's Justice League, in Man of Steel, in BVS? And if you can't get that through your thick head, then you need to go stick your head up somebody's whatever, so because the sun don't shine up there, and you need to get a clearer perspective when you pull it back out. And maybe if you smell some real crap, you'd know what something really good looks like.
If there's any consolation, the masses who go to purchase these movies and buy them and do all this stuff don't read Variety.
I know.
The pundits do. But you got to realize, as we get these mediums in our own hands, as we're able to get on and gather in our own little circles like we are now, we have less and less use for these formats, no matter how prestigious they are. If they've been around for 100 years, it doesn't matter. You think it's going to matter to 14-year-old RJ how long the Variety's been around? No.
I read Variety for their exclusives, because they have a through line to Hollywood.
Well, here's the thing. How do you do a top 10 list for a guy who has 9 movies?
Well, they counted a 10th one.
Okay, but it says here, he literally says here, defining characteristics aside, there is a joy to hearing Snyder talk about filmmaking. He's clearly a kid in the sandbox, hoping to make the coolest looking things he possibly can. And it's hard not to admire the joy that after 10 movies, he doesn't have 10 movies, and billions of dollars in box office returns, he still hasn't lost. Although that wonder doesn't always end up on screen, it's hard to fault someone who, at his core, just wants to make great-looking stuff. Not great movies, great-looking stuff. With the release of Snyder's newest film, Army of the Dead, Variety has ranked Snyder's oeuvre, taking visuals, plot, storytelling, and slow-mo all into account. First of all, he talked about slow-mo, and that it's not even that big of a deal, but people are
all this is that it's a more pretentious version of a YouTuber's top 10 ranking. That's all this is.
Pretty much.
Yeah. But this pisses me off. This pisses me off, and it's my channel, it's my show, and I'm going to talk about it. Gosh darn it!
No, now it's our show.
You sound like the guy off of Seinfeld. What's the guy?
Did nobody?
We're giving William Earl more attention than he deserves.
Did nobody acknowledge that William called RJ a 14-year-old, or was that just me?
No, we just
said that multiple times.
We know it to be true.
Oh, okay. I just wasn't sure.
Even though I just had my birthday like a week ago.
Number 10, Justice League 2017. Justice League.
He didn't direct
well,
as it was originally released, is the brainchild of Joss Whedon, who stepped in during post-production as Snyder left to deal with a family tragedy, proving that films are truly made in the editing bay. Whedon fumbled the release completely, utilizing a turbocharged reshoot budget to add corny jokes, shift the plot around, and remix the vision from color grading on down. The result is a herky-jerky mess, which bungles the gravitas of the team-up for a sub-Avengers rush job after the studio allegedly mandated the runtime to go below 2 hours and refused to delay the film despite the behind-the-scenes changes. The jumbled mess is Snyder in name only, and with 2021 cut becoming canon for fans, the 2017 edition, which the director himself hasn't even seen, is just an asterisk on his career. And why is it number 10?
That's pretty scathing. That's
a pretty honest assessment right there.
Yeah,
I was gonna say
nothing wrong with what they said.
No, but why is it number 10 on this freaking list?
Because according to the Hollywood,
legit, it is. It's
because it has his name on it.
Yeah, but technically it is.
Batman v Superman, they have it number 9. Get out of here with that.
Miss
me with that.
Ultimate edition or theatrical? That's the difference.
Either, well, hey, even the theatrical
version.
And of course, the duo stopped fighting because they realized their mothers are both named Martha.
That I hate. I hate when people belittle that line.
Well,
Cro-Magnums can't figure out.
The two lunkheads collaborate to fight a CGI blob monster. A dour gray slog. The titular heroes hate each other, hate themselves, hate the world, and the audience grows to hate them. Why exactly are they fighting each other? Because the awful script needs them to. Luckily, the denouement comes in the form of an iconically bad MacGuffin. The duo stop fighting because they both have the same mothers. Shut up with this. This is such a horrible misrepresentation of Batman.
I don't understand the anger with the Martha line. Like, it's not that deep. Like, I understood.
It's a little cheesy.
It's not cheesy. I understood it.
Not at all. Not at all.
It's not
at all. I'm not going to make any friends with this.
No.
I didn't like BBS.
Pause. First of all, the whole thing is
he's gone. I'm done with him.
The whole thing is
no. He's talked up too much this week. I'm done with him. He's gone. He's gone. Never again.
I think the thing is with the Martha line, right? Batman became Batman because his parents were murdered. That was his motivation to become a vigilante and then the hero that we have today. The fact that both his mother was named Martha and Superman's mother was named Martha, it was the cause that gave him a reason to understand the connection. You know what I mean? Like, he was looking at Superman for the first time, not
You're gonna
as
make
a
me
bad
put you
guy.
in timeout, Eddie? I'll put time out, mister, right now.
Take your wrench away.
Listen, there's aspects of that movie
by the way, anybody thinking by the way, anybody thinking Eddie is being serious right now?
No, I've learned.
Maybe he is this time, though. We don't know.
But yeah, everyone harping on that Martha line. It's like, you guys clearly missed the point. Like,
no,
sorry,
I didn't miss the point.
Yes, you did. The point was Batman finally saw Superman not as an alien or a villain, but he saw him as a human. That was the whole point of bringing that connection.
Superman.
And he also saw him as somebody who was about to become an orphan.
Right, exactly. Like, there was a whole reason. Like, it was not just that.
It was a completing of the circle, the fact that the guy became Batman because he was helpless to save his Martha, and he was determined not to let that Martha die. When he says Martha's not going to die tonight, he's completing his circle. He's doing something that he was helpless to do at the very beginning of his entire journey.
Right.
And that was a deep.
I'll say this. I have no issue. Like, my main issue with that movie is that I just don't like that version of Lex Luthor. That's just like the main crutch of it for me. Right. I just don't like that version of Lex at all.
I thought BBS was good. And the reason why
he's absolutely on point. That Lex Luthor is absolutely on point for everything Lex Luthor should be. That Lex Luthor is more manipulative and more in control than any other Lex Luthor we've ever seen.
Jesse Eisenberg's performance is more like the Riddler. Lex Luthor.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not. He acts nothing like the Riddler. He acts absolutely nothing like the Riddler. And I will go on to say Michael Rosenbaum is my favorite Lex Luthor of all time. But you cannot say, dude, there's no way. Look me in the eye, as me being a Superman fan that I am. Was I happy with his casting at first? Absolutely not. Did he absolutely win me over and prove to me that he had it to be Lex Luthor and it's comic accurate? And it actually goes back into some deep stuff with the Death of Superman storyline, where back then there was a long-haired, red-haired young Lex Luthor. Absolutely. I'm sorry. It's dude. It's
no. I mean, that's totally fine. I mean, I'm just saying, like, personally for me, it didn't work. That's all.
Right, William.
I will say, Cristiano. I mean, I'm not making fun.
I understood that,
but that scene became a meme and got made fun of even by own Warner Brothers movies. Like Teen Titans Go made fun of it.
Right, but here's my thing is, like, again, people don't understand what those lines really meant to Batman and to Superman. Like, he was asking, why did you say that name? Because he just assumed he was talking about his mother.
I know, yeah, I know.
Like, come on, y'all be
I'm just saying, you have to understand how people thought it was funny. Like, it got turned into a joke.
It hits Batman like a ton of bricks, and that's why Lois comes in and saves Superman in Batman v Superman, and in Zack Snyder's Justice League. Lois comes in and saves Bruce because she is the key. She's the person, and she helps Batman to understand exactly what's going on. But anyway, that's just number 9. Then it goes on. I'm not going to go through each one of these, but I mean, the Man of Steel one I did want to touch on because that was the big one. But number 7,
how the hell I'm out. But that number 7 bothers me. But oh well. All right, let's have a good night.
All right, man. We'll see you, William. Sucker Punch. You're going to say, look, I like some of these movies. I like some of these movies, but you're going to say they're better than Man of Steel.
Man of Steel is
what? Seriously?
Man of Steel should be in the top 5 at least.
Watchmen number 5.
Watchmen should be top 3. That's a great movie.
300. Number 4. Oh, okay. Army of the Dead, he's got his number 3. Number 2 is at least Zack Snyder's Justice League. This is like the first kind of like semi
acknowledgement
of like what Zack's done. And number 1, Dawn of the Dead, which is a great movie. Don't get me wrong. But
better than the Snyder Cut.
I do think Dawn of the Dead was really, really good, though.
Oh, Dawn of the Dead was.
There's a lot of Snyder fans that think Dawn of the Dead's his best.
That's the beauty of one of these top 10 lists, right? Is that each one of these movies are good. They're really good. But here's the problem that I have is Man of Steel. Listen to the description of this. This ticks me off in so many ways. I can't even tell you that this is being put out by a company like Variety. Snyder's first swing at a household name property was a Superman movie. And while Man of Steel looks gorgeous, is well cast with a game and shredded Henry Cavill as the titular alien and filled with eye-popping visuals, it seems to lack any heart associated with the iconic character. This Superman is dark and brooding, ready to kill and commit massive property damage at a moment's notice while facing off against Michael Shannon's scenery-chewing General Zod.
Oh, screw that, man.
No, it's
Shannon's
not.
Great.
Well, Michael Shannon was great. And yes, he does do a great job. But yes, they commit massive property damage. Shut up with that. For God's sake, there's so much more property damage in like so many more movies. It just
Did they not watch Superman 2?
They don't watch Power Rangers. They don't watch Power Rangers.
From crashing buildings to billowing wheat stalks, everything is shot lovingly in a movie meant to look epic from every angle. But with thin characterization and plotting pace, there isn't much for fans to hold on to, and very little for casual audiences who want to watch the Man of Steel save the day. He saves the entire freaking planet. What more do you want from Superman, for God's sake?
Man of Steel is the best Superman.
When he saves the entire planet, ladies and gentlemen.
Enoch, give the writer of this article a break. They clearly smoked their comic book, okay? Give them a break. They just
then can they please pass the comic book? Because my God, I need something on here. Like, because if you're that high that you think that.
I do remember when Man of Steel came out, it was pretty controversial. I do remember it was divisive.
See, the property damage argument's stupid because, like I said, Power Rangers, look at that show. It's a kid's show. How much property? They've destroyed schools and buildings.
Oh, I know.
Like,
yeah.
come
Angel
on.
Grove has been smashed several times.
Right.
And rebuilt.
Right.
Several times.
Like it's
come on,
like if you
man.
want to
it was
use
a
that
different
as an
tone.
argument.
It didn't want to hide away from the fact that
It's a kid's show, and a kid's show is showing
I'm sorry.
mass
Okay.
destruction.
I'm sorry. Any complaint of collateral damage in a superhero movie is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yep.
I know some people thought it was gratuitous though, because like, oh, you see like the devastation, all these people are dead. It's like it's so gruesome. And
I have a
horrifying.
question. What year did the Avengers come out?
Year before, 2012.
Okay, so what's their problem with a fictional city?
Well, remember,
Metropolis
you saw the Avengers
and a
actually
real
save
city
people,
called New York. Okay,
I know.
Get smashed to crap, literally by the heroes that are trying to save it.
I know, but
No, I'm
Brian,
just saying
they
that-
didn't have a
that's
scene where
most
Superman saved people.
That's an asinine
People
argument.
died in Power Rangers.
I don't care. That's
Who
still an
caused
asinine
the
argument.
damage? That's the question, right? Who caused the damage? Was it Superman? No. Wasn't Superman.
I mean, from Batman's perspective, yes, but
It was mutual combat. Okay, sorry, happens.
I'm sorry.
It's like I remember when I first came to this stream, and this is like remembering like this is like deja vu because the first time I was ever on the Poindexter Lounge, I remember that was a huge argument that was being had in the chat between the chat and Enosh was the whole thing about collateral damage and stuff, and the whole thing is like how do you avoid that in a fight against superpowered creatures?
Here's the thing, Saggy. If they just would have put a scene where Superman saved people in the buildings where they
But
blew
RJ,
up, then
here's
that
the
would
thing.
have.
RJ, here's the thing, though.
No, I get
You're
what
dealing
I'm
with a
saying. That would have made
supervillain.
people
The
happier.
supervillain doesn't give a flying fart about destruction. That's their point.
I know, yeah.
So of course, there's going to be destruction when trying to stop a thing who doesn't care about the safety or well-being of people. Like, that's not the superhero's fault. The superhero's job is to stop it. You know, it doesn't matter. Like, collateral damage is going to happen regardless. Whether the what do you think the Superman's gonna go up? So Zod, listen, there are a lot of people in this city, and I don't want anyone to get hurt. So do you want to just like take this in the back alley where there's no people? And he's gonna be like, yeah, no, sure,
Well,
I
apparently
totally
that's what they
understand.
should have done.
I will
should have
kick
flown
your
off into
butt.
space to fight him, which makes no sense.
But again, like, if, like, hello, obviously the supervillain's like, hey, here's a superhero who cares about the people, so I'm going to fight this person where they're most distracted, where I have a better chance of winning, because while I'm fighting him, he's going to try to save people, which is going to mean I'm going to have the advantage. If you really want to think about it, that's all it is. In a superhero causing collateral damage, it's unavoidable. The people they are fighting, their purpose is to destroy. They don't care about the safety of people. They don't care about our buildings. And that's the point. They use that collateral damage thing the villains do to help them fight and defeat the superhero. The superhero can only do so much. So that whole collateral damage argument is dumb, because first of all, it's fake. That's number one. But two, even if, regardless, how do you stop a villain from destroying anything without destroying stuff yourself? It's not like he's doing it intentional. Let me just move these buildings out of the way by destroying them so I can fight without anyone getting hurt. Like, no, dude, are you kidding me?
So I want to share something with you guys. And I'm going to end up posting here a link to a YouTube video. The guy that I don't even know. I've never watched his stuff before, but he's called Man of Metropolis. He only has 158 subscribers. I'm subscribing to him right now because he actually sat down with artist and writer Dan Jurgens, known for his creation of iconic DC comic moments like the death of Superman. So, for example, I've got this right here, and I've been sharing with you. We're going to do it as
Dan Jurgens is a great guy, by the way.
Dan Jurgens. I have some comics signed by Dan Jurgens, but he was the driving force behind the Superman that I loved when I first discovered Superman in comics. And so this guy had a chance to sit down with him, and there was like a teaser on Twitter that's only like a minute, but it's about what Dan Jurgens thinks of Henry Cavill. Okay, so remember, this guy created Doomsday. This guy created Booster Gold.
Boo, Booster Gold.
Oh, shut up! Without Booster Gold, there is no Blue Beetle. So you can get
Blue Beetle wouldn't be relevant.
Listen, still Booster Gold is still Boo. Okay.
Why?
I don't know. I just never liked him. Yeah, I think they did it. I think.
What do you even know about Booster Gold?
I know he looked like trash in the Smallville TV show. I mean, Blue Beetle did too, for the record.
He's supposed to look like that. Okay, so listen. Here is Dan Jurgens. This is only a minute long, and I'm going to post the link to the full video because I think that everybody needs to go watch this. I haven't even watched it all, but this guy right here. If I'm going to trust anybody about what they think about Superman, I'm going to trust the guy who literally invented the Death of Superman storyline, created Doomsday, created these characters. Yeah, that's who I'm going to listen to.
I just look like he had a footprint on his face.
Is not the person who says, everybody follow me, we're going to go do this, right? Superman leads by example. People just sort of naturally gravitate toward him and follow him. It's very different. It is that quiet sort of role of leadership, and I think Henry Cavill captured that, perfectly. That there, his portrayal was a bit understated, which I thought was tremendously effective. Because to me, that's exactly how Superman is, where Superman is like that in a room full of people, and I think. If Superman is standing in a room full of generals, for example, he's not just going to necessarily stand there and say, okay, you start doing this, you start doing that. That is not who Superman is. He leads much more by example, much more quietly. He just goes and does it in an understated fashion, and I think that's what we saw in the film.
Amen, brother. Yes.
You're right, Andrew Casali. He gets it. Dan
Yeah.
Jurgens is the
Also,
man.
can I say this real quick? How can anyone say Man of Steel sucked when it had Fiora in it? That was a great character, dude. And Christopher Maloney was in that movie.
So if you want to watch that whole video, I am going to right now post a link to it, and you can watch that whole video. It is total. Oh, I got to get past the ad.
No, I honestly, I wish Donner's Superman would come out now. Like, without us knowing anything on it, but we'd had years of Superman, and this is just some upstart Superman. And watch these people tear it apart.
Okay, well, I really just need Henry to finish up with The Witcher Part 2. That would be great.
Well, don't forget he's also going to be the Highlander.
Okay,
It's
but
gonna be Connor McLeod.
But I really need him to finish up The Witcher.
I'd rather see Duncan McLeod.
I'd rather see Connor and Duncan McLeod. Yes, I agree with you, Brian.
Also, I bet you everyone would enjoy Batman vs Superman.
Highlander
John
Endgame
Cena was in it.
Was the shit.
You know, that's the weird thing. It's like I really liked Man of Steel, but I don't know what it is about BVS. It's just like that movie didn't click with me. I love Zack Snyder's Justice League. So it's like I like 2 out of the 3, but the one in the middle is the one I'm
Listen,
like, I don't know.
I was told by a friend not to watch it.
Enosh
And I
was
did.
like, Saggy, did you watch BBS? And I was like, no. And his face of absolute disgust and disappointment in me was real. And I was like, all right, let me go watch it. And then I watched it. I came back. I said, Enosh, I watched BBS. He said, oh. I said, yeah. He's like, well, what'd you think? And I was like, I liked it. And we discussed it. And I was like, I don't see. That's why I'm so glad I'm like not as hardcore into DC stuff as y'all are. Because
No, that's totally valid.
I don't have that mindset of I need to nitpick this part to hell.
Yeah. It's just weird for me because like I liked Man of Steel, Zack Snyder's Justice League I loved, but like BVS, maybe it's just because I'm a Batman. Like, well, no, I was gonna say something, then Enosh might punch me, so now I'm not gonna say it.
No, say it so he could punch you. Say it.
Just
Wait. Hold on a second. I'm getting my punch ready. All right, go ahead. I got the Superman ring on to leave an imprint right on your forehead.
Well, outside of the Lex Luthor stuff, I mean, Jesse Eisenberg for what it was fine. But for me, I just don't like the idea of Batman killing. That's just something that never just jived with me.
RJ, it was great having you on tonight, man. You're welcome back another time.
Are you freaking serious, dude? Have you ever watched a damn Batman movie?
This is the equivalent of timeout for the live show. Like, I swear to God.
Oh, RJ, dude.
I'm going to sit and watch you in the back room here for a second because I can't even, like... I'm going to bring up Dan Jurgens here just because I need somebody to look at to cleanse my palate from that last comment.
You're like the Diet Dr. Pepper of being evil. Like
confirmed. RJ is Doomcock.
Oh man,
because that's a bunch of nonsense, is what that is. I cannot believe that someone I call friend comes on my show. Has the audacity to come on my show. Whoops, I got Doomcock blocking me. I'm being Doomcock
like the
blocked.
one thing you don't say
I'm
on
being
this
Doomcock
show,
blocked right now. Got to punch it to get it out. I'm being Doomcock blocked on my own show. RJ has the audacity.
Batman kills all the time. God
Come
damn
here
it.
and try to drop a Batman doesn't kill. Guys, I honestly don't even know what to say about that.
He got on about the Martha line.
And the Martha. Look, I let the Martha line slide. I let the whole. Look, I addressed the Martha line.
RJ,
I thought we moved on, and then RJ pulls a Batman doesn't kill. I think I'm done. No, I'm just kidding.
You mean to tell me this boy, with all his relentless optimism, his like doughy optimism, hangs up on Batman doesn't kill? Did you not watch a Batman? Like ever? Or maybe like the 60s Batman, because that was about the only one I don't think actually showed a death. But I do distinctively remember in everyone's favorite Batman, Michael Keaton,
RJ's back there. I love you, Enosh.
He
still.
said, "Let me explain."
Stuffing some dynamite down a dude's pants and shoving him down a sewage pipe. It exploded. So I don't know if the guy survived or not, but I'm pretty sure Batman was directly responsible for his death.
Look for RJ's new talk show on Croc Plus.
And are you meaning to tell me that the Jack Napier's Joker survived that fall?
I can't breathe.
I'm about ready to have another Nicotina moment because that's about what this is gonna like. There it is. That's what I think of your Batman doesn't kill.
Oh, yes, and then Bale. Everyone's
sounded so wet.
Everyone's favorite Batman, Christian Bale. Yeah. Murderer. All those dudes in the League of the Shadows burned them to a crisp.
Dead. Oh!
Set my house on fire and left me for dead is literally what Ra's al Ghul said.
I don't have to kill you, but I don't have to save you.
It's always wet, guys. It's always a wet fart.
We got to clip that first
I want to go check that.
I feel like at some point somebody has to do some sleuth work and clip every time it's just farting on Kiss. That's like the fourth time for me. No, you stay in the back, RJ.
You're gonna tell me that Batman doesn't brand people either?
I can't breathe, bro. I'm dying. I have tears in my eyes.
Let me back so I can explain, you jerks. Well, okay, you know what? You can come back if you explain. This is how bad it is, RJ. Eddie agrees with you. That's how bad it is.
And he's the only one.
Oh no.
RJ just got farted.
And he's probably joking too. That's the joy of Eddie.
Oh my god, this stream just got wild.
So does he really have your back?
I'm just saying, dude. So if you want to explain yourself about how you were wrong, and that's pretty much it.
But by the way, can somebody go back and clip that part where
you said he got it's always wet?
Not that part. Where you said Doom cock blocked. That was great.
A Doom cock blocked.
Yes, that part was great.
And it's always wet. That was a good one that you said too.
It is always wet though. The farts. Oh my god. No, I didn't. Don't clip.
That you just made it even more clippable by what you just said there. Like you made it even more clippable.
I blame the Poindexter Lounge 100%. I do though. I can still call Enosh out for eating the meat, and he'd look at, well, you ate the meat too. Okay, but that still doesn't negate the fact you also ate the freaking meat. I'm done. I can't tonight. It's. So hello everybody. Welcome to the Saggy Mountains Live.
No. See, RJ, this is why you haven't learned your lesson yet. You start off with "I respect him killing" as part of Snyder's vision. You have to respect him killing in literally every iteration of Batman ever.
Because that's what he's done.
Because that's what he's done. Listen, dude, just do a search. YouTube, Batman kills. You will find videos of Batman. I would show them to you right here on my stream, dude, but I can't because I'd be worried about getting demonetized. Or
he tossed a bunch of coins in the air for Two-Face to try to catch.
Yeah,
even Adam West Batman literally kills henchmen in the Batman movie in the 60s because they dehydrate them all, and if you touch them, they like cease to exist, and they try to say, "Oh, they're on a different plane." He kills them. He flat out kills them. So I'm sorry, dude. We're just so far beyond that, man.
You're fired, RJ. No, you get a no.
Drag walker. Enosh, if you got me, then who's got you?
No, it's only like that for people who are hung up on the DC animated films, where he sits there and he harps on Damian Wayne that I don't kill. It's justice, not vengeance.
Clooney killed. He killed the franchise. He killed the whole thing. He killed the
did
whole
kill
thing
the
dead.
franchise.
He
killed
buried
it.
it under ice. So
That's true.
and he killed a bunch of plants, and they were like sentient beings in there. So
It's true.
Okay, RJ, we're gonna.
I'm sorry. I told you that you were gonna punch me. I was expecting that, though.
Caleb is very disappointed in you. I think you owe Caleb directly.
I'm sorry, Caleb.
No, we're going to take this seriously. You're going to look Caleb right in the eye with your blank invincible stare. Oh, there it is.
Oh.
There it is.
I'm sorry.
And also say Blue Beetle's amazing.
No, you don't have to.
I won't go that far.
What the heck?
Andrew Casale is all like, RJ, you betrayed us.
No. Like I said in the chat, I don't like when Batman kills in any of the media. Like, I'm not supporting that.
So you just don't like Batman?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying,
well, if you don't like when Batman kills,
you have to understand where I
like
come from as a Batman fan. I am a big fan
from
of
a world where Batman doesn't kill. I'm going to cut you off every time.
Animated series. That
I'm
is
going
my
to do my best Andy Signore impersonation through this until you hate me and you never want to come back on my stream again.
I'm just.
Did I say that?
You totally said that.
You did say that.
Did I break a trust?
Oh God, we're gonna get stream sniped again. Jesus.
I'm just saying, like, for me, my love of Batman comes from Batman the animated series
You don't
and
know
the
what you're
Arkham
talking
video games. That is where my love for Batman comes from.
You know, RJ would like Batman if John Cena played him.
No,
Yes,
like, you gotta let me explain. I'm saying that my love from Batman comes from Batman the animated series and the Arkham video games.
But I wasn't even talking about that.
If Batman kills, you cannot have stories like Under the Red Hood. It doesn't work.
It's all buried in hour 3.
It does not work if Batman kills. You cannot get a story like Under the Red Hood. That's just flat out a fact. That animated movie and that storyline does not work if he kills. He doesn't
have to kill everybody. That's the point. He doesn't have to kill everybody.
I know, but he makes the choice to kill, to not kill, because if he does, he crosses a line that he never goes.
No. He makes a choice sometimes not to kill.
He's still breathing.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's why there's like panels in comic books where he's like, yeah, knee to the chest, cracking 6 ribs. He'll be in traction for months. No, he'll be dead. Okay, like no, you don't get to say this stuff, man, because Batman, first of all, every incarnation of Batman has killed. The comics, he's killed in every movie, he's killed in every TV show, he's killed in every iteration pretty much of Batman. He's killed in some way or been associated with somebody's death or been like an accomplice to a death.
Excuse me, sir. He did not kill anyone in Gotham. Thank you.
In Gotham? He wasn't Batman. He killed that horrible outfit at the end.
I'm just.
It was a pretty bad costume.
And the last season sucked.
I just hate the argument that Batman killed in the early comics in the 30s. That means that defines the character forever. It's the early 30s. The character changed post that. I'm just saying that's not an art. Like, I'm just suggesting the chat. It's not an argument that I believe in.
You break up Enosh's heart. You break up.
No, I
his
love
heart.
Enosh. I'm not trying to upset nobody. I'm just explaining my like I said.
Next, you're going to tell me that Wonder Woman doesn't cut off heads.
Well, it depends on what version of Wonder Woman we talk about.
Like Wonder Woman.
Yeah, well,
you know that version.
You break up Brian's heart.
No,
you give up Brian.
Come on, Brian. You got to back me up on this, man. Like, I'm just saying. You guys watch Batman.
You got to back him up on this. Come on, Brian. Come to RJ's defense on this. I'd love to hear this.
I don't have defense for you, bro. Like,
I'm
have sorry.
They made fun when I said it's totally fine.
It was
if
like
he kills
college humor that made fun of it. It was like, oh, it's just a flesh wound. He's not dead. I didn't kill him. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man.
No, I get that. Like, if they do it in movies and TV shows, I'm not going to be one of those people who gets
like I said,
about it. I'm just saying this is jive with me personally.
Well, I get you, but I mean, it's like being upset about like I don't know. Like,
yeah, and I'm not upset about it. It's just something that I think is just something that they should avoid doing.
It's not the first time that this argument's been broached. I think that's why. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like one of those things. It's a head scratcher because it's like, dude, Batman kills all the time. And to say that you don't like it when he kills is kind of like, I mean, I understand because it was a big part of like the storyline.
Yeah, there's certain storylines
in the animated movie
that don't work if he kills.
It was huge. It was
huge. Does he know you listen? To Zeno, with wisdom he is. Listen to Zeno. Batman kills as much as the police. Shut up, Hans. I don't know. Is there somebody?
Hans is Postulio. Postulio is one of our friends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he kills if he has to.
Batman believes in justice, not murder. He kills if he has to. There's a difference between murder and killing when needed. There comes a time when lethal force is needed. Yes, Batman is literally a freaking vigilante who dresses as a bat, jumps over the streets at night, and literally like kicks in people's chests, beats them to a pulp, a bloody pulp with like armor on, and like drives over.
Then how does the story like Under the Red Hood work then? Because he literally tells Jason Todd, I would never cross that line because if I do, I'm going down a path I know I will never come out of.
Then Jason Todd should have looked him in his stupid face and said, "You're a effing liar, Bruce." Because you have in the past, you do currently, and you would again. You just simply choose because you think you have a moral high ground because you're Bruce Wayne. That's the point of that. It's not because he doesn't. It's because he thinks he has some kind of moral high ground because he's Bruce Wayne that all of a sudden he can pick and choose. And that's the whole point of his relationship with the Bat family is he's constantly trying to tell Dick. He's trying to tell Jason now who's returned. He's tried to tell every person who is under his tutelage, Batgirl, everyone, that you shouldn't do it this way because I don't do it this way. And that's their whole point is they look at Bruce as a hypocrite. They all look at him as the biggest hypocrite because he tries to tell everybody else how they should live their life and how they need to get rid of all this anger and all this stuff because he bottled it up this whole time. And he's literally out there calling himself Vengeance on the streets. Like that's how that works, man.
That's his rap name.
How do you feel about him snapping or Superman snapping Zod's neck then?
Man, I'm sorry.
You don't get banned from the channel, please. Please don't get banned from the channel.
No.
Haley Steinfeld's done with you, so
he's gonna say hashtag Superman doesn't.
I have a confession to make to Enosh.
Oh, dear
God. My gosh, here it comes.
Oh dear God in heaven.
Superman snapping Zod's neck is totally okay, and people need to get over it.
So I have a good defense for RJ. So a couple, I think it was like last week,
I'm just trying to
RJ
say,
got his wisdom tooth removed, and he's still recovering off of the meds they gave him. So just forgive him because he does not know what he's talking about. He's heavily under the influence.
Maybe I just need to re-examine the character. Maybe it's like, maybe it's just old. Like
I love Ryan Rivera's Batman commits self-defense manslaughter.
No, that's true. I mean, like there's a difference. Okay,
that's what I'm saying. Maybe
Batman
I need to re-examine
like
the character.
A bloodthirsty murderer. Like he's not going out of his way to kill people.
No,
inadvertently kills,
Andrew, you're right. That is Punisher. Punisher goes out of his way to hunt people down and murder them.
Well, that was what was interesting about the Zack Snyder interpretation.
Did Andrew just swear?
Yes, he did. But he crossed a line, and it's like he had to gain his soul back. I like that aspect of it. I mean,
I don't think I've ever seen Andrew swear. Sorry, that just threw me all off.
Yeah, and like I'm not trying to hate or like if people like that, it's fine. I'm just saying maybe I'm just stuck in my old ways. I need to get over it. That's totally valid. I might be in the complete wrong.
And so here's my question about that whole thing though, right? Is that I don't understand where that came from because killing has always been part of what Batman does. Well, he's always been willing to use lethal force. Now, does he use it with the Joker? No. And it comes back to bite him every time. But he has a weird connection with the Joker as to why he doesn't take the Joker's life, because he feels like it would be the easy way out for him. Because I think part of him actually feels a little connection with the Joker and feels a little bit of a responsibility to the Joker for some reason. And so by all accounts, like Batman should just flat out kill him. But the thing is it seems like every time Joker puts him in that position, it's a choice that has to be made where Batman has to murder him. And Batman is not going to murder the Joker, and the Joker knows that. So it's not so the Joker never puts Batman in a place where he could just like that he has to do something to save somebody or whatever in the process of killing the Joker. It's always this murder, kind of thing that gets.
No, I get that. It's
he 100% killed him in the Killing Joke. I don't care what y'all say.
That's debatable. Yes, that's depending on how you look at it.
He killed him.
It's ambiguous for a reason.
Nah, he killed him, bro. There's no way you can't tell me. They did that on
no,
purpose.
he did kill him in the Killing Joke. I'm just being honest with you. He killed him. But like people who are like, Batman doesn't use a gun, but Batman 89 is my favorite movie. Really? Those are machine guns, man. Those are not rubber bullets. I'm seeing.
Well, yeah, of course. I think the issue comes for some people, not me personally.
He literally shoots out like a wall.
No,
rubber bullets don't shoot out a wall.
I was just gonna say real quick. Like the reason some Batman fans get upset is because
I don't want to overlook. I don't want to look.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
$5 super chat. I had it up for a while, but I never read it. The Doint Pexter Eagle with Hans to Teff.
Hans
to Teff. Well, it's supposed to be the Poindexter Lounge with Enosh Fett. But it's the alternate universe.
I'm gonna seriously defend RJ here and say that I can understand why he thinks.
Well, that was great having her here too, wasn't it?
Well, no, I can see why he doesn't see Batman as like killing people. Because let's be honest, we haven't. I would say aside from the comics,
he beats him close to death. I'll say that. That's where it gets a little iffy.
Aside from the comics, I can say that we haven't seen, like, it is implied that he killed people, but we haven't seen many confirmed body counts, if that's fair to say.
Who?
Like the only confirmed body counts I've seen
from
in the
Batman?
Right.
No, Saggy. Literally, when this show is done, I think it's a 10-minute video. Just literally punch into YouTube Batman kill count.
No,
You will see the bodies pile up.
But I'm saying, like, it's always implied, like, obviously.
No, you will see the bodies.
No, I think she's talking about cartoons,
bodies,
cartoons,
like bloody dead bodies
in cartoons.
Well, I just don't know what you want. I mean, like, like Brian said, he pushes the fat guy over the side with a bomb down his pants and it explodes. Do we need to see
those
the
are
body?
Those are the movies. I'm talking about like cartoons.
But in the first one, he slams that black guy's head into the bell in the bell tower and throws him down the shaft, and you see him literally fall down.
Yeah.
The Joker literally tossed Harley Quinn out of a friggin' like 5-story window. Like, and she survived. So I mean, like, clearly if you kick somebody out a window, TV magic, they can survive. So it's not always implied that, like, yes, it's implied they died, but unless I see a confirmed dead, not breathing body, it's like, are they really dead though? That's what I'm saying. Like, I can see why some people will assume Batman doesn't kill, because you will see things like that and be like, oh, well, that person's not dead.
In movies where physics are real, people die.
Yeah, of course. That's totally fine. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I can see why he didn't think that Batman killed.
The way I just examined it was, I assumed he had a moral code where he did not want to cross that line. That was the interpretation I got from the stuff I've read and watched.
But somebody brought up a good point that like the Green Arrow, even though technically they're in the same universe, you can say that the Green Arrow's basically kind of like Batman. And in the beginning, he did 100% kill people.
And I just want to clarify just for everyone, I'm not saying that he hasn't killed before in movies and stuff. I've said, like, it's like iffy for me. Like, I understand that's their interpretation of the character. That's totally fine. I'm not going to go on the internet and complain about it. I know he's done it before in other movies.
Oh, Caleb, I love you, but don't you dare think that they do not use real world logic in like fictional logic in real world movies, because they 100% botch that too. They 100% botch that in real life, in live action as well, where like they have characters that should have died. Look at Suicide Squad. The helicopter crashed just badly and no one was scathed, including the humans. It's like, I can understand the non-humans, but none of the humans had scratches on them coming out of that helicopter. They do not use real world logic.
Can I say something? Can I say something here? So there's talk about Christopher Reeve's Superman, right? And that I'm checking my Twitter, man, but I don't see. Oh, here it is. Here's something good.
I was gonna say, did they say he don't kill? Because last time I checked,
no.
He took Zod's powers away.
This is good. This is good.
Oh,
so
okay.
he didn't DM it to me. He just tagged me in it, so it's good. But here's what I'm gonna say about Christopher Reeve Superman. Christopher Reeve Superman, the Superman that he portrays, is so much darker and so much it's so much meaner. It's so
When did
much
Zod
meaner.
is kind of worse.
Hold on. It's so much meaner and so much worse than anything Henry Cavill's Superman did. Okay. And it's so much more petty. He is so much more petty. The thing is Superman, when he gives up his powers of his own accord, of his own volition, because he wants to go sleep with Lois Lane. I don't know why you have to not have powers to sleep with a woman. I would think that it would actually help you a lot.
They explained that in the movie Mallrats.
Yeah, but I don't buy all that stuff. Whatever. Like Superman could control it. Superman has finesse. Superman could have controlled it and been a very
pull out games on point.
very potent lover. Superman could have been. He has been in other incarnations, so I whatever. But here's the thing: Superman gives up his own powers. He leaves the Fortress of Solitude. He ain't gonna be Superman anymore. He realized, boy, I screwed up. I made a huge mistake. Now I'm gonna get into a fight with a trucker. And the trucker comes in and hands Clark his own butt on a platter, puts him through a plate glass window,
literally
cuts him all up, beats the living snot out of him. Probably one of the worst things. Every time I see that movie, when he grabs Clark by the hair, whips him up like that, and he's just like, whoa, like that, and then oh my gosh, dude, that is vicious. Okay, then Clark goes back on a hiking trip back up to the Great North, gets his powers back, flies back, gets his butt handed to him by 3 Kryptonians because his superpowers aren't fully developed yet, right? And leads them back to the Fortress of Solitude. He then pulls a little trickaroo on Zod and his accomplices, where he reverses it on him. Remember, he's safe in the chamber, but somehow he reversed it because he knew how to do that, right? Afterwards, right? Makes sense, right? Great writing that he figured out how to reverse it, right? Right? No problems with that, right? Last time he was in there, he lost his powers, but somehow he reversed it without talking to his mom or anybody. Okay, so anyways, just want to make sure we're all on the same plate.
He Mary sued it. That's cool.
Yeah. Okay. So then he reverses it, takes away Zod's powers, takes away Non's powers, takes away Ursa's powers. So quite literally, General Zod is now a regular human being. No superpowers. Superman, fully Superman, gets out of the chamber, comes out, does a whole theatrical presentation. A theatrical presentation for Zod. And it's like, oh, great acting by Christopher Reeve, I will say. But mind you, this is what people say is the beacon of hope and brightness instead of Henry Cavill's version. And now, finally, take my hand, kneel, and swear eternal allegiance to Zod. Clark takes his hand, kneels before him, and you hear. I'm sorry. Here, you know what? This is what you hear. We're gonna go back. This is called a callback. This is a piece of paper.
He basically disintegrates his head.
Great acting by Terrence Stamp. Crushes a normal man's hand into a million pieces. Then proceeds to pick him up by the belt, hoist him above his head, and throw him into an ice shelf while going. Now we can debate all day where Zod falls into that misty mist that goes down into what I think is a cavernous abyss, and he dies. But if you get thrown into an ice shelf by Superman, even
you'd probably be paralyzed if you survived.
Something's going to be bleeding.
Yeah.
Something's going to be bleeding. And then Non is an idiot and just flies and falls off into whatever. And then Superman is an accomplice to Lois, who turns around, punches
I was gonna
Ursa.
say, Lois was a murderer too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, come on.
Well, in the Donner
Punches-
cut of Superman 2, don't think I'll get arrested.
Oh yeah, whatever. That's the Donner cut. That's not real. That didn't happen. I'm sorry. I am not a fan of the Donner cut. I understand that that's going to
I've
be
never
sacrilege.
even seen it.
I got
I
your
have.
question.
I own it. In fact, you know what? I got it right here within arm's reach of me. It's in this tin right here. And you know what? I prefer the theatrical version of Superman 2 all day long. Don't come at me. It's what I like. But here's my point. But here's my point. Superman does that, but is Superman's reign of terror done? Oh no, my friends, because Superman, instead of realizing that there are bullies in the world and jerks in the world and maybe go and have a pep talk, like Superman should, right? Just, go down and say, hey man, I heard that you beat up some guy. I'm Superman. Know that I'm going to have my eye on you, right? No, not the beacon of hope that Superman is. No, he goes there looking like Clark Kent, walks in there and brings back a callback to an insult that he was told the last time he was there, as he's watching the guy eating on the stool, and says, that's funny. Never seen garbage eat garbage before. To which has a one-on-one confrontation, provoking the confrontation and fight with the trucker. Goes up there. Superman's got a thing for crushing hands one way or the other, because the guy hauls off, punches Clark right in the gut, which is like punching solid steel. And you hear, again, they use the same sound, the crackling, the breaking of a hand. Right there, done. And he's like, oh, holding his hand. Clark looks at him and says, spins him around. At high, risking showing the world who he is, by the way, to do this petty thing, to get even with a trucker, spins him around till he's dizzy, picks him up, puts him up on top of the bench with his superpowers, slides him down the bench, knocking food everywhere. The guy jumps off, gets thrown off of the bar there into a pinball machine, breaking through the glass. It quite literally would be cut by the glass, impaled by the metal points and everything that are inside the pinball machine, hits his head on the back of it. He's even like his eyes are going, and you hear, it's all cartoony and Warner Brothers cartoony, as you hear little birds and bells and whistles and everything, and tilt, and oh, isn't it funny? And it's so cute that Superman just did this, right? And the guy's eyes are rolling back in his head because he's probably got a concussion, a major concussion after that. And Clark just looks at the guy and goes, the guy who owns the shop, and goes, oh, I've been working out. Here's some cash, right? I'm going to buy my way out of this,
for the mess.
Sorry about the damage and the mess and everything. I've been working out, right? That is the most petty thing I've ever seen Superman ever do. Superman should never do that. Take out revenge against a normal guy, break the guy's hand, break the guy, like his body, throw him down a bar into a pinball machine, causing major damage to the guy that we don't see because it's not on screen. Does what he does to Zod, and people want to come literally at Henry Cavill's Superman.
It's because everyone has
at least Henry Cavill is trying to save a family.
It's the same thing I say about the Joker that Heath Ledger played.
I agree with you, Zeno.
I don't
have a problem with any of that, but I'm just saying, like, people who try to make it one way or the other is just stupid, man.
Well, no, when you play that polar game on it, but my thing about it is I think a lot of those Supermans have that mystique and aura because bad things happen to him. Like George Reeves died, and Christopher Reeves was disabled. So I mean, like, I think that's why people play it soft on Christopher Reeves' version of Superman. So it's like, I think people need to be a little more objective when you're talking about modern day takes on things, not be so hung up or
of course,
emotional about it, because the dude broke his neck.
That's the same thing with me and Batman.
And an equestrian
it's a personal thing that
you know
irks me,
so it's
but I'm not going to judge people who want to do that with the character. Like, it's just, I got to get over it. It's not, change it and appease me, Well,
the thing is that it's kind of like, here's a perfect example. Okay. the Clone Wars and Revenge of the Sith. Would Anakin have turned his lightsaber on all those younglings on the Clone Wars TV show? Never. But would he? But did he do it in Revenge of the Sith?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Hey, Benson's Mark here brings up an interesting thing because this isn't correct, man.
No, he went to the solitude to lose his powers before he could
so Benson's here with a £5 super chat. Thank you, by the way, Mark. And Mark, by the way, I brought it up at the beginning of this broadcast. I don't know if you were here, but I'm thinking about doing the Condor Man watch party this Sunday. It would be like around 8 p.m. Eastern time. But I want you to be around for it. So let me know if that works for you, because I mean, you're kind of the whole reason why we're starting it. So let's talk this week. But he says, Enosh, the Donner version shows him sleeping with Lois before losing his powers. This is an awful storyline compared to Donner's. This is an awful storyline compared to Donner's. Rest in peace, Snyderverse. The Donner version. Oh, the Donner version show.
Huh?
I'm confused.
Yeah.
Oh, Saggy had to leave. Bye, Saggy. We love you.
Right.
I'd have to rewatch the Donner version. Either way, it's like I actually, like in that one, I actually like the fact that like at least it gives some gravity to like why he gave up his superpowers. To be quite honest with you, because a lot of it, it's kind of all over the place. Because back then they weren't even thinking about continuity. They were really thinking more about just what looked cool. And it was like literally one scene to the next. And there's very little continuity actually put into that. I'd have to watch the Donner version again, the Donner cut, because you're saying that he shows him sleeping with Lois before losing his powers.
It's been so long since I watched that cut anyway. I had to go back and look.
Yeah,
like I said, I've never seen it. The only one I've ever seen was the one that Richard Lester took over.
Yeah, and Mark, I love you, but rest in peace, Snyderverse. Snyderverse ain't dead, dude. Ain't dead.
That's right, dude.
It ain't dead until the man says himself.
First off, you got the Army of the Dead verse, okay, which is a rich universe, sir.
Look, William said it earlier. Why get your news from articles and other things when you can actually get your news from people who actually talk to these people? You can actually go on these channels like Dave Pena, my channel, other channels. My wife Tiffany is actually getting ready to interview Zack Snyder once again.
That's awesome, dude.
Not everybody is like salty towards other actors like William Shatner was. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Like no, it's like I'm a Star Trek fan. Okay, you don't think that we heard this with Next Generation?
Oh yeah.
Voyager, Deep Space Nine. Like every time there's another captain that's not Kirk. And then with Chris Pine later on.
Do you remember when Janeway first came out?
Oh,
dude, you were so mad about Janeway.
Oh, woman.
Well, integrity. I would just ask you this, because he says here, if you think Lois Lane murdered Ursa and it's murder in front of a smiling Superman, you literally missed the entire point of that Superman story. And I'm fine with killing superheroes, but what did she do? She literally just says, and you know what? You're in the face. Well, she didn't call it the B word, but she goes, you're a real pain in the neck, and then punches her into a hole.
Yeah.
That we don't see her again. And I know, look, Donner cut. I've got the Donner cut here, but you know what? The Donner cut is not whatever. Like the Donner cut's not even finished.
2017 Justice League.
The Donner cut is not finished. It's not finished. There were never reshoots to finish those scenes, and those scenes take me all out of the movie. And I'm sorry, I just don't do it. So I don't know if it's murder. All I'm saying is they ain't sitting pretty, and Superman. Yeah. I would not. Let me ask you this: would you want to get into a fight with Superman, have Superman throw you into an ice wall?
No. Nope. I'd probably be paralyzed.
I'm just saying. I mean, like, look, I know that people don't want to like actually talk about that, and like we have these. Superman 2 is literally one of my favorite movies. Like my favorite movie of all time is The Empire Strikes Back. Superman 2 and Man of Steel are like, right? They're all up in there in that goodness together. So it's not that I hate on that movie. I love that movie. But the reality is sometimes we have to look at what is going on. You know, the thing is like Lois was almost an accomplice to Clark's death. If Clark hadn't been Superman, she was trying to get him flat out killed, man, by like jumping in the river and doing stupid stuff, you know what I mean? And jumping, you know, she was trying to get herself killed, for God's sake, jumping over Niagara Falls and stuff, man, you know, like, and I've been to Niagara Falls, and every time I go there, I have to like act like I'm falling over the thing, you know, I'm on the other side, but I'm just like, you know, but you know, it's just like, I get it, but, yeah,
I didn't mean to cause.
Yeah, no. This is a great conversation. That's what this is about, dude. This is
I know.
It's a great nerd debate. It's a great nerd debate, but I think it's something that some people really need to come to terms with, because it's really an old argument by this point that it's like it really doesn't hold up. Redux here says, yeah, but it was fun, so who cares that he crippled a guy out of spite?
Yeah,
it really is a sad, kind of pathetic thing that Superman does, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, again, you said like it's probably just because of my skewed perspective on Batman to where I think the way I think, and it's probably incorrect. Like, I'm totally fine with admitting that. You know, it's just the way I look at it because of what I've consumed so far. So maybe there is one missing out that I need to like re-examine. I look at the character too, and that's totally fine. You know. So basically, what I'm saying is that I'm probably wrong. So don't listen to me.
Let's see here. Kenneth says Tyler's Superman has not done things that are out of character of his version of Superman yet, but you know, one day he will. Just hope it is not as obvious. Dude, he's already done it. Dude, he's already done everything that he did on Supergirl is out of character for Superman.
They act like Supergirl didn't happen, though.
They're acting like Supergirl didn't happen, but like whatever, dude, like that was his portrayal of the character, and it's TV, so they can do whatever they want to and kind of reboot it or whatever. But and look, they even tried to take a swipe at Man of Steel this last week by having Jordan, his son, was it Jordan? Yeah, it was Jordan, his son Jordan, uses heat vision and like put it right into Clark's hand. Like he's playing football and like it's agitating, and Jordan's been having this issue with learning his powers and stuff. And so Jordan literally fires his heat vision, and Clark says, give it to me, give it to me, give it all to me. And it shows still that it hurts him. But then like there was all these like people coming forward going, see, that's why like Clark didn't have, like why Superman didn't have to break Zod's neck, because he could have just put his hand over Zod's eyes and stopped him. They had established well that heat vision hurts Kryptonians. Clark used it on Fiora when Fiora was fighting him, right? And even in that thing with Tyler Hoechlin, it hurts him. Like you could take small doses of it, but you're not going to be able to just.
It's also like a baby Kryptonian using his powers for the first time, not an experienced general like Zod.
That's what I'm saying. Like you're not going to be able to sit there and just take a constant stream of heat from Zod, for God's sake.
And Caleb, by the way, I'm super excited for Sasha Kaye as Supergirl. If she's not blonde, who cares? I don't mind, man. Supergirl.
Yeah, she might be like you know.
Yeah, I just don't want people to think I'm like a stickler to like old traditions. Like I'm just explaining like my interpretation of certain things, you know.
I will say this. Hold on a second.
Well, it's like Star Wars. It's like it just kind of depends on what your medium that you first got exposed to Batman.
And for me, it was the animated series. So that's like my ride or die for Batman. So
yeah. So Integrity says, dude, you never saw the Donner cut. I have seen the Donner cut. Who hasn't seen the Donner cut? Brian, have you seen the Donner cut?
No, I have not. And
okay. I've got it. It is what it is.
I watched it when I was like 12, but it's been a while, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's been out for a long time. I know people fought for it for a long time, right? But I don't know that I quite agree with this statement. The Donner cut is literally the same as Zack Snyder's Justice League versus Justice League 2017. It's definitely a similar story. It's definitely it was definitely something that the Salkinds screwed the pooch on, for example. I wouldn't say it's exactly the same. It's very, very similar though. It's very similar, except for the fact that there wasn't the there was stuff that went on between Donner and the Salkinds that was negative. But the cast the cast is kind of split on some of that stuff and really hasn't. I mean, they've said some stuff about Lester or whatever, you know, but it hasn't been like, it wasn't a situation like with
they were more pissed at the Salkinds.
Yeah, they were more pissed at what, at what happened, but they were still, you know, happy with a lot of the outcome, I guess I should say. You know, I think if that makes sense. Benson's here says Superman 1 and 2 were made together. Yes, they were.
Well, yeah, of course.
You should try the 3-hour TV version of Superman. You know, I have to get that. I've seen it once, but I don't have a copy of that. And it's not in. I've got like 5 copies of Superman the movie, and that box set that I just showed you has I think 2 or 3 in it, 2 or 3 different versions. And I thought that I had the 3-hour version, but I don't. I've got the original like theatrical version, and I've got like the toned down version or whatever. But yeah, oh, here it is. Here it is. Yeah, it's like, but I don't have the 3-hour version, and I couldn't find the 3-hour version online to even watch it. I tried to watch it with my family when I showed my boys Superman the movie for the first time. Because we went through all the Superman movies, and they thought they were cheesy, right? You know, but yeah, I got the special edition. There's like 4 discs. Yeah, there's like 4 discs for Superman the movie here. But so I don't know what all editions they have here, but I don't have the 3-hour version. I hear there's even more in there. But you know,
how do you know that it even existed?
Yeah, it's you know, look, it all is what it is at this point. I mean, it's fun, but look, listen, nothing that happens from one version to the next really changes it that much where it's like detrimental. And the thing is they did film Superman 1 and 2 together, but the ending to Superman 1 was supposed to be the ending to Superman 2.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, Superman was supposed to fly back around in Superman 2 and save and like undo the whole thing with Zod and everything, which would have been horrible. That would have been an awful thing. But what they had to do was they had to get the first movie out. So they literally took the ending to the second movie and put it in the first movie, which makes more sense in that movie. I mean, if you're going to say the Superman flying back around.
Yeah, he reverses times and the rocks. Get off of Lois. She doesn't die.
But you know what's weird about that?
Situations where the movie's been out for so long that I really don't care to see it redone. I mean, it's kind of like people that are like up for the Schumacher cut. I'm like, yeah, I don't care.
I would love to see it, honestly. There's some great deleted.
Who gives a rat's
dude? I'd watch it. I'd watch it. Integrity. Dude, I got no problem with that. I'm such a huge Superman fan. I would. I
mean, there's some amazing scenes.
Well, okay, hold on a second. Okay, so here's a couple things. So talking about Superman the movie, for example, like stuff that doesn't make any sense. If Superman turns the world back, he does the whole thing, right? But yet when he spins it back, the earthquake still happened.
Mm-hmm.
Because what's his name? Photographer.
Jimmy Olsen.
Jimmy Olsen. Yeah. Sorry, I was having a brain fart there. Jimmy Olsen literally yells at Superman when he finds Lois and Superman standing there talking, and he says, "Hey, you had, the earthquake, all this stuff was going wrong, the Hoover Dam, all this stuff." And then because remember, he got Jimmy at the Hoover Dam. Jimmy was at the Hoover Dam, and the Hoover Dam fell apart, and Superman saved him. And he's like, and then you leave me out in the middle of nowhere, right? And then Lois is talking about like explore.
Oh, yeah, I think his internet froze.
They come for me every time I start making sense, man. It's come
Warner Brothers. I think they came for Enosh again. Yep, he's frozen.
Yeah, it's all right. He's making a point this time.
Yeah, he's going like, loop.
Nah,
I don't know anymore.
Well, Brian, I was going to ask.
Right,
okay, there we go.
So let me finish this thing, and then everything happens because the earthquake happens. Lois says she's dodging telephone poles and stuff like that. Like, so what did Superman stop exactly? He didn't stop the missiles because the missiles hit and all the earthquakes. The only reason there was an earthquake was because the missiles hit. So what the heck did Superman stop? I'm still confused about this, and I love the movie, but I'm still trying to figure out what exactly.
The only reason he turned the Earth backwards is because Lois Lane died.
I know, but does that mean people still died?
Lots.
But Superman wasn't even there to save Lois. Like, the crack doesn't exist. How is it that everything else happened but the crack that Lois was in? Because Superman like drops down right in front of her, right next to her. I don't understand that.
It was really cool when I was a kid, and I didn't question it then.
I love the movie. I look back on it.
Honestly, I haven't watched it in a long time. I imagine it's probably not going to age very well with me. So it's like,
some of it does.
We're gonna have to do the watch party, the Donner cut.
Hey, I would love a watch party of those movies because I've actually never seen Superman 3 or 4. I've only seen the first 2.
Really?
Yeah, I've never seen 3 or 4. Because people told me to avoid them because they're bad.
Dude, three is not bad at all. I don't understand the hatred for 3. 3 that bugs me actually, because 3 is actually a good Superman movie, and it actually has the best flying sequences and like the best like effect of that.
They said it's like too much of a Richard Pryor movie, is what they got told.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I like Richard Pryor in that movie. I don't mind Richard Pryor in that movie at all. I think Richard Pryor is a great comic relief to that movie.
All I heard, like especially was that Quest for Peace is like the Batman and Robin of Superman movies. Like it's like truly awful.
The Quest for Peace is. I mean, there are some definite things there that yeah. But you know what? That story right there. Christopher Reeve came up with that story and pitched that story of Superman saving humanity from, nuclear weapons and stuff.
Makes sense for the time period.
But Warner Brothers screwed him over. Canon screwed because they licensed it out to Canon Films. Canon Films made the movie. They took the money that they got from Warner Brothers to make the film, and you know what they put that money towards? Another
greatest movie ever.
They put it towards Masters of the Universe. And that's why Masters of the Universe has like all this state of the art. They didn't have a script, but they had state of the art special effects and lasers and all this stuff. But Superman 4 was like gutted. And so
how did they allow that to happen? That's ridiculous.
Dude, I don't know. It's crazy. But Christopher Reeve was ticked. Here's a funny little thing. We were talking earlier about like these Superman fan groups that say ridiculous things. Somebody literally told me this week that if you watch Superman 4, Brian, have you watched Superman 4?
It's been a while, but yeah.
Okay. So there's a scene where Superman goes into the UN and he tells the UN, hey, you guys can't keep a control of this thing and of these weapons and everything like that. So I am going to immediately, I am going to rid the world of nuclear weapons. Basically, I'm going to take away all your bombs, right? Because you can't. To which all the bureaucrats at the UN stand and give him an amazing applause. We all know how that works, though, because there's the bureaucrats and the political leaders who of course would cheer that, right? But what happens at home, right? So some of the next scenes are all these scenes of missiles being fired that Superman is stopping, and he's putting into a large, huge, Earth-sized net almost that he throws into the sun. Here's the problem. Yeah. One of those missiles ends up having some genetic material that Lex Luthor puts in it, and that creates Nuclear Man. Dude, yes. Okay, but here my point about it is this. These nations are firing test missiles and missile stuff. Like the Russian one, they bring out this big missile and like they march it through the square right in front of the Kremlin and everything, and they have this big ceremony and they launch this missile, and Superman goes up into space and catches it and takes it to this big giant metal net and puts it in there with like thousands of other missiles. This guy in this Superman Facebook group tried to tell me that the nations of the world were firing their missiles to help Superman collect them.
What?
Chat, if you've seen Superman 4, you tell me, even the people who are like defending this whole thing, because I still love you. But can you tell me that I'm not insane, that Superman is literally putting an end to the arms race by forcing this, by catching these missiles and putting them in a giant bag?
No, but BVS sucked. Okay.
But the nations of the world, you're going to try to tell me the nations of the world were firing off their missiles to help Superman collect them? Like Superman needed them to fire missiles to collect them. I can guarantee you this, that whole scene with Lex Luthor infiltrating the US military and firing off that test missile, was not to fire it off so Superman could have an easier way of catching the missile.
I worry for your mental health and well-being being part of that Facebook group.
Dude, it's insane. Like, it literally is like glorifying and deifying something that is not, and yet they will attack Henry Cavill. They will attack Zack Snyder. And I'm sitting here in the middle going, look, I love that stuff, man. I love Superman 4. It's got a special place in my, I literally last night on the show, I wore a Nuclear Man t-shirt created by Ryan Zieverfett. Okay. Wore the Nuclear Man symbol right here. I almost wore it tonight again because it was still clean. But look, so I wish I would have now, but like miss me with this whole thing of like, I just don't, like I'm a hater because I'm not. H Bars with a $2 super chat says Enosh mad the pinball machine broke. Yeah, I kind of am. I'm kind of mad that pinball machine broke because it was a good pinball machine. I like pinball machines. I'm just saying.
We've had some amazing conversations, man. Environmentalism, Batman killing.
It's been
Nuclear
a great
Man.
It's been a great night. Brian trying to get us into disco.
That's right. Early disco is kind of meh.
I don't think I ever asked you guys this. Like, what is your favorite Batman movie?
Ooh. Oh no, integrity. I'm not mixing you. I'm not mixing you in with that. I'm not mixing you in with that, man.
Batman Begins.
Hey, that's my man, Brian. That's my favorite too.
Thank you, Kenneth. I just, I try to be fair. Kenneth is a big Superman guy. He's in some of those groups. Integrity. I am definitely not, lumping you with anybody. You're right, Ryan. The world leaders were reluctant to give up their nuclear weapons. That's why, there was different world leaders, arms dealers who were meeting with Lex Luthor in private. That's how they created nuclear.
Even DL agrees, man. That's why I love this chat, man. Batman Begins is awesome. It's gotten so underrated because of the Dark Knight, but I think Batman Begins.
Don't get me wrong.
Pat, you're right. You're right, Pat. You're right. This is I'm not even high, but I think I just got high hearing those things.
There you go.
Dark Knight is good. I just think Batman Begins is a better Batman movie. If that makes sense.
I don't like the Dark Knight.
Really?
I don't like the Dark Knight Rises either. So.
You know what? I'd like the Dark Knight Rises. I know it gets a lot of hate, but there's a lot of aspects of the movie I really enjoy.
Ryan Zieverfett. So the Zieverfett channel, Ryan on there. He's got something through. It's not Teespring. It's TeePublic.
Yeah,
I think, and basically he can do any design you want.
That's awesome.
Oh yes, Zeno even like Superman fighting on the moon in Superman 4. It was great seeing all the wires and everything. I mean, they didn't even try to take.
When I was a kid, Nuclear Man used to scare the pants off of me, man. Like,
isn't it weird though? Like Superman 3, I know I brought this up. It's like you could take out the computer, put in Brainiac. Superman 4, you could take out Nuclear Man, put in Bizarro, but they never put those characters in there from the comics.
Integrity, you're absolutely 100% right. Superman 4 had 45 minutes removed. It originally had a huge battle between Superman and Nuclear Man 1 because they created which should have been labeled Bizarro. That should have been Bizarro, and they should have made it more Superman-esque, and it would have been just fine. You could find the deleted scenes on. Was it 45 minutes though? Because you know what, you're right. I mean, there's a lot of deleted scenes. So you are right. There's that, but there's like a huge battle. There's a lot more that fleshes out the story. Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. As much as I would still go out and buy a Superman 4 to this day that had those 45 minutes put back in and an upgrade on the special effects, they ain't ever gonna pay that money to do that. That movie is that movie is so dead. There ain't. I mean, that's not even one of those movies that people say is like a good.
It had to be like fans getting like a Kickstarter.
Like I love that movie. But yeah, I mean, you'd have to like get people together, like to do it like in some other way. It's kind of like the it's kind of like the
There's a Meyer cut.
There's a what?
Benson.
Yeah, there is a director's cut of Wrath of Khan.
Really
interesting.
I'm pretty sure. I don't think it added too much, but there is a difference with some stuff.
If you're asking me what my favorite
Batman movie,
Batman movie is. I gotta say, I mean, dude, I really, really, really love Batman Begins.
See, all of us agree.
Hold on. I really, really, really love Batman Begins. But if you're going to ask me what my favorite Batman movie is, it's going to be Batman 89.
Okay. I can respect that. It's
going to be Batman 89 all the way, because Batman 89 just encompasses everything that I feel was Batman. You know,
no, that's totally about. I wish I could have been alive when that movie
combination.
came out, dude.
It's a great combination of the fun, of the noir, of the dark, of the villains, of every, you know what I mean, the comic booky type of thing, but yet still serious.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
You know, where look, I love Batman Begins because it was like Batman Begins had to cleanse the palate from Batman and Robin, for God's sake.
And that was tough. You know,
killed the franchise dead, man. Killed the franchise dead. And so so there you go. Hey, Tim, I'm glad that you stopped by, Tim, because I hadn't announced this yet. I was hoping to see you, Tim. But I need to ask you a question. Do you have these 3 books, sir? The Jedi Academy trilogy. And would you like them? Because you, sir, have won my giveaway for this week of the Jedi Academy trilogy of books. And so if you already have them, let me know, and we'll figure out something else possibly. But yeah, man, you won the trilogy of books. This is an excellent series. I know they're legends now, but man, such great stories.
You know, they're legends, still worth reading.
Yep, and I got another set of these I'm going to be giving away too. So if you were hoping for it, but let me know, Tim, either here or online, whatever, so that I can make the proper arrangements. Well, we've had a good night. I like this, man. This is good. We've had a lot of good discussions. Bat Dude Vince. So I will tell you this: I'm trying to actually put that trilogy together. I'm ticked because I actually have all 3 books now, but I bought Heir to the Empire and Dark Force Rising to give away because I already had a copy of The Last Command, and I was going to put them all together for you guys in the hardcover, the big ones. And the people sent me the books without the slip covers on them.
Oh, what the heck? That sucks.
And I'm like, I've got The Last Command with the slip cover on it, and the artwork is half of the beauty of it's not half of the beauty, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to give away a book that doesn't have it still says the same thing, it's got everything in it.
It feels incomplete.
It does. It feels like I'm giving away something cheap, and like, yeah, they're used books, but like I want to give you guys something that's good. So I'm going to try to get another copy of that. I got a few cool giveaways. I'm actually talking about Dan Jurgens and stuff, but John Byrne, who rebooted Superman in 1986, and I've always told you guys that like that's what started the Superman that Jerry Ordway and Dan Jurgens took over, and took through the rest of the 80s. So that first Man of Steel miniseries where Superman first appears, Superman first meets Batman, Superman meets Lex Luthor, all that story. It's a 6-issue miniseries. It's absolutely fantastic. And I've got a set of that I'm going to be giving away as well. And then
awesome.
I'm putting back together another huge set, kind of similar how I did with with that. So with your Superman, Death of Superman thing. So yeah, man. Hey, Benson's here says Point Nation Lounge reference Condor Man. That would be 1 a.m. here. Nothing to an insomniac. I'm up for that and cannot wait. Awesome. So guys, look forward. This coming Sunday, we will do a watch party here on the channel of Condor Man.
Oh, I can't wait for that. It's going to be awesome.
So it will replace our normal 2 cents on nonsense, and we'll watch some nonsense with Condor Man. So that should be fun. So we will we'll promote that. Let's see, couple quick things going away. It looks like Tim, you said no, I don't have them. Cool. Well, then, congratulations, sir. Now you do. Now you got a copy of them. So just reach out to me on Twitter. Send me a DM with where you would like me to send them, and I will send them to you, sir. And then also, thank you, Kenneth. I appreciate you for sure. Yes, Paul Smith says a large package coming your way, Tim. H Barts was pretty big. I gotta admit, H Barts was like it was a big one.
That's getting clipped.
That dude Vince says, not sure if you saw my message earlier, but I started working for Walmart. So if you're ever looking for something, I can keep an eye out for you at work for you, toys and whatnot. Thank you, man. Yeah, I know we talked about that for a minute. So
Vince, can you hook me up with some AEW toys? I'm trying to collect all of them and no luck.
Benson, are you talking about Condor Man?
No, it's the Wrathacon.
The Wrathacon
director's cut. I'm really tempted.
I would love to see that, dude.
Yeah.
I'd love to. You should get that and do that as a watch party.
Yeah, that would be really good. Because I've listened to the director's commentary with Nicholas Meyer like to go to sleep so many times. And I love some of Nicholas Meyer's other movies too. Like he's fantastic.
You know what? Integrity. That would be a fun one to do. Actually, the Donner cut. Like it would be fun to just pull it out and like let people see it.
We should watch the day after.
That's gonna get cut. Just pull it out and let people see it. But we're just.
That's what happens when it's at the 4-hour mark.
We're just full of it tonight.
I'm about ready to go to bed myself.
Yeah, I love the Dark Knight trilogy as well. Guys, you are all fantastic. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you to everyone who gave a super chat tonight. You guys are fantastic. We appreciate you. Everyone who is a member of the channel, you are appreciated, and we're so grateful to all of you guys. Also, if you are you're a patron, thank you so much for your patronage and thank you for just being here. Like I just really appreciate you guys being here. It means a lot to me, personally, and my family as well. Tiff loves you all. The kids love you all, and we're just grateful for you guys. Thank you to Brian here, my right hand man, and Tim. I guess if we were sitting next to each other, he'd be on my left, but he's not. But well, and good, and then thanks to Saggy who was in here, Matt Jarbo was in here, William was in here. Man, who else was in here tonight? Firewater was in here. Firewater's always bringing it, man. It's always good stuff. So always good to see it. And you know what? This is something we can all agree on. Joss Whedon sucks.
Yeah. Yes, he does.
In every possible way, Joss Whedon sucks. So there you go. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate this. Thank you.
And I still love everyone, even if I have bad takes sometimes.
My gosh. like seriously, Brian, he mentioned 3 words. Batman doesn't kill. It took us on another 2-hour adventure.
I should have
clarified. It was okay with Superman.
But he's okay with Superman killing.
It's good to know where your priorities lay. That's all I'm saying.
Thanks, Bradley.
Listen, if I would have said I didn't like Superman snapping Zod's neck, I would have been excommunicado from this community. Trust me, I'm not that crazy.
It's just as bad as talking crap on the Martha line.
Hey, here's one. I wonder if that dude Vince can get us one of these, because this would be great at Walmart.
Does your butthole itch? Does it just ache? Do you walk around all day wishing you had a different butthole? Well, now you can. Available at Walmart for a limited time only are scratchless, scentless buttholes. Don't be self-conscious about your hole anymore. Go to Walmart, get a new butthole, and start your new life today.
Yeah, dude, if you could get us a couple of those, that would be amazing. RJ's completely silent. RJ's just like, I don't even know. I don't even know anymore.
Well, there are a lot of buttholes at Walmart, let me tell you.
Yes, there are.
Well, folks, we have a good time around here because we just sit around and we talk about nerd stuff, argue about nerd stuff, and just like this.
So sit back with your popcorn, your cold drink, and let's get back to doing what we do best. Arguing about the Snyder Cut.
Skoo.
Dad, dude, this is I mentioned earlier we don't sell buttholes. I mean, I work with a-holes, but I can't sell them.
That could be arranged.
Integrity 101, hashtag butthole health. You got to think about that stuff, man. You get over 40, you got to be thinking about that butthole health. Just saying. It's got to happen. All right, guys. Well, hey, this was fun. It's always fun hanging out with you guys, and I always look forward to it. So don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter, and don't try to tell somebody that their fandom doesn't matter either. But seek to have conversations and seek to punish wrong.
Hey, I'm not that wrong.
Seek to exact vengeance on those who are misguided.
I'm not that misguided. Come on.
I don't know.
But be careful. Be careful because they're 14 years old.
I'm 22.
I mean, you're awfully optimistic, so there's something.
Hey, that's a good thing in this world. Sometimes you need to be that bright and positive person.
And remember, if you're Batman, just kill him.
Batman would be my best friend.
It's
Archie supposed to be.
I'm vengeance.
RJ's poor little heart is going to be so broken when Pattinson's Batman kills everyone.
Oh, did you see earlier in the chat, though? There was a Matt Reeves account asking RJ, what are you going to do if my Batman kills? And I was like,
oh, yeah.
I meant to respond to that earlier, but I'll say that for another day. If he does, then that's fine. I ain't going to complain.
Well, I heard stuff snap and breaking just in that moment, so.
Oh, yeah.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
The tears would fill a swimming pool.
And that's totally fine, man. Like, it's just me being a nitpicky nerd. That's all. If I didn't like BVS, I wouldn't have went out and bought the 4K, the new one. I have like 3 copies of that movie. So.
Yes. Okay. Well, you know what? I trust that you will make good decisions, sir, going forward. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we love you. Thanks for being here. We appreciate all that you do. And thanks for being a part of the Poindexter Lounge. And remember, as long as you treat everybody with respect and you seek to bring back weary young men from the edge of the cliff.
Okay, I get it. Please no more. I'm sorry.
Then there'll always be a place for you here in the Poindexter Lounge. And there'll always be a bonus that you can shotgun. I got to shotgun this bonus over here. Come on. All right, guys. Until next time, stay safe. Treat each other with respect. And know that you're always loved here in the Poindexter Lounge, even when you have really, really bad takes on stuff.
I've seen the error of my ways. I'm sorry.
I told you I was doing my impersonation to like totally, embarrass you and drag you through the mud for an entire stream. So.
It's okay. Between this and the Superman thing, me and you have been having this amazing back and forth.
Guys, I'm totally gonna get a DM. All right, guys. Love you all. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening. We'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.